Tesla began taking pre-orders for the next generation Roadster in 2017. They ran a referral program for Tesla fans to get a discount. The minimum deposit to reserve one was $50,000. Some even paid $250,000 in full to reserve a limited edition. And then, in 2018, Musk launched his first-gen Roadster into space. In 2019, as if to drive the point home, Tesla announced production of the sexy Roadster would be taking a back seat to the ugliest truck you've ever seen. But Tesla's real product is not cars or tech or AI, it's stock. And Musk is both shameless and willing to say anything. He is certainly not above lying when he needs to generate some buzz. And a lot of people really like the Roadster. Not Musk, obviously, but a lot of other people. In the early morning hours of February 28, 2024, Musk tweeted about the Roadster like it wasn't 8 years overdue, and that some sort of rocket car was a real thing they were working on, and that real people would want it. Aiming to ship next year, he tweeted, lying like he breathes. I will never understand how even his biggest fans aren't sick of his bullshit yet. This is not to say, I think they don't know he's a fraud. Much like his Adrian Dittmann character, they all play along because it's more fun that way. More mimetic, if you will. I believe most all Tesla investors at this point, both big and small, are just betting on Musk's ability to keep the con going. And when it comes to getting away with it, they are on point when they say, don't bet against Elon. When Musk, as Adrian, hops on a space to hype his fictitious announcement, micromanage his fandom, and crowdsource ideas on how a rocket car could even work, he suggests his listeners tweet out the question, if 0 to 60 in less than 1 second is the least interesting part, what do you think the most exciting thing is? The verbiage is important, he tells them. Phrase it just like that.
Mic check, mic check.
Yes, you are fully operational.
Okay, let's try. Oh, this should be a better mic check, mic check.
Yes. Don't worry about the mic quality. It's good enough. Like if I can hear you and every word comes across properly, then everything's good.
Yes, but you don't know what's going on when we try to listen to you.
Yes,
air splitting.
That's what I say.
Yes.
Some things, yeah, the audio quality with me is sometimes not the best. So we have a pretty extensive day ahead of us. We got the Tesla Roadster. We're going to do a bit of a deep dive. Dr. Scott over here. I'm not sure. Is it accurate if I call you Dr. Scott?
Oh yeah, you can. PhD, technically, you can give me that thing, but just call me Scott.
Clear.
Really, the only reason
I like saying that because I really like hyping you up.
Oh, okay. The only reason I put it at the end of my name is that I think my name, Scott Walter, is common enough that if you put it out on Twitter, there'll be thousands of them. So it's like, I gotta just put something else on there. Yeah.
One of the very few Scott Walters. Yes. Very mimetic. So we're going to do a little bit of a Tesla Roadster deep dive. You've done a lot of the math. I actually saw your post. Hang on, let me find it for you. It's really cool stuff. Everybody go read that real quick because very nice breakdown. Hang on, let me find it. We have to scroll along.
And I've had a lot of thoughts about it since then.
So the amount of data that you manufactured has thereby, I say, increased ever since you made that post?
Oh yeah, just giving more thoughts about it because it was literally a back of the envelope kind of thing. And I said, let's see if we can understand a bit more of how these cold gas thrusters are going to be used and how they're going to get that kind of acceleration and everything else. So the night before, I had just posted that the acceleration was probably going to be something like 2.6 Gs or 2.7 Gs. I mean, that was just a rough estimate based on the 0 to 60 time. And I mean, that's a lot of acceleration. But the question is, how do you get that with standard roads and standard road tires? And clearly we suspected, and we have had enough hints that there's going to be an involvement with cold gas thrusters. And we could talk about what those things are, or do the breakdown kind of at your leisure, and just let me know when you'd like to get started, when we think we have a full enough room to discuss how the Roadster is going to be able to accelerate that fast and why it's challenging to go under 2 seconds for the 0 to 60.
Yeah, I mean, I can only think about the amount of G's that you're going to be pulling and how that's what that's going to feel like, and if that's even potentially a safety risk, right? Like, what does it
Oh
take
yeah, yeah,
to
yeah.
actually operate this thing? Like, anyways, because the person who's going to have to operate this needs to understand what this kind of acceleration means, because this is like beyond any sports car that's ever existed, for instance, right? It's going to make actually super sports cars look like family SUVs, in my opinion. It's gonna redefine what speed looks like. Yeah, I
Yes,
mean, it has a jet engine, so basically,
yeah. And
that
and
should tell you things.
anyone that owns a Tesla or has ridden in a Tesla already knows what acceleration feels like. When I was a kid, we had a Chrysler Town and Country station wagon with I think like a 470 or no, I think it was a 357 cc 8 cylinder, and it was back in the day before they put all the crap on the engine. They're pretty much 1 cc or 1 cubic inch of engine displacement equal like 1 horsepower. So it had what seemed like a lot of horsepower, even though it was a station wagon, and we could do maybe like 0 to 60 in 9 seconds. And that was considered awesome. You know, anytime you had a car that could do 0 to 60 under 10 seconds, that was considered to be pretty good. Uh, and so now we're talking about, you know, your standard Model Y is under 5 seconds, is 4 point something. And that is definitely a lot of acceleration. Um, and a lot of people think that's more than enough they ever need. And of course, we're seeing that you can get the performance versions that are in the low threes, or I think is the plaids, or they're under 3 seconds, or they're two
So
something,
that's
right?
where I'd like to add some of my
Yeah,
recent history, if you'd like.
yeah.
So
Go
I
ahead,
like
please.
the performance, Teslas for sure. And of the Teslas I've had, I started with the Model 3 Performance that was Tesla's website said 3.1, and Elon posted, oh, if you stagger the tires, you can get to 2.9. So of course I did that. Then I got
Hmm.
a Model Y Performance, which is slower, of course, bigger vehicle, 3.6. I think it was 3.5 to 60 on the website at the time.
Hmm.
Maybe there's a little adjustment. That I don't get too technical because mine's usually on snow tires, right?
Right.
But so then I rented for about a month a Model S long range, the newest one, hardware 4 and all of that. And that's about the same as a Model 3 Performance in a much bigger car, dual motor, 3.1 seconds to 60. And for the last 3 weeks, I've been driving the newest Model S Plaid. And that's
Hmm.
been that has been fun. I've had a dozen people out and we've launched the thing all over Colorado, and man, it's fun. But yeah, Tesla's website's got 1.99 seconds, and that is with the standard 1 foot rollout that almost all of the recording companies use.
Hmm.
And more than that, it's a prepped track and it's the 21-inch performance tires. And so I don't know what we're really doing when I'm launching, in a safe spot out of the way in Mexico, so to speak, and there's gravel on the road. So your upcoming points about traction are going to be exciting for the group, I think.
Yes, yes. So, you know, that's the thing. It depends upon the tires. It depends upon the road surface. Those are very important points, and there's not much you can. There's a certain amount of physics that you have to try to overcome at that point. So the quick physics lesson is the first thing is, how do I know it's going to be something like 2.7 Gs? Okay, so very simple, 0 to 60. If you convert 60 miles per hour into meters per second, it's something like 26.7 meters per second. That's the speed that you have right there. And now you're able to go from 0 to that speed in 1 second. So to get acceleration, you take the change in velocity and you divide it by the time. And it's really easy because what we're doing is we're dividing it by 1. So in other words, the acceleration is 26.7 meters per second squared. Now, to get into the G's, you just divide that then by what is the acceleration of gravity, in this case, acceleration of gravity at sea level, which is like 9.86 or 9.82, something like that. It's just call it 10. It's a lot easier to divide by 10. So you divide that in there. And since it's a little shade under 10, let's just, we'll do a little bit of rounding up and we'll say it's like 2.7 Gs. I think it actually turns out to be like 4 Gs or something like that is what it is. So almost 3 Gs there. So that's the acceleration we need to have. Okay, now the next thing from basic physics lessons is that you have this traction force, which is the amount of friction an object is able to put on the ground or whatever it's resting on. And that's something they call the coefficient of friction. And the coefficient of friction is a multiple, sometimes people call it a fudge factor, of the actual weight of the object, is the amount of force you would have to apply on it in order to get the thing to start to move. So if we put a book on top of a table, we know we have to push it with a certain amount of force before it starts to move, when it's able to overcome the friction that's on there. And it turns out the force that we have to do that is proportional to the weight of the object. Now, weight is a little bit different than mass. Remember, it's mass times gravity. So if the book weighs 2 pounds and it has a coefficient of friction of 0.5, that means between it and the surface, because it depends upon a lot of things, basically the surface properties you're on. That means I don't have to push with 1 pound to get the thing to start to slip. Anything less than that, it's going to kind of stay put there. It won't overcome that. If it's like an icy surface, a very slippery surface, I can just push it very easily, almost with a feather, and it would move. If it's a very rough surface, then I'm probably going to have to apply about the same amount of force as it weighs. So typically, the coefficient of friction does not exceed 1. It can if you have extremely rough surfaces and everything else you have, but the rule of thumb is that you rarely go above 1, and most of them are less than 1. In order to go above 1, that's when you'd have to have like your studded tires or something like that that's actually able to get extra grip on the ground. So what this means is if we get tires that are spinning on the ground and we need to get a certain traction force, that traction force cannot exceed whatever the mass or the weight of the vehicle is times the coefficient of friction. If it does, then your tires are going to slip, and you don't want that to happen. So that limits how much forward acceleration we can get. So let's look at it. So basically, it's a very simple equation. So what we're saying, if the coefficient of friction is 1, and then the mass of the vehicle, the weight of the vehicle is mass times gravity, mg. So that's the actual weight that's coming down times this coefficient of friction. That's the traction force, the maximum traction force we'll be able to get. Well, that's just also equal to mg. In other words, 1g. So the best we can do with the tires generally is up to 1g of acceleration before the tires start slipping out. You can go a little bit above that by having sticky tires and a special surface and a bunch of these other things. Now, there are ways of cheating this a little bit, is that the reason why you have spoilers on the back of the car is as the car starts going through the air starts to create a negative lift force, not really a drag. Literally, you turn your car into a wing, but a wing upside down. So that the lift force goes down.
Spoiler for wing.
Yes.
Yeah, wing. Thank you.
Yes. So there's basically a spoiler in the back that helps it turn the entire vehicle into a bit of a wing. And that helps push down on the rear tires to get more grip, which means the effective weight of the vehicle goes up. It's almost as if you were able to crank up gravity a little bit there. So that's how you're able to get accelerations that might be a little bit higher than that, but you're not going to get it on the line. On the line, because you're not moving through the air, you're not generating any of that downlift. And without that, you're not going to be able to push any harder unless you have special tires or something like that. And the rules of the road are going to be, you're not driving around with studded tires. You probably have to be street legal tires, and you're going to be on normal roads. So if you're on a gravel road, you're going to have a lot of slip. You won't be able to do it. So how do we get the extra 1.7 Gs that we're going to need? And everyone says, oh, it's really simple. You just go ahead and put cold gas thrusters on it, right? And that's it. So you've got a rocket engine in the back, just like the Batmobile, and problem solved, right? Okay. Well, not quite that, because we're not really using your standard rocket engine. We're using cold gas thrusters. And I assume everyone knows what cold gas thrusters are. Do I need to explain that?
Please do, briefly, yeah.
Okay, well, cold, it's just like it says, it's cold and it's gaseous. So there's no combustion going on. And it's pretty much a monopropellant. So we're all familiar that if you take a scuba tank and you open up the valve on that, the scuba tank just starts wanting to fly all over the place because you have this cold compressed gas that's in a tank. And once you release it, you get what is effectively rocket thrust coming out of it. Now, your scuba tank is not optimized to produce the thrust when you open that valve up. So what you'd like to do is put a proper rocket nozzle on that thing. And if you do that, you can now start producing more efficient thrusts. And this is something that SpaceX uses to maneuver the rockets when they are outside of the Earth's atmosphere. Because once you're outside the Earth's atmosphere, you don't have anything to push against. So if you need to orient in any particular position, you need something to be able to push it one direction or another. And that's what those cold gas thrusters do. And they don't have to produce a whole lot of thrust, because remember, we're not trying to lift the rocket out of the Earth's atmosphere. We're just trying to rotate it. So, but even then, they can produce a significant amount of thrust, because remember, the rocket is still pretty heavy. And with a little nudge, yes, it will start to rotate, but you might want to get it to rotate faster. And to get it to rotate faster, you need to give it a little bit more oomph. And I believe these cold gas thrusters are able to produce several hundred pounds of thrust each, maybe in the order of 400 or 500 pounds, something like that. And what they're doing is they're using cold nitrogen gas. Actually, I think it's liquefied. And the reason it's liquefied is that, if you liquefy a gas, you can take a lot more of it, a lot less space. And the smaller the space, the smaller the tanks. The smaller the tanks, the less material, the less mass, everything else. So you try to compress it down into there and be able to do it. And the reason why they're using nitrogen is nitrogen's a little bit heavier of a gas than oxygen. It's also non-reactive and everything else. So they just go to like companies like Linde and others that produce all these gases for industrial purposes. And it just comes from liquefaction of air. You make the air really cold, and you can basically distill the stuff out. You get this liquefaction where different liquid gases will come out, and you can have almost pure nitrogen gas. There's no reason why it has to be pure nitrogen. It's just that it will be a little bit more efficient pound for pound than if you've got like some oxygen or some other gases that are in there. So that gets vented out, and as it does it, it's able to push around. And if you've ever watched a SpaceX return, you will notice these puffs coming from the side, and that's the cold gas. It's not combusting or anything else. So if you're going to put rocket engines onto a car, Landon, would you want to have the ones that are very combusty, or would you want to have the ones that are cold?
I like the idea of not combusting.
Right. First, you don't want to ruin your paint job because it might be too close to it. And you'll probably have all kinds of insurance claims from everyone around you. It seems to me to be rather dangerous. Uh, so so you want to have the cold gas. And now there are other types of reaction control systems, like people have talked about the Draco super thrusters. And they are using also a combination of fuels that are typically used in a lot of reaction control systems, like in the shuttle and in the Apollo program, that are able to produce way more thrust than the monopropellant. Because if you need to get a lot of thrust out of your reaction control system, you want to burn something. And you want to make it real easy that whatever the stuff is that you burn, you don't have to keep lighting it up. Because a lot of times if you go out to turn on the barbecue, if you don't have a lighter or something like that, the gas is coming out and nothing's happening, right? You need to have a spark to get it to go. Well, they use these propellants that are called hypergolics, and that basically means there are two kind of liquids that when you mix them together, they spontaneously combust. And that's great. I mean, no spark plug, nothing else. And every time you want to move, you just open a valve, they go in there, and you get instantaneous response. So it's very responsive. The thing is, these two chemicals that you use are like really, really nasty. And you don't want to be anywhere near that stuff. So you don't want to put that stuff into your Roadster, okay? And you want to make it to be a really safe monopropellant. And nitrogen, we're surrounded by nitrogen. What is it? Make up 72% of our Earth's atmosphere. It's not going to kill anyone. So there's like no concern that we're using.
Yeah, 78.
Oh, it's a 78%. Yeah. Yeah, I knew there's like one side of the other. Oh, yeah, so 78%. So it's very safe. So you're not using anything that's toxic. It's not going to be corrosive or anything else. It's very inexpensive to get, and it's not going to heat up or anything. So that's going to be the trick. You need to have that to be able to give you the thrust to be able to make this car go faster. Okay, so now what we can do is we can say that if we want to get the same number of G's out of it, we have to figure out how much thrust is going to be needed. And what's the most efficient way? Should we just push it forward with the thrust, or do we try to do something to actually get more out of the motors that we have? Now, if you look at I believe the Roadster is going to have about 1,000 horsepower or more. I think it's like, it may be more, but I think the original spec was like 1,020 or something like that. But since I think like the Taycan or a few others might be a little bit above that, like 1,100, you just know Elon's going to say, no, we're going to make sure that whatever we put in there has the highest horsepower rating, or is going to be right on up there.
Right. So
So
Model S Plaid is
yeah,
already over 1,000. Yeah.
yeah. So you already have something that's got a lot of horsepower in it. And the problem is the traction. So you get so much horsepower that the wheels are just going to spin. And actually, the traction control system, the Tesla, makes sure that doesn't happen. It's like unless you get the special track package or something, it's impossible to spin the wheels. I have never spun the wheels in my Model Y. I've tried, and
It's
it just
really
won't.
interesting. Yeah, that
It's
Elon wants that to be the way that Tesla cars are. No noise,
yeah,
not even tires. Yeah.
yes, yeah. So you can hit the accelerator as hard as you want, and as soon as it feels that the tires are starting to slip, it will reduce the amount of power that's there. So you are not able to get all of it out of all the horsepower that you would need to accelerate that first 0 to 60 because the tires are slipping. So we've got to do something to keep the tires from slipping. And here's where we can do something to actually augment the thrust that we have, get more out of the thrust. So the trick we want to do is that for every 100 pounds of thrust that we put into the that's coming out of the cold gas thrusters, I want to get more than 100 pounds of forward acceleration, of forward thrust out of that. And there is a little trick to do that. And that is if you take the thrusters and you angle them, and it's going to depend upon the coefficient of friction. So if the coefficient of friction is exactly equal to 1, it turns out the optimal or the ideal one is going to be at 45 degrees. That means a portion of the thrust vector is actually pushing the car forward. That's what we typically call thrust, and that's what you'd want. That's going to give you the forward acceleration. And part of it is pushing down on the vehicle. It's making the vehicle a little bit heavier, so you're pushing it more down on the ground. So at 45 degrees, it turns out the sine and the cosine of 45 degrees is the same. It's 0.707. So in other words, right around 71% of that's we're only going to get 71% of that forward velocity or acceleration from the thrust. And so if we have 100 pounds of thrust coming out, we're only going to be pushing the car forward with 71 pounds of thrust. That's what I'm trying to say. So it's like, well, wait a minute. We've lost 30% right there. So that's not a very smart idea to angle it at 45 degrees. Clearly, you want to have it horizontal. But that additional 45 degrees is going to force the entire vehicle down and add another 71 pounds downward. And that 71 pounds downward means we can actually create another 71 pounds of traction forward before the wheels start to slip again. So that means the electric motors can actually start supplying more power to the wheels without spinning. And that means we go from only having 100 pounds of force going forward if we're horizontal to 141. So that's an increase. It's almost like a heat pump where you're getting more heat out than you put in, right? It's rather amazing. Wow, we can do that. And part of it is because the electric motor is making up for the lost thrust. But that's better because it's available, it's there, we need to use it. So that's the trick by angling at 45 degrees. And we'd like to have it like on the corners, because if it's only on the back, you're going to end up doing a bit of a wheelie, and then you're going to lose traction in the front. So you want to make sure you're pushing down evenly throughout the whole vehicle. Now, I checked on a few things. I think Elon has said several times they're probably going to have 10 cold gas thrusters around the vehicle. So it's not just going to be 4 in each corner. It's going to be kind of evenly distributed all the way around. And my idea here is that you're definitely going to want to have that 45 degree to make sure you're pushing the wheels down a little bit harder, and you'll be able to get that. Okay, so if we take it a bit further, we now have to figure out exactly how much force, overall force, we would need to produce. And it's a very simple ratio. So we need to get 1.7 Gs. But by using this trick, we're only able to get something like 1.4 times the thrust we need to get out of it. And if you calculate that ratio, you get a number something like 1.22. And that tells you that what the overall thrust you have to get has to be about 22% higher than the mass of the vehicle. So I believe the Roadster is going to be something like 5,000 pounds. And so if you give it like a 20% boost or so, that means it's going to be about 6,000 pounds of thrust that's going to be needed. So if the cold gas thrusters can produce that amount, we can then increase the effective weight of the vehicle enough that we can get the additional 1.7 Gs of needed traction out of the vehicle. Some of that coming from the power of the motors themselves, and some of that actually coming from the thrusters pushing forward. So that's the additional, so that's an idea of how much mass or how much thrust we need. And I also did a quick back of the envelope calculation to make sure there was that available horsepower. And it seems to be that you would need around 1,100 horsepower just from the motors themselves to be able to get that. So even if the thrusters were higher at that point, they may not help you that much as far as the motors. The motors are tapped out. And at which point you might want to start actually going more horizontal with the thruster if you were producing more than that. But already it's a big question. How are we going to be able to produce that much thrust? That's a lot. Well, there's going to be 10 of them. So divide 6,000 by 10. Each of them has to be able to produce about 600 pounds of thrust. And that should be feasible. And actually, you would be able to do that just with the pressure that you would have in a scuba tank. So it's quite possible that you would be able to, with enough venting, rapid venting, be able to produce that much. And of course, as I said, the thrust has to be about 20% higher than the mass of the weight of the vehicle. And Landon, what does that mean if I turn those thrusters upside down?
We're going to fly.
You can fly. Yeah, you could potentially levitate. So all we need now are places to put the thrusters. And I think we're having someone enter. Okay.
And that's why you don't use sound effects in the spaces.
I thought there was some royalty coming on in. All right. So now how we'd be able to produce it? Well, you're going to have some pressure tanks in there. There already are some pressure tanks for the air suspension. And the question is whether they're big enough and whether they have enough pressure. I tried to do a little check on that, and it seems like they might have these pressure tanks of about 100 PSI, something like that. Now, 100 PSI is, if you turn it into bar, basically bar is just another way of saying atmospheric pressure, is a little bit over 6 bar. And it appears that the cold gas thrusters on Starship operate at about 6 bar. It doesn't mean the
what
tanks
is that in PSI for us? For us imperial.
One bar is 14 PSI, or call it 14.7 PSI. So it's about the same as an atmosphere. And so if you convert bar to, or if you convert 100 PSI to bar, you get like somewhere around 6. So when you look up the specs for the Starship and everything, it'll say, yep, the cold gas thrusters operate around 6 bar. And that means, if you have like 100 pounds of pressure, PSI, 100 PSI, you should have enough pressure to be able to get whatever is the thrust being produced by those. And I believe they're producing around 400 pounds thrust. So it might just be changing the size of the nozzle and everything else. And I had my rocket brain trust out there try to figure this out. And they think the nozzle diameter might be about 2 inches, with the throat of about maybe a half an inch and a length of the nozzle also about 2 inches. So that might be about what the size of the nozzles would have to be able to produce 600 pounds of thrust. And they would have to be...
For how long? How long can it produce
for no more than a couple. So enough to get you from 0 to 60, and you may have at max 10 seconds. So if you take the amount of compressed air that's in a scuba tank, which is at around 3,000 PSI, from 3 to 5,000, depending on the kind of tanks you have, there's more than enough in there to be able to run all those gas thrusters for about 10 seconds at max. Okay, now that's assuming
the size
that's how
of
it's
the
being
tank,
done.
Right?
It's going to depend on the size of the tank and the pressure. And if you need extreme pressure, then you might be going to like what they call a COPV, which is a carbon overwrap pressure vessel, where I believe the vessel is actually like an aluminum or steel vessel. But to keep it from shattering, you wrap it with carbon fiber to give it additional strength. And that way you can have a much lighter tank that can really hold very, very high pressure. But I don't think you need to go that extremes for the Roadster. You go into those extremes for a rocket because the performance that you need, and you're trying to get rid of mass penalties. And as much as you like
If
to
it's a
get rid
good
of,
time,
yeah, go
I'd
ahead.
like to mention that some of the current Tesla tanks that are similar. We've had some recent history from Tesla in putting these kind of tanks in their cars. And the really interesting one in my mind is when the Model S was refreshed for the 2021 model year, they moved the air suspension tank to replace the cross car beam
Mm-hmm.
under the hood, and they did a lot of special forming to where it's not just an off the shelf kind of canister. Now, the next thing I'm interested in that I don't know the size and shape of is Cybertruck. With the air suspension in Cybertruck, it's a much larger system, and I think the tank is underneath the bed panel in that one and not used structurally. But it also is not being used for the tire inflation idea that some people have.
Mm-hmm.
And I
Right,
think
right.
that's because the size of those tires with a standard inflation of Cybertruck tires at 52 psi, people want to air those down to maybe 10 psi for some real extreme off-roading, but then you have to air them up when you get back to the pavement, and there's not a tank that's really set up in Cybertruck to re-air up those tires. So I'm interested in the sizing of the tanks for Roadster
Yep.
compared to that Model S tank, compared to Cybertruck tank. Thanks.
Yes, yeah, and that's going to be a good question of how big it's going to be, and I'm not quite sure, except to say it probably is going to be about the size of a scuba tank, and but it's going to need to have extra pressure. So think the air suspension system that's in the Cybertruck and in the Model S, I think they might only be around 100 psi. So if you need to crank it up 30 times, in other words, if you go up to 3,000 psi, you're putting in 30 times more air. At that point, you would have more than enough to be able to fill up all those tires if you're going to be using it for that. But in this case, they're trying to use it for the cold gas thrusters. Now, let's think about it for a second. What are those cold gas thrusters going to look like? So they're going to be like these little engine bells, and they're going to be basically truncated cones that are about 2 inches long and with about a 2-inch diameter. And if we're going to sprinkle them around the car, they're just going to be sticking out of the car all over the place. And the first thing that does is that's going to just add drag to the vehicle. It's not going to be very pretty. It's also going to be kind of a hazard if you have all these things sticking out, and especially if you've got 10 of them sprinkled around the car. Now, one reason you might want to do that is you may want to have gimbling capability on them so you can redirect the thrust. So if you want to be able to levitate, you need to be able to make sure it's pointing down, right? And when it's pointing down, you're not going to be able to get the traction. It's going to be the exact opposite. You won't be able to get any traction. So you need to then be able to gimbal them up to at least 45-degree angle above the horizon to pull this other trick off. So is that what they're going to do? Are they going to have little actuators? Are they going to have these things sticking out? And I suspect not. That if you actually look at the spacecraft that they have, and whatever to imagine, if they remember what the Apollo spacecraft looked like. So you had the service module of the Apollo spacecraft, and it was this big cylinder, and in the middle of that big cylinder, you had these what they call reaction control systems sticking out. And these, if you looked at it, it had these small little engine bells that were on there, and there was always like 4 of them pointing in different directions, and they were going all the way around it. And with that, you can make the spacecraft reorient itself in 3 different axes. You can get what they call yaw, pitch, and roll kind of motion out of that. You can also slowly nudge the vehicle forward or backwards. So you can use it to accelerate slowly forward and to also do braking action, stuff like that. That's why they're all there. Now, it appears that all those are just only on what they call the service module part of the Apollo spacecraft. But if you look at the command module, the part that returned, you don't see any of those things sticking out. And the reason you don't see any of those sticking out is because that's the part that's really, and when it's returning, is going through the atmosphere at very high velocity. But it does have built into it a reaction control system. But the reaction control system is basically flush with the surface. It doesn't come out. And if you look at the Dragon spacecraft, you'll see the same thing. You'll see these funny holes on there, and they look kind of elliptical in a way. because the thrusters had to be pointing in a certain direction. They had to be flush with the cone that's there. And so that's how it's done there. And I suspect they might try to do something like that with the Roadster, where you might have these different locations where they put them in there very much the same way they put the cameras in there right now. Like I think it's the repeater camera that's on the Tesla, just something like that will actually be kind of flush with the body. It's not going to stick out. It's not going to be a hazard. It's not going to create drag. It'll be built right in there. That's my guess. So it's going to have to somehow be part of the design aesthetic, because otherwise I don't know where they put these things. The other thing you might do is it might have a certain
how about
pattern.
little James Bond? We need some James Bond ideas here.
Right.
The license plate's got to flip up, and then out there something like that.
Could be something like that, but that's like only one location, and you would have to have them around somewhere else. And it may be that you will sort of see them. They'll be kind of exposed, and the question is, can that spin around to get the direction that you want? It'll be kind of built into the body and just rotate, or is it set up to be in kind of a fixed position where you already have nozzles that are pointing out in different directions, and you have some sort of manifold that's able to select which one of those nozzles is active. So each one of those nozzles might be what they call a pod, in which you have maybe 4 nozzles or 5 nozzles that are there. And just through a simple selection mechanism, you would be able to make sure the gas is only going out of one of them to give you the thrust in the direction that you want. And then potentially from that, be able to do differential thrusting as well. So you might do a little bit out of 2 of the different nozzles because you want to get something in between the direction that one is facing. So you might have one nozzle that's facing, let's say, 45 degrees up. Another one is facing straight down. But what if I want my thrust vector to be not 45 degrees up, but say 45 degrees kind of in the downward direction? Well, then it might be a combination of those two. So if I do the right amount of thrust out of both of them, I can get what's like a virtual nozzle pointed in the right direction without actually having to rotate it there. So they might have these fixed positions where they're just able to direct the cold gas out the correct one just by having a special valve that's able to open up very quickly and control it. But you will need to have some sort of kind of high pressure system. Well, I guess it would be a medium pressure system. So you're going to need to have some sort of piping that goes from there to wherever your central reservoir is, which we think might be a something the size of like a scuba tank inside the vehicle, behind the rear seat, somewhere in the vehicle. And that's going to have to then, it's not going to be an octavalve in this case, it's going to be a decavalve where it's going to be going off in 10 different directions. And I assume that they will probably have the valves actually where the outlets are. And you would probably have a regulator, just like in a scuba tank. Anyone who's done scuba diving, even though your tanks have 3,000 PSI in there, you're not breathing 3,000 PSI air. You're breathing air, which is whatever the ambient pressure is. So when you go down, you might be 1 or 2 atmospheres, depending on how deep you are. The air comes out into your breathing apparatus at that pressure, because you have this pressure regulator that steps the pressure down to where it needs to be. So you might have a reservoir of 3,000 PSI, which a lot of engineers refer to that as like an infinite reservoir. And then it gets stepped down to what might be about 100 PSI, and to go into the system that's now going to energize all the thrusters as needed. So that's a little bit of how I envision how it can be done.
Yeah.
Right.
The first stage in scuba diving.
Right. Now, what that means is you do not have to have plumbing which is able to accept 3,000 PSI. It just has to be able to handle about 100 PSI. And that you can do with flexible hosing. Basically, all air compressors and stuff like that people have for home use, they all are using about 100 PSI. Actually, some of them, like your pressure washers, are like 3,000 PSI, but that's being done in a different way. So you would be able to do it without having to have metallic tubes or something like that. So you could have something that's a little bit flexible, be able to put it in. That will work. Now, is that a sort of an adequate description, or have I completely lost everyone out there on the description of what I'm thinking is going on?
Well, I'm loving it. I've got some directions for you, or whatever you want to do next, but I'm curious as to what you think the entire system might weigh, because we've got, I've carried around scuba tanks, and they're they're not prohibitively heavy, but they're heavy. I mean, they're not nothing. And then you talk
Right.
about using flexible lines or things. And then another thing that you could speak on, if you're comfortable, is what you think the component costs might be ballpark of those
Okay.
items.
Okay. So it's been mentioned that there's going to be a base model and there's going to be a SpaceX package. When I hear a SpaceX package, it almost sounds like, oh, it's almost like an aftermarket thing that you can just put on there. And you've probably seen all these images. Well, if you remember from the Back to the Future, the DeLorean, when it was tricked out with all that stuff, had all these things that were sticking out all over it, almost like it was became the Borg. Again, I don't think you would do that with the Roadster with this package because it's just going to be a danger or a hazard having all these things sticking around. So somehow I think it's going to be in there, and you probably order the Roadster that way, and you may have very different body panels that have these things already integrated in there.
And he did
So
say seamless too, the SpaceX
yes,
package.
it has,
So
has to be
that's big.
seamless. Yeah, yes. So is a good question of exactly how you're going to pull it off and how much it's going to weigh. So they don't want it to weigh a whole lot. And scuba tanks, you can get them pretty light. Most scuba tanks are usually made out of steel. You can now get them out of aluminum, partly because they're lighter, and a lot of it just comes down to the tensile strength that you have on those things, and you being comfortable with the idea of having an aluminum tank and whether it's going to burst more easily than a steel tank. The good thing about aluminum tanks, they tend to not corrode as much as steel, but that's a different thing. But a lot of times it comes to how much you're willing to spend for your tanks to get them lighter or to allow them to have higher pressure. And so if you have COPVs, you would be able to have them extremely high pressure and they would be a lot smaller, and you'd be able to bring at least the mass of that down. Now, as far as rocket engines go, if you imagine the Raptor engine, just look at the Raptor engine, and that thing is complex, isn't it? Yes, complex. It's got a combustion chamber and the expansion nozzle and the throat that's in there. That's the starting bits of it, and then you have the power head and everything behind it. We have, all the fuel flow that's going through there. You see all kinds of plumbing and wiring, and you've got compressors and everything else. And you're thinking, oh wow, that means we have to make a smaller version of those things, right? No, it's only when you need the big engines to lift the rocket. But as we were talking about the reaction control systems, they're designed to be simple for a lot of reasons. One is that you can miniaturize them, and they are just so simple they can't go wrong. There is no compressor or turbo pumps or anything like that in those things. It's just you feed it with high pressure air and it works. In the case of like the Apollo spacecraft where they use the hypergolics, you just have two valves that open up and mix these things in a combustion chamber. And the combustion chamber does what it's supposed to, is it converts these liquids at a low pressure, makes them very, very hot. You get a very hot gas, and now that very hot gas is under extremely high pressure. And with a very high pressure, it can go out the expansion nozzle, and that's what produces the thrust. In the case of the cold gas thrusters, you don't even need the combustion chamber anymore. All you need is a source of high pressure gas, which is your tank, fed through there, and you just open up the valve, and it goes through the expansion nozzle, and boom, you go ahead and I just have to take a call just for a second here. So I will be quiet for just a second.
Thanks, Dr. Scott, Scott Walter, PhD, as
Hey,
otherwise known. Hi, Lincoln. How's it going?
I have a couple thoughts as I've been listening. This has been really cool to hear the technical stuff that he's run through. There's a couple of things I have questions about. One is danger of being near these thrusters as they go off for humans, in terms of direct contact or it hitting gravel or crap on the ground and then shooting that up in the air. I wonder.
Boy, those are great questions. Those have got to be affirmative, and we'll get
Yeah.
Scott to give us a physics answer. But sure, if it's anything more than 100 psi, you're going to feel it, and that means it'll move some stuff around. It reminded me of the second Starship test or was that the first? The first Starship test when it blew apart and blew the concrete everywhere and did some damage.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that's a valid concern. And is this going to be something that's legal? Like I've got Tesla insurance, but if you don't have Tesla insurance, are they going to tell you that you're not allowed to do that? And on a public road, off-road use only, track use only? But you're right. I think
Yeah,
that
some
it's
private
not.
road,
Yeah.
maybe. Yeah, I don't
I
know,
mean, at
or
least it's
parking
not
lot.
chemicals. We've got there's supercars out there, right? That they run rich and they'll blow flames out the exhaust, right? So there is a precedent for this. I think it'd be safer than that, although I'm not sure a lot safer.
Yeah, yeah. Man, I don't know. There's a lot of questions on how this is going to work. Obviously, they've thought of these things, I'm sure, and they're dealing with it. And he wouldn't Elon wouldn't have mentioned it if they didn't, run through the basics and say, yeah, this is doable. But it's definitely some questions need to be answered.
There's a lot of misinformation out there too. So this is great. Thanks to Adrian for hosting the space. I think if Adrian were on the mic right now, he'd say something like it's 20 minutes to the hour. If you like what you're hearing, please follow the host, please follow your co-host and your speakers on the panel here. There's a lot of great education and experience in this speaker panel, not including me or Lincoln, of course, but everybody else is pretty
I'll allow
smart.
you to say that about me. Thank you.
So, well, Mark's not here. I need somebody to partner up with.
Right.
Okay, so
So,
Oh, he's
yeah,
back.
so we got Scott back, and we were just kicking around. Lincoln had some ideas about practical use.
oh
If you've
yeah,
got
yeah.
this kind of system, do you need to have people stay away from the vehicle? Do you need to make sure you don't have sand or gravel?
Oh
These were
yeah.
Lincoln's questions.
Oh yeah, there's gonna be a lot of those things. I mean, just kind of finishing up the thought that I have is that as far as the construction of these things, it's probably going to be pretty easy because all you're going to do is you just need to have like an expansion nozzle or something like that for the air to vent out, the gas to vent out, and the gas doesn't have to be nitrogen. It can just be plain old compressed air. Oxygen is almost the same atomic mass as nitrogen, so and it's only 22%. So it's close enough to what you need. It's probably not going to be liquefied because that causes other complications. So it's just going to be gas under extremely high pressure. And one of the questions is like, well, how do you fill this thing up? Well,
Yeah,
if
do you
it's
have a compressor on board, or is it in your garage and it
that
fills
that's
it?
a good
Like, what do you do?
well, yeah, I mean that's a good. I mean, one of them is obviously if they're like scuba tanks, well, just live somewhere where there's a scuba shop, and you just go over and get that. The other thing is that if you can afford the Roadster, you can probably afford one of those air compressors to put in your garage, or Tesla's going to make one of some sort. That's my feeling is they would be able to do that.
Just a note on those kind of
Mhm.
compressors. You've mentioned scuba. This
Yep.
is a change that we've seen in scuba that is really awesome and helpful for scuba safety and breathing that air. It used to be that you go to Mexico or California or wherever you're going to scuba dive, and you don't own your own tanks. You rent them because
Hmm.
nobody wants to carry one of those on an airplane, even if it were legal. It's heavy. And so they fill up these things with, and Scott just mentioned the kind of compressors that are certified for scuba tanks. And it's not really anything special about what's going into the tank. It's about what's not going into the tank. And
Yep.
they don't want you to fire up a gas powered
Yep.
generator to
Exactly.
drive the compressor. And then
Hmm.
you get exhaust in your tank and you're dead.
Yes.
So
Exactly.
these newer plug-in electric compressors have really changed that industry, and they can be pretty fast too. But
Yep.
everything that you add like that, if you were to put it on the car, you're adding weight, are you not?
Yes, 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 you would be. And the other thing, of course, is they have all sorts of filters and stuff like that to not only keep particulates out, but they also want to keep moisture out. So in your scuba tanks, you really don't want moisture in there because then that can cause corrosion. So they try to. So there's a lot of things they try to do to make sure it's dry enough. Now I think they are probably using a normal piston stroke kind of thing. So excuse me. So in order to get the kind of pressure that you need something with a long stroke. So everyone probably has one of those electric pumps that you can use to pump up your tires in an emergency. And those things take forever. And the reason why they take forever is the piston they have in here has such a short stroke, it can barely do anything. And I found that I can actually pump up my automobile tires quicker with a bicycle pump than I can with those things, just because I have that really long stroke. You get way more compression out of
Legend.
that thing.
The
Yes.
legend of the long stroke is
Yes,
spoken.
yes,
Wow.
yes. Now, if you need to get something like 3,000 psi, that's going to be crazy nuts. I mean, how are you going to do that with some sort of onboard compressor that needs to have a really long stroke? It's going to take up a lot of space. Well, there's other ways that we're able to pressurize things. gases, and they do that all the time on the rocket engines. As a matter of fact, you even do it in ICE vehicles. Um, you've heard of a turbocharger, haven't you, Landon? Of course you have.
I've heard of a turbocharger, yes.
And a supercharger and stuff like that. Now, the difference between a supercharger and a turbocharger, you have one side which you are extracting energy from the exhaust of the car. In other words, you have a hot gas going over these turbine blades, which causes the turbine to spin. On the other side,
that's the turbocharger.
That's the turbocharger. On the other side, you have also what looks like a turbine blade, but kind of running backwards, which is your compressor. So usually what happens with the turbine blade is you're taking like a hot compressed gas and you're expanding it a little bit to extract energy from it. And on the other side, you're spinning these things to compress things down. Now, on a supercharger, you don't take it from the exhaust gas of the car, but you actually take it from the fan belt. So the energy for spinning your compressor is right there. So that means you don't need to have something that's a piston to compress air. You can have something that's spinny, which will take up less space, and also will, just by the number of RPMs that you have, be able to get very high pressure without having to have like a really long stroke. And you get a more even kind of pressurization coming out of that. So that's possible. This is SpaceX we're talking about. They make these compressors on the Raptor engine. They could probably make a smaller one as well, but it won't be a turbo one. I'm pretty sure that would then be connected to just an electric motor. So that would also be a lot smaller. You don't need to have the turbo machinery on the other side to be able to extract the energy because you're not burning anything. The turbo machinery part is only if you've got hot gases. But now we just want to compress them. And so that's one possible way. And it makes me wonder, depending on how compact those things are, whether you can distribute these smaller COPVs throughout the vehicle rather than having them central. You can have them in a couple of places, and they might just be these little spheres, because the ideal shape would be a sphere, not a cylinder. The problem with a sphere is really bad packing. When you try to fit a bunch of spheres together, you have a lot of empty space. But if you get some small areas that could fit something that, I don't know, the size of a grapefruit or softball, whatever you want, or maybe a little bit bigger, and you're able to pressurize that, depending upon how compact these turbines are, maybe you have that spread around, or you just have one central place where you just pump it up with all the pressure that you want as you need it. Because you might say, I only need a couple of seconds of this stuff, so I don't need a really big pressure vessel. But it may take a while for you to go into launch mode, that you've got to sit there and you've got to charge it up. Now, I'm not
Question
sure.
for you. On this point before you go on, do you mind? Okay.
Go ahead.
So we've got a jokester in the community that's legendary for claiming that he's going to hold an electric fan out the window of his Tesla and use the torque of that to charge his Tesla as a perpetual motion machine. So obviously that's a joke, but in reality, airplanes, right? How do they create cabin pressure at 30,000 feet? Well, they do it by letting a little bit of air into the front of the plane, right?
Yep.
And even less air out the back of the plane, and they build up the pressure. So would you be able to use that kind of method to charge the tanks, while you're driving, even if it's over a longer
you could
mileage?
Potentially do something like that. Yeah, I mean, that's also a potential thing, is that like in the front of the vehicle or something like that, you have some sort of big be like almost like the turbofans that you have, high bypass kind of thing that would be spinning around, possibly taking it in from there. Yes. Now the other thing is that I don't think you'd be doing this pressurization live. So in theory, you could have some little compressor that just creates the pressure that you need at the instant that you need it, right? And that you'd be sucking in air from somewhere. But then that means you need the batteries to run that. And the question I have is that what limits the horsepower in the Plaid? Is it the batteries, the discharge rate of the batteries, or is it the motors, or is it basically both, that they're matched?
Yeah, I'm going to pass on that.
I'm assuming they're about pass. So imagine that you say that, okay, what we're going to do is that the batteries are not only going to have to make the Plaid motors provide all the power we need to accelerate, but they're also going to have to spin up the compressor or compressors that we have around here for these thrusters at the same time. And that means suddenly the batteries are having to produce about 2,000 horsepower which may be way beyond it. So what you would rather do is store that energy like a spring a little bit earlier. And that either is that you did it at home and you pressurize these things, or you do it a few minutes before you go into your launch mode to be able to make sure that you have adequate pressurization.
I think if we were to consider a time frame of about 30 minutes, which is what the time a Model S Plaid takes to go into drag strip mode, it warms up the batteries. I don't know what else it does to really optimize. And then there's another like 10 seconds to go into the cheetah stance. And the old school car publications have really been impressed with a specific thing about Model S Plaid acceleration in how easily it is to repeat it. You know, you just go up to the line, you mash down on both pedals, and you let go of the brake. I mean, a toddler can do it, right? And so I think that if we were to introduce something to the new Roadster where you could only do it once, or you have to go to somewhere special to load up the tanks, I don't think that that's a good selling point. I think that Elon would challenge the engineers to come up with a better system. Do you think so?
Yeah, I would think so. Or the tanks have enough for you to be able to do it a couple of times. So, if you've got 10 seconds of available air supply, then you can do it 10 times. And there'll probably be other optimizations that, Tesla is so good at being able to read the traction of the vehicle. It will be able to decide, especially if the thrusters, if you're able to adjust the angle of the thrusters somehow to go from 45 degrees down to horizontal, they may be able to change that depending upon the conditions. And as you start to accelerate, you start to get the aerodynamic effects and start pushing down more, which means you don't need as much help from the thrusters anymore. The thrusters can then start to go horizontal. So they'll probably do things like that. And like you say, it's so easy that a child could do it. You just take your foot off the brake and then boom, it just goes, and it will automatically do that to get the optimum run every single time. And I think, Lincoln did bring up another good question about like the practicality of these things. And
well, my questions, were like, if you stand, sorry, let me ask
Go
a
ahead.
couple quick things I'd love you to touch on. If you stand right in front of this, you put your hand in front of it. I've done that with a pressure washer. It doesn't feel good. That's with water, of course,
right,
which is more mass. But that, and then if these are angled down in order to get that lift, then you have an issue with the gravel and rocks and crap. And I'm wondering how much of a problem that could be in danger.
Oh yeah. That's definitely going to be a problem. Is that you're going to be blowing grit and gravel all over the place. So either the thruster package, if it's very close to the ground, that would be worse. If it's up a little bit higher, it would mitigate that a little bit. But for what we're talking about, with that being at 45 degrees, that's not going to be an issue because it's blowing it straight up in the air as opposed to down. It's only if you're able to do the levitation, then you would want to do it in an area that's very clean. As far as that, because there's no combustion, I don't think there's going to be any problem. And there's a good chance the air is literally going to feel cold, because as it gets the expansion, it's going to be colder more than anything else. And I don't think this is going to be the case, but you're probably going to be more of a threat of getting frostbite from the thing than from getting burned. And yeah, you're going to feel it kind of blowing towards your face. And the biggest
That's
concern
another
is
Back to the Future reference.
Right, exactly. And it also, there's you might want to be wearing some eye protection around there, because you never know what debris could be blowing around. So yeah, people are going to have to be very cautious about how they use this and where they use it and when they use it. The other thing, as far as like the practical uses, may go beyond just being able to do the launch. Everyone's noticed that if you are able to do the thrust vectoring almost anywhere you want, it means you'll be able to steer this thing much better. So when you're doing tight corners and everything, it'll be able to do all kinds of weird things. So we know there is active air suspension control, right, to be able to sort of raise or lower wheels in different size. But just imagine if you could actually add extra pressure just on one wheel. The grip on that one wheel will be a little bit higher because you've got something that's able to thrust down. Or maybe you actually want something a little bit lighter, so you fishtail a little bit, and suddenly it raises you up off the back. And then you could also have side vectors. Yes.
So you could have active, like it could tell if it's starting to slip and then turn that one thruster on or something.
That's why I'm imagining if they have a pod. So just imagine you have a pod in which you may have it's kind of like these built-in thrusters are already there that's somehow flush to the surface in a way. And you've got one that's pointing straight down. And you may have two others that are pointing like at 45 degrees, maybe even horizontal. And that way you could use it also potentially for braking, not just accelerating, but also potentially for braking if necessary. And then maybe one normal to the surface. So if you have 10 of these, which means 5 on the side that are like normal to the surface, that means they can push the car back and forth, not just up and down, but potentially back and forth. So if your wheels are slipping. And then for the braking, I mean, the question is going to be, what's the most effective way to use this for braking, to actually have the thrusters try to slow you down? Because a lot of times the problem with braking is that you lose grip on your surface, right? It comes down to that coefficient of friction. And if you're able to have the thruster push your wheels down the ground, then the braking will work better. But then it's a question of if your brake pads are out and your battery is topped off, you can't use the regen. So then you might want to have that thing actually pointed in the opposite direction of motion to try to slow you down. So it could make grip and handling just something else. So again, this is
a couple of things for this. Yeah.
Yeah,
so
just think the Nürburgring, that's going to be crazy. I mean, the corners won't affect it at all. It's going to be like it's driving straight.
So, the Tesla community is familiar with unplugged performance. It's like @UP is their X handle. And they do all sorts of kind of high performance parts and serious professional hardcore racing of the Model S Plaid and Model 3 Performance's other cars. And one of their drivers is Craig Coker, Coker. And I think his X handle is something like "from where I charge" or something like that, but you can find him pretty easily. And he's all over this. He's this unplugged racing driver, and he is just taken delivery of his Cybertruck that is the Cyber Beast. And he's already raced it around a track. Highest tension mode, so it looks really interesting. But I think I'd like to suggest him as a follow for this because he's so excited about this gas thruster idea, and he's a professional race car driver. So everything you're saying, he's echoing and really excited about. And then the last thing I would add is that when I'm in this doing the launches in this Plaid, there's not been one time that I've been fearful during the launch. The time that you start to recalculate is when you're ready to slow down, and all of a sudden you don't have quite as much room as you think. I think it would just be amazing to have some thrusters in the front end pointing backwards to see how quickly you can stop that thing.
Yeah, I agree. Is that, right now you can only get like about 1G deceleration, right? Because of your coefficient of friction. Just imagine if you can start getting 2 or 2.5.
Which is really close to what, what the Plaid pulls. And I wanted to throw this number at you. I was reading that people are saying that the Model S Plaid at 1.990 to 60 is pulling 1.15 Gs.
Yeah.
And you can certainly take whatever time you need. But does that sound about right to you?
Yeah, I've heard that it's definitely over 1G, and everyone was wondering how it's doing it. And I'm thinking, well, it's not getting that off the line unless it's got some special tires that are really sticky. So my assumption is it's probably 1G off the line, and then probably higher. So if that's the average G rate, or is that the maximum G rate? So so let's think about it. So it's doing it. It's doing it in 2 seconds as opposed to 1 second, which means it's doing it at about 13. Yeah, it's about 1.3 would be the average. So it might max out at that. And it could just be that you start to get some aerodynamic effects that helps push it down, that allows you to get a little bit more. Now, I want to put this in perspective for a second. Let's do a very simple mathing here. A lot of you might remember from basic physics, if you took physics 101, this thing called the kinematic equation or the ballistic equation, to be able to calculate displacement as a function of velocity and acceleration. And I'm not going to go into that too much because it's going to sound too nerdy, so you can imagine what's going on. The question you want to answer is that how much distance do I cover when I'm going from 0 to 60 miles per hour while I'm accelerating? So that's basically what they call your velocity ramp up is creating what is a triangular profile. And if you remember from calculus, you just have to calculate the area underneath that triangle. But let's not go into that. Let's get the thought experiment here. So 60 miles per hour is about 27 meters per second. Okay, I start at 0 and I end up at 60, which means my average speed, assuming constant acceleration the whole way through there, is 30 miles per hour. It's half that. That means it's something like, half of 27, it's like 13 and a half meters per second. Meters per second is my speed. That's my average speed over 1 second. Okay, so that means in 1 second I've got up to that speed. My average speed is 30. That means I've covered a distance of 13 and a half meters. Think about this for a second. A football field. We all know what the line markings are on the football field, where the hash marks are. And the big lines there are 10 meters, right? That's a first down. And add another 3 meters, which is what the average gain for a running back, right? 13 meters. Your car is going from 0 to 60 miles per hour in that distance. That's what the Roadster is going to do. Right now, it's 2 seconds.
We had a little glitch there in the coverage. I was told that the room reset. Was everybody back?
What was the distance, Scott? I didn't hear that.
Okay, so when you calculate the distance, so once again, if you're going from 0 to 60 miles per hour in 1 second, that means over that 1 second, your average speed is 60 plus 0 divided by 2, because you get the two ends of it. Your average speed is 30 miles per hour. So if your average speed is 30 miles per hour, how much distance do you cover in 1 second at 30 miles per hour? Well, 30 miles per hour in meters per second turns out to be about 13 and a half meters per second. So it's a little bit more than a first down in football. So that's what the Roadster is going to do. It's going to go from 0 to 60 in that short of a distance. It's mind-boggling when you think about it. So right now, the Plaid is probably doing it. It's taking 26 meters to do that, because it's doing it in 2 seconds, right? So, it's just crazy that you could accelerate in such a short distance. And at that point, it's almost like nothing else is too short a distance for anything to happen. It's almost too short of a distance for aerodynamic effects to even start taking over. So that means you have to do all these things to be able to get the grip and the traction you need to be able to continue forward. And slowing down is going to be something else, because I think very few people have ever experienced decelerating at greater than 1G. And the only time you decelerate at greater than 1G is when you crash into something. But as far as your brakes, they're probably, they're slipping on the road and everything else, and your coefficient of friction is probably not more than 1 at that point. And you already know what that feels like. Just imagine what it's going to feel like to have about 3 Gs of deceleration. You are going to definitely have to have 5-point harnesses. There's no doubt about it. Your standard seatbelt is not going to be enough, and a lot of these other precautions to be able to make sure that if you need to brake that hard, you will be able to. And I see Jordan is here. Jordan,
how are you?
I've got a great question for you. We were talking.
Yeah, go for it.
We're talking about the battery. So imagine the situation that I'm able to compress the air on demand that I need from my cold gas thrusters. In other words, I don't have a tank. I've got some sort of compressor that spins up really fast, that's actuated by electric motors. And I need to get the thrust equivalent in horsepower, which is going to be about the same as the horsepower that I'm getting from the Plaid to go forward. So basically, each of them is taking about half of the acceleration, because there's no way we can do it any other way. So if I'm creating about 1,000 horsepower of traction from the electric motors, and I'm going to have to also be spinning up my compressors to be producing air at close to also 1,000 horsepower, can the batteries discharge that much, or are the Plaid batteries pretty much balanced that they can only produce about 1,000 horsepower of discharge to match the 1,000 horsepower that the motors are putting out?
That's exactly why I jumped in. I was listening anonymously before. I was like, ooh, this is, there's 2 ways to look at that. First is like the Plaid Model S is able to supply plenty of battery power for, what is it, 1,100 horsepower that has?
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah.
Okay. Now, if you remember, and this is one thing I was thinking at the launch of the Roadster when they said it was going to have a 200 kilowatt hour battery pack. I'm like, okay, is that actually for range, or is that so it can, you can put that on the track all day and it's going to have um, plenty of power to deliver whatever it needs.
Mm-hmm.
That's my thinking as to why it had such a large battery pack.
Sure.
But even if they don't put a 200 kilowatt hour battery pack in that thing, I think it's still kind of overkill. Have you seen the McMurtry Sperling?
No.
Okay, that's a car that it came out last year. Sweet car, but what it does is I think it puts out about 1,000 horsepower to the wheels, but it also has a giant suction fan at the bottom of the vehicle that's constantly running to give it really good traction. So it can go 0 to 60 in 1.4 seconds. Now that thing only has a 60 kilowatt hour battery pack. It probably has specialty battery cells that are designed for power, whereas I'm guessing the Roadster will use battery cells that are more balanced for power and energy. But the point is, looking at it from those two different angles, I don't think power is going to be any limiting factor on it from the battery pack, at least.
Oh, okay. So if they needed what would be equivalent of 2,000 horsepower for the batteries, they could get it, even if the motors are limited.
Yeah, I don't think the battery pack is going to be the limiting factor on power. Yeah.
Okay.
Just looking at those two analogies.
Huh. Interesting. So it's possible they could kind of compress as needed, but it's just a question of whether you could come up with a compressor that could produce the amount of airflow that you need that quickly. And you also do need the intake and everything else. That's another set of calculations.
Yeah, and I guess my way of looking at it is, we really need to know what. If we knew how big the battery pack is, it might give us some insights, but we don't know that yet. They suggested it's 200 kilowatt hours. If it's that big, then you wouldn't need any sort of extra reserve in terms of compressed air. But yeah, I would like to see a compressed air reserve regardless, just in case.
Right. And what kind of compressor do you think they would use? I was speculating on whether it would be like a piston compressor or whether it would be kind of your classic turbine sort of compressor.
It's not something I know a lot about. I like your idea with the turbines because I use a specialty pump to pump up my air rifle. That's a pain in the butt. So
yeah, exactly. So there's a lot of strokes that go on there, and there's a lot of times when you're doing that stroke that you're not actually a lot of energy is going in the return stroke. You get nothing out of that, right? It's only when you push down and you get uneven pressure coming through there, whereas if you have something spinning, you're constantly charging it. And I think you can do it probably way more efficiently.
Yeah, that was one of my biggest concerns with the SpaceX package. It's like, where are they going to... SpaceX has big balls, but where are they going to put that compressed air, and where are they going to put the turbines? So if they do use some sort of compressed air with some sort of reservoir, I would think they need to make it as compact as possible, and a turbine makes sense.
Right. And I would think that you could either have a big reservoir that allows you to do 10 launches or something like that, or you have one that's just sized enough for what you kind of need, and then you load it up a little bit ahead of time. And obviously it'll probably take longer to load it up than it will to discharge, but that's okay. And then you make sure you have enough reserve for like maneuvering. Now it may be very different that if you need to levitate, or if you really need to do your rapid acceleration, that's when you need the maximum amount, and you will discharge probably within a second. But if you're using it just when you're driving around, just to be able to help the traction that you have, or do a little bit of braking, or a little bit of side thrusting here and there, I don't think you'd be using all 10 of them at max at that point, but just whatever is needed. And so you may be able to get more performance out of it. And I'm sure they're going to optimize it. They're looking at all the use cases and trying to figure out.
Question for you on that. Once we're talking about pressure, anytime we talk about pressure, I think about safety. Do either of you want to go into what you think your biggest safety concerns would be with this type of system? And then just as a little thought starter there, the Toyota Mirai is a hydrogen car. And when you look at the construction of that thing, it's got about 3 different big tanks in there to hold hydrogen. So even if we eliminate the hydrogen factor and we're just talking about air or nitrogen, I think the idea of having all of these different pressurized tanks in the car is a minor concern. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it is. First of all, it's not combustible. I don't think it's going to be anywhere near the kind of pressures that you have for hydrogen, because hydrogen, I think they're liquefying it probably, and then it's very cold. They're trying to make it a cryogenic. That could be a problem, or maybe it's just under extreme pressure. Um, so scuba tanks are very safe to bring around. I've never worried about having them in the back of the car full or anything like that, in the boat and clanging around. There is a little bit of a danger if you knock the nozzle off at the end, or the valve, if that breaks off. But usually these things can be designed that it won't be a problem, and it'll just be a rapid discharge of air, and that's it. The only other things is the pressure lines you have go on there. Maybe they have a leak or something like that. But like I say, those will be at low pressure compared to the tanks themselves. They'll probably only be around 100 psi versus 3,000. And then if they're carbon overwrapped, then that gives you an extra level of kind of security and concern. And the fact that it's probably going to be like under the penthouse, or wherever is going to be somewhere else, because they're going to make sure it's not exposed directly to the ground where something could penetrate it. So you're going to want to make sure will avoid that. But it's going to be very different than having like a methane tank or propane tanks, which I've seen other vehicles have, where you're kind of concerned, yeah, what happens if that thing ruptures and there's a spark? Yeah, you're going to get an explosion. So I don't think it would have quite the concerns. And the thing is they'll probably, I don't think the tanks have to be as big. So even if it does pop, it's not going to be as bad as if it's like a really big tank, because you're just using it for very small amounts of time. And it's not like, oh, I need a tank that has enough pressure to be able to run this thing for an hour. So I don't see a problem with that at all.
Makes sense.
So it's
the other news that we've had recently about compressed air in a Tesla vehicle that doesn't relate to the gas thrusters and also does not relate to tire pressure is the scuba mode on the battery pack of the new Cybertruck. If we've got our battery expert on stage, Jordan, would you like to speak about that scuba function in the Cybertruck?
Oh, in terms of protecting the battery pack?
Yeah, I think it's what they call the Wade function.
I believe it's a system that overpressurizes the battery pack to where air or water cannot get in by adding a little air pressure inside the pack. Do I have that right?
Correct. Yeah, that is my understanding, and my understanding is the reason why you need that is because to a certain extent, battery packs breathe. At least this is the way it's been explained to me. And that's one of the reasons why it's so difficult to make a battery pack and to design a battery pack, because you have to allow it to breathe without getting contaminants and water vapor and things like that into the battery pack, which would cause corrosion. So my understanding is with this pressurized scuba tank, it creates positive pressure within that pack so you don't get any ingress of water or water vapor. And I do have a comment on the safety of the Roadster as well. I didn't have any concerns about safety, but what I was thinking is, with this SpaceX package, is there even going to be a back seat? Or is there going to be some sort of firewall? Or is the entire back end of the vehicle going to be taken up by compressors and things like that? If they can maintain like the passenger space in the cabin and have the space and SpaceX package back there as well, I'll be impressed.
Yes, exactly. So that's going to be taking up a certain amount of room for sure. And there's so many other possibilities that I was wondering if you have these sort of integrated into the body a little bit, potentially you could use the thrusting of this gas at a very low level to reduce the drag of the vehicle. And this is something that they've looked at on trying to improve the performance of aircraft wings by actually having this air kind of bleeding in on the surface to maintain what they call the laminar flow. So you don't get the separation that goes into the turbulence that causes high drag. So it's a possibility that...
Hold the phone. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're not listening to this, let's give this the fanfare needed. Scott, this is an amazing idea, and I've not heard this from anybody else. So this is what you're saying, is that this is not just a feature for the ultra rich in the Roadster to go less than a second to 60, that this could potentially see applications in future Teslas
Maybe.
to eliminate or reduce the resistance.
That's possible. And this is something that aircraft designers are looking back in I think in the 40s and 50s. I'm trying to remember who it was. But it inspired part of the Lucid designs. If you've ever looked at the Lucid, the front end of the Lucid, it has this way where it sort of takes the air and ducts the air through it, and it comes out on the top of the hood. So it's coming from underneath the bumper and going on up there. And the idea is it puts more energy back into the laminar flow. So what ends up happening is that the air is flowing over a surface, and it's creating what's called a laminar boundary layer. But that laminar boundary layer is getting a lot of resistance as it's going along, a lot of friction. And at some point, it slows down and you get what they call separation. It kind of just pulls right off of that, and then you start getting turbulence behind it. And this is what just makes your drag profiles go up. There's a reason why golf balls are dimpled, because the dimpling actually has this weird effect of allowing the laminar flow to stay stuck to the golf ball, even though it sounds counterintuitive. If you had a super smooth golf ball, you would not be able to hit it as far. It would fall out of the sky a lot quicker, because at certain speeds, which is typically the speeds that golf balls go through, this particular profile causes a separation to happen much further behind the golf ball as it's flowing through the air, which reduces the amount of drag you're getting from behind. And so Lucid has already thought of doing that just by kind of ducting the airflow that's coming on through. But what was proposed in some aircraft is that they literally put holes in the wing and vent air through that at a certain rate to try to give a little bit more energy to, or actually, I think they were using suction. They may have been doing it the other way around to try to hold it in place. But this could be another way of sort of intentionally adding a little bit of energy that may reduce the flow as necessary in a few areas, or to improve the laminar flow that would reduce the drag. So I would not be surprised if they would see another application like that.
Well, I wonder if it could increase the top speed, because don't you get a bit of suction on the back end? And even if you can create a little bit of air coming out the back end at top speed for short periods of time, you might be able to increase the top speed, not necessarily from thrust, but just by improving the airflow.
Right. So that would be that, a little bit of thrust and a little bit of airflow. So the top speed is pretty much limited when the output that the motors can do is equal to the drag.
So can we run with that a little bit?
Yes.
I'm interested in how would that relate to not just top.
Okay, so for top speed,
Model 3 wheel drive.
Yeah, so everyone knows what the coefficient of drag is. And you may not be aware that the coefficient of drag is just one of those factors you use in the drag equation to calculate how much drag of a certain vehicle is going to have on it. And the amount of drag uses a term called the dynamic pressure. And that term is written out 1, and then this Greek letter rho, which is like the Greek version of R, 1/2 rho v squared, which is velocity, okay? And then it's times the effective surface area that you have, which is basically the cross-sectional surface area, times the coefficient of drag. If you can make the coefficient of drag 0, that's absolutely great. Then it doesn't matter how fast you're going, the drag goes to 0. But you can't have a coefficient of drag 0. You can just get it down as small as possible.
Scott, are you speaking? I've lost you.
Yes, I should be, and I think did I rug?
He is speaking.
Yep, I just rugged.
No, I hear you, Scott.
I can hear you.
Landon's not hearing you, so Landon should probably drop.
It looks like they both dropped. They're probably going to come back in a second.
Yeah,
Jordan, quick question while they're coming back. So for the Roadster, do you anticipate Cybercell or something more with higher density?
Well, the Cybercell, at least based on what they've told us from the earnings call, is pretty similar to the Panasonic 2170. So I think it has enough energy density. It sounds like it's only maybe a few % off, but they may be able to increase the packing density due to the way that the 4680 is designed. So I don't think it really matters whether they use the 2170 or the 4680.
Right.
And that's much the same way that everybody expected that the the Plaid Model S would use the 4680 because they didn't think the 18650 had enough oomph or something to that effect. But of course, the Plaid Model S used the 18650. So they could even use the 18650. In fact, that actually might make sense if because I don't think they're using all the cells that they could potentially get from Panasonic Japan of those 18650s.
And it'll obviously be lithium, right?
What's that? Sorry?
It'll be lithium.
Oh yeah, lithium nickel, nickel-based lithium-ion battery. Yeah, for sure.
Right. Yeah. Thanks, Scott. I think you rugged there.
Yeah, either I rugged or Landon tricked me into thinking I rugged, and I rugged myself. So, yeah, so I'll just kind of explain how drag works again. Well, pretty much what the car has to do is it has to overcome friction. And there's two forms of friction that the car has. One is rolling friction, and the other is drag. And then there'll also be like your classic static friction. In other words, that's just the friction that has nothing to do as a function of velocity. But a lot of your road friction is, it will like sort of, it's a function of velocity. So if you double your speed, the amount of rolling resistance you have doubles. And usually rolling friction is very, it dominates at low speeds. And your drag friction doesn't. But as you start going faster and faster, now drag suddenly becomes more important to the point that it almost dominates the whole thing, and the rolling friction's almost like it's not there because the drag goes as a square of velocity. And so what that means is if you double your velocity, the drag force you're going to feel is going to be 4 times the amount. Now, have you ever wondered why there's category 1, 2, 3, and 4 hurricanes? And you'll notice that the Hurricane 1, a Cat 1 hurricane, is about 75 miles per hour, and a Cat 4 is 150. It's only twice the airspeed, right? From 75 to 150. You know, why is it a category 4? Well, that's because it can do 4 times the damage. And the reason why it can do 4 times the damage is you literally are feeling 4 times the force. So I like to say that a category 1 hurricane is like a giant leaning up against your house. A category 4 hurricane is 4 of those giants leaning up against your house. And that's just from doubling the wind speed. So that means it requires a lot more energy and a lot more power to overcome that. So it's fairly easy for the Roadster to go 60 miles per hour. But if it's going 120 miles per hour, suddenly it has to output 4 times the amount of energy or power to be able to overcome that drag force. And that's why as you get faster and faster, it's harder and harder to get those incremental changes, you know, to get that extra 5 or 10 miles per hour. And you could only do that, you know, you double the horsepower, you can't double the speed. You get what is it going to be, like the square root of 2 of the speed or something like that improvement? So you only get about 41% improvement of speed, even though you double the horsepower. So that's one of the things that kind of limits how fast you're going to go. So if there's anything you do to reduce drag, like your drag coefficient, so if you had some active way to be able to say, oh, just get that drag coefficient, which normally is like 0.3 or something like that, or 0.39, what they have, and if we can get it down to 0.3 or 0.29, anyway like that, that is going to help you get those extra top end miles per hour. And normally the drag gets even worse as you go to high speeds because you get more turbulence. You get what they call the separation of the boundary layer a lot quicker. So you go from what they call the laminar regime to the turbulent pretty quickly. So when you start getting over 100 miles per hour, then I think things get pretty turbulent and are pretty rough on the vehicle. And guess what? I think I see Tesla Fix. Jan is in the audience.
Yes, not in the audience, even here. Yeah.
How you doing? So are we ever going to get that Model 3 refresh review out?
Oh Jesus! Please don't say anything about it. Yeah, yeah. I'm still on it. It's so difficult to edit it, but that's unrelated to this topic, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, well, it's partly related because it was thanks to you that I came up with this idea of the latte ledge. Even though I didn't come up with a name, I knew we had to come up with a name for it. It's the first time I saw it was looking at your Model 3.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. You guys gonna see it soon, I hope. Whenever I gotta finish it. Yeah, I'm super busy right now. That's why I couldn't make it.
Yeah. Do you have a question?
Yeah, overall, just because I jumped in, I wanted to ask if you, when your estimate when the Roadster will finally hit. I mean, Elon already hinted a little bit that they are at it, and they kind of gave a loose estimate. But what's your guess? Are we on time or not? What do you think?
Well, I don't think we're on time because it was supposed to be released a lot sooner than it is now. But of course, based on the latest estimates, we're maybe ahead of schedule because no one is expecting it for a couple more years. So that was definitely big news that they've seems like they've at least finalized the design and what they want to do. And they said at the end of the year will be the reveal, and it will be like the production version. So that's kind of a good sign as opposed to yet a prototype. They're talking about something that'll probably be almost production ready at that point. And maybe it's like production candidate, but not quite the production version, but means they're very close. I'm a bit more bullish on them being able to then produce it because it's not like they're trying to ramp this thing up to very high speeds. It's going to be more hand built than anything else. So they won't have to be putting that much automation in at first. Because what do you think they're going to be doing? Maybe 10,000 a year or something like that.
That I was thinking.
Yeah, he said delivery 2025.
Yeah.
Hopefully, he said.
Yeah.
He tweeted that.
Yeah. So it's not like we how many back orders we have with the Cybertruck now? Like 2 million. How many back orders are there for the Roadster? I think it's a much smaller number. Maybe, and I'm not even sure if it's hundreds of thousands. I think is Tesla Scope out there? Maybe he knows. He sounds like one of those people that pulse on the beat of having an idea of how many pre-orders are there for the Roadster.
Well, it's a $50,000 down payment or in a reservation fee, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not that many.
I thought it was higher than that now. Isn't it like a quarter? It used to be 50. I think it's now 250,000, isn't it?
I don't know. I thought it was 50 to reserve, and then I don't know.
Yeah, it's a lot. So it's not going to be a whole lot exactly.
I think it's around the 250,000 mark.
Yeah, I think they upped it.
I'm not one of them, Scott. That's all I know.
Yeah, I'm not one of them either. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things you would have to be uber wealthy to do it because you want to hold that reservation. Otherwise, I could put that 250 to really good use. And I was just thinking, like, obviously just buying Tesla shares with it would be a lot smarter than, letting it kind of sit there, not doing anything for 5 years. And don't worry, you have not rugged. We are just being very quiet here, very pensive, trying to figure out what's the next topic. Any other kind of Roadster questions or things about SpaceX maybe and the SpaceX package that I can either just kind of BS my way through or to convince everyone?
Yeah. What are you thinking in terms of production rates? You said I was thinking a maximum production rate of about 10,000. That seems to be a cutoff.
Yeah.
But something more likely 2,000 to 5,000, because we have to take into account there's going to be like the regular version, and then there's going to be the SpaceX version. So I'm thinking maybe like a few hundred a year in terms of the SpaceX package, because those are all going to be hand built, whereas the regular one is going to be more mass produced.
Right. Yeah, I think so. And it's probably not going to be, the volumes will be less than the S and X, I would think. And I assume it's going to be produced in Fremont as well. And yeah, so being able to, if we look at like a rate of 10,000 a year, that's like 40 a day for a 5-day work week. And so that should be very doable.
I forget what the base price is. I think it was like, what, 150,000, something like that. So I think a maximum of like 10,000, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so the base price is 150,000, that's all? Yeah. So it's not going to be $1 million vehicle. But I imagine the SpaceX package would probably be closer to $250,000, the whole thing together, not as on top of.
So it is 50,000 to reserve right now. You put 5,000 down. Within 10 days, you need to wire 45,000. So that's a lot of money still.
Yeah, and the good question is going to be, is like, okay, what kind of SpaceX tech is going to go in there, and how much of that is like ITAR restricted? So obviously, I think cold gas thrusters, there's probably no ITAR issues or anything like that. It's really fairly simple. And again, it's like there's no real fancy equipment that's needed to be able to do that. You just need to have compressed air and some valves that you can open and close. The main thing is figuring out how to probably integrate it into the aesthetics of the car. And how much of that is that, in some of these cases, does that technology then belong to Tesla, or does that technology belong to SpaceX? Is that something you think they license from them, or does that now become part of the Tesla IP?
I just assume it's just a more or less like a branding thing that they kind of say it's SpaceX, the SpaceX package, due to, I don't know, having thrusters, but I assume that, yeah, it's inside of Tesla developed or something like this. That's what I
figured.
assumed.
Yeah, my assumption is that Tesla is going to be manufacturing everything, and SpaceX is there for solving technical challenges. So my guess is it's going to be basically owned by Tesla, but a little bit of SpaceX know-how and engineering to get them there. If you're going to be designing a car that flies, you need a little bit of extra insight from a typical car.
Right, but I wonder if there's any licensing. So when SpaceX developed the alloy that's going into the castings, is that something they just did, you think, on contract with SpaceX, and now that belongs to Tesla as part of their IP? Or is that like some special IP that belongs to SpaceX that they potentially could sell?
Well, Tesla has their own Cybertruck alloy. I don't know if SpaceX has a slightly different formulation for their rocket. We do know that their original, for the Cybertruck, it was supposed to be 3 millimeters thick, and they were going to use the same stainless steel that they use on the rockets. But then there was a patent that came out, and Tesla steel is 1.4 millimeters thick, or 1.8, instead of 3. So I think they created another formulation for that. But the guy who does those formulations, he holds the same role at Tesla and SpaceX. So it's the same person who's designing them. But I think it's just maybe the IP for the metal that goes into the rocket is at SpaceX, and the one for the Cybertruck is at Tesla. But I've never looked into the SpaceX patents, so I couldn't be certain.
Yeah, so that's a good question on all these technology cooperations and how they work between the different groups, and who
so
owns
would they
what.
would they even need the license? Because what's the point of licensing? Isn't it to earn revenue, or is there another reason for it?
Well, I think, it would be that. So if you've got some sort of technology that's developed, and a lot of times when you're developing something on a contract with someone else, in the contract, it comes down to who owns the underlying technology. Do they both own them, a little bit, or does it belong to one side or the other? Do you just have the right to continue to use the IP, but you can't sell it to anyone else? There's usually those kinds of questions. That is something that's right in the contract.
Well, if Tesla's patents are open sourced, then I imagine it will be even more friendly between SpaceX and Tesla. But they wouldn't even. So they wouldn't just be sharing the patent. They wouldn't need to license those. But beyond that, I think they're probably also sharing trade secrets between each other.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
It's also the brand. If it says, on this future Roadster rocket supplied by SpaceX, right?
Who do I hear? That's a familiar voice.
Yeah, what's going on? You guys were talking about traction control and talking about new vehicles. I was like, my ears started burning.
Well, but we weren't talking about the Apple Vision Pro, so I was surprised you showed up.
Traction control.
Yeah, I know, but
if you say traction control 3 times, a wild Scoble appears.
How do you exceed traction control? You put some rockets on your car, and then you can go even faster than the traction of the rubber on the road will let you go. Yeah.
So I didn't know Scoble was now Beetlejuice. Mentioned his name 3 times. How you doing, Robert? We got cut off the other night.
Yeah.
I think Adrian had enough. You and I were just sitting there as part of the cult going on, talking about the AVP, and then suddenly the whole spaces just drops. And I figured, oh, that was Adrian's way of saying enough of you two.
How many little rockets on the back of this Roadster are there going to be?
Okay. You haven't been listening. So,
I haven't. I just came.
Okay. So I had some speculation, of course. If this is going to work, it's not going to be so much that you use the rockets to thrust it forward. You use the rockets to push it down on the ground to increase the traction. But you do it at a 45-degree angle, because what that then does is you get the 45 degree of the angle for the pushing it forward and 45 degrees of it going down. And by doing that, for every 100 pounds of thrust you produce, you can actually get 141 pounds of forward thrust, because you're increasing the traction with the ground. And that's just assuming a coefficient of friction of 1. You know, if it's higher or lower, obviously that's a little bit different. But if that's
like
about
a wing on a Formula One car, it's pressing the tire down.
Yes, except the wing, it works when it's at 0 velocity. Whereas, like the Formula One car, you got to get moving.
Stop.
Oh, you're going to get, you're absolutely going to beat them at the start. I mean, forget about the 1-foot rollout or whatever that nonsense is. No, it's going to be like from a dead start that you should be able to do that. And now, I assume that, well, to pull this trick off, you would have to have it on at least all 4 corners, because you want to be pushing down evenly on all 4 tires. And then I noticed that, I think from like a couple of interviews that Elon did and some others, he says there's going to be 10 evenly spaced around the vehicle. And the question is, like, where are they going to put them around the vehicle? Are they going to be gimbaled so they can point in different directions? How much thrust is this going to have to produce?
How much noise is this frickin' thing going to make, man?
Oh, well, that'll make all the
Ferrari sitting next to you.
Just think about it. That'll make all the ICE vehicle owners happy again. You know, Stellantis won't have to have that fake noise and stuff like that anymore, and the faked exhaust, because now the Teslas they're not only they're noisy, but they actually produce exhaust.
So you're gonna get in front of a big truck with a diesel stack, cold rolling. You're gonna
cold rolling. There you go.
Light up 10 motors. Go.
And well, the other thing is this thing is going to produce close to 3 Gs of acceleration in order to be able to go from 0 to 60 in 1 second. And the other thing, I don't know if you thought of, do you know how much distance you cover when you go from 0 to 60 in 1 second?
A lot, quickly.
No, a little. The faster you accelerate it, the less distance you cover. So you're going to be hitting 60 miles per hour in 13 meters.
Whoa.
Think about it, a little bit more than a first down.
Whoa, that's going to be more impressive than getting shot off of an aircraft carrier.
Yeah, that's just absolutely crazy. It's absolutely insane. Now, if you have the thrusters kind of sprinkled around the vehicle like that,
you're definitely going to need a doctor's. You're going to need a doctor's permission to drive this thing, I think.
Yeah. Oh, hey, there's another voice I hear. It's John. All right, John's in the house.
Hey, Scott. I actually joined because I was going to call you on X to tell you that Elon Musk just replied to a post that you're tagged in. So you're
getting
famous.
Closer. He replied, but not to me directly. Okay. However, Elon did reply to you last night.
You're tagged in the thing.
You got a reply yesterday.
I didn't even discover it.
Oh, no, I just got, you were too busy. But John, basically to answer your question, people wanted to know, you know, how much that acceleration is. And basically it's enough to peel your foreskin back. That's what it is. So
yes. Thank you.
This is an Adrian space. We have to get graphic every now and then. Yeah. So
I did not think you were going to say that one publicly.
You were not going to say it publicly? Okay. Well.
I mean,
that's the second time.
Jesus Christ. How did you figure that one out?
What?
Lots of measurements, data.
Yeah.
You got to figure out what the friction coefficient is.
I said peel back, not remove. Okay. There's a big difference. You will still remain uncircumcised. Don't worry.
So 10 little motors pushing down on the car, pushing the car forward.
Yeah. Now, in theory, when I ran through the calculations, if I did them right, in order for you to get the number of Gs, the thrust that you'll be able to produce is going to have to be about 20% more than the weight of the vehicle. So that means if these thrusters are pointed down, you will be able to levitate. And I should say more than levitate, actually can move up. So assuming that you can angle these things. So they must have some really interesting tricks up their sleeve. I don't know how they're going to be able to direct the direction of these things, where they're just going to be fixed and you have an array of them kind of fixed in different directions that you just decide to open or close. So maybe you have like 10 arrays around there, or is it really just 10 of thrusters that are in a fixed position depending on what they want to do. But if you can do it, I mean, potentially you could use it to make the car levitate for a short period of time, to give it extreme thrust on it for acceleration, to also help in braking if you can turn it in the other direction, and also in turning, because now you can have potentially sideways thrust as well if the thrusters can point that way, if you can point it in any way, if you can do some sort of gimbling or something like that.
Or
so it opens up all kinds of possibilities.
Doors that redirects the jet into.
Yeah, exactly. You could have vanes in there or something like that. So you might have one and it just redirects it. Yeah, which they're already doing with the vents inside of the Tesla anyways, right? They're already doing something like that too. Oh, they get a couple of ways of directing it. Oh, you know how, I hadn't thought of that. They could do it with entrainment, because that's how the vents work in the Tesla. You basically just have two streams of air.
Yeah, it's so cool.
And just controlling that. I hadn't thought of that. I mean, maybe that's a weird possibility. Maybe they are injecting into one, and then you get to kind of move it around just by how much is coming out in one direction or not. Yeah, they're gonna do something neat.
Or have like a backward facing jet, but then have a door that leads upward.
Yeah. So you could have a valve
or a tunnel that goes sideways, right? So
well, you may not even need to do that. What you would do is you could have something that's spinning around in there. So the feed pipe that's coming in basically has a valve that moves around. So just think about like the way the faucet works in your sink, how you're able to get hot and cold air, hot and cold water.
Yeah.
You move that thing around and it just allows whichever one that you want in, and you would just be using that to direct it to whichever nozzle is sort of available there at that point. But I don't think they're going to be growing like mushrooms on the sides, because that would be hideous. These things sticking out, they would be a danger, and they will just kill the drag, or create so much drag.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't want to have something like that. Yeah, people are removing their mirrors, and now suddenly you're sticking those things on.
I think having a series of doors that would open and redirect it, or a damper that would redirect it to different tunnels might make sense, right?
Yeah.
You don't want these to be showing up on the outside of the car. You want them to be hidden in the body.
Nicely hidden, exactly. Yeah. And again, because they're cold gas, there won't be any fire coming out. Actually, it's going to be cool when it comes out after it expands. The only danger is it might entrain some particulates, dust and other stuff like that. But being cold gas, you don't have to worry about it ruining the paint job. So your paint will be fine. So it might get scratched if there's something on there.
So it probably can only be used as short bursts.
Yes. So a burst of probably up to about a second to be able to do this acceleration of 0 to 60. No, not much more than that. I'm assuming like a central reservoir of the gas that's at a much higher.
Have you ever shot a rocket off that uses water? You pump the water up really high, and then you release it and it shoots up in the air.
Yep.
Something like that, right?
Yep.
Which is probably less than a second.
Yeah. And I'm thinking that something
thrust happening in the first half a second, right?
Yeah. Something about the size and volume and pressure of a scuba tank. Could potentially be even higher. But
can we? I think we should put in a request that they actually do water jets, because that has more mass and it'll come out, and it'll also get super wet.
But then you'd have to fill it up every time you shoot it off, right?
I know.
Air has the ability, you can repump as you're driving along, it can refill the air canister, right?
That's assuming we can refill it.
Even when you do,
I'm sure you're going to have a compressor that runs as you drive, right? So it refill after a mile.
Compressors are heavy though. That's the problem.
Scott and I were talking about that this morning. We're not convinced, because it could be that you could just have, like, SpaceX could provide you a really high power compressor that you keep in your garage or something like that, and you charge it up and you have to come back home. So, because it just depends on how big this compressor needs to be, because if you've ever tried to fill up a tire that's only like 40 PSI with one of those tiny mini stroke compressors, it takes for bloody ever. So you're going to need a pretty hefty
I
compressor.
fill up my tires the manual way with a bicycle pump. Come on.
Me too.
With a bicycle pump. Yeah, well,
yes,
I do too.
I do too. Because those little compressors are too small. Yeah, exactly. You need the long stroke. But I'm thinking that they will use a turbine kind of compressor. Yeah. But so you'll have a high pressure system and you'll have like a medium pressure system which feeds the nozzles, because the nozzles do not need to have 3,000 psi going through them. The 100 psi will be fine.
I was just gonna say you could get a lot of pressure real quick with 1,000 horsepower, and the battery pack could easily feed 1,000 horsepower compressor on top of 1,000 horsepower to move the car around.
We're assuming this thing has 3 electric motors on it.
Yeah, and maybe a fourth one for the compressor.
Well, keep in mind, three has. If you're just driving down the freeway at 80 miles an hour, there's a lot of power that's not being used. So it could use some of that power to compress air for a tank.
And there's the other possibility is that maybe you then have a scoop, which is going to start scooping some of that air in also and putting it to use.
Oh, and I pasted in that McMurtry Sperling that goes 0 to 60 in 1.4 seconds and uses fans to create that suction and downforce. So you can get an idea of what the Roadster can do. And it's from that guy, Car Wow, who did the great reviews of the Cybertruck, or did one of the good reviews of the Cybertruck. You can see his reaction to that McMurtry Sperling, and then imagine with the Roadster, you're going almost twice as fast.
Formula One, are they going to start sponsoring a Formula One team? Do R&D for this kind of projects in the future?
I can't imagine that would be legal, but it's a fun thought.
What kind of tires do you need for this sort of acceleration?
Well, I have brand new Michelin Sport 4S tires. They're really pretty good, but yeah, I would expect that they would have to work with a tire manufacturer to get, to be prepared for putting even more force on these tires.
Yes, absolutely. And of course, the question comes down to if we start increasing the traction on those that you're able to produce, over 2 Gs of acceleration on the road. How the roadway is going to be able to handle it.
Yeah, because there's big trucks that put a lot of weight on the road surface. And keep in mind, this is going to be for short. This airburst thing is short surface spaces, right? It'll burst off, and then you'll be at speed, and you won't be using it anymore.
Under 1 second assumes racetrack pavement, right?
Yeah, a nice smooth pavement, not wet.
And the suspension is going to have to be really beefy to take all that downforce. There's a university challenge where they, see who can go 0 to 60 the fastest. And one way they do that is with that suction mechanism. And one of the key things that they had to solve for was making sure that the suspension was beefy enough to handle all that downforce that's pressing the car to the road.
What kind of wings or other aerodynamic features is this car going to have? Because once you get up to speed, you also need to outperform everybody. I mean, isn't that the design goal of this, is to beat all other cars?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Nürburgring it'll be able to beat everyone because of the incredible acceleration at all points. And also probably its cornering ability will be greater than anything.
Oh, this is a good one. Can you reverse thrust them and use it to brake?
Yeah, that too. And now you're going to need special harnesses. Because have you ever decelerated at 3G?
Yeah, when Audi taught me to race, they said the way to go fast is to go slow around the turns.
Yeah.
That's how you get your faster. If you're sliding into the turns, you're wasting energy, right? So having this thing fire off, the thrusters in reverse to brake you would be a big, big win as well. So you need a bunch of doors to direct the jet, Because sometimes you're going to want the jet to be thrust forward. Sometimes you want it to be thrusting backward, right? You guys wanted
I actually
hop it in the air.
I disagree with that. Because I think that they'll probably end up going with something more like the lunar lander with like, I mean, not that they'd be sticking out like that, but that they'll have multiple ports in one thing so they can go different directions.
You're just going to turn
I can't imagine because well, it wouldn't turn it. It would just fire from the bottom or the side. Maybe it could have like 1, 2, 3, 4, like maybe 5 per thing or something like that. And that it would just fire off whichever ones it needed to. So it would be very much like the way the cold gas thrusters on the Falcon work. There's a bunch of those and they fire in different directions to adjust.
You said that it has
angle.
10, right? So that's 5 on each side. So a couple extra.
Has that been confirmed? Has that been confirmed?
Yeah, that's been said in the past, and I think it was said again recently. There are 10 seamlessly around it.
Okay.
But that was several years ago as well.
Okay.
I think kind of recently.
Yeah,
as well.
things probably changed because
it's been a while.
Like they had a much deeper design discussion in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, pointing downwards introduces like debris hazard at that type of velocity.
Debris hazard from what?
Hey,
what do you explain?
From
what the debris hazard
gravel, like flying off the road.
Okay. So if you're pushing air down, yeah, you could break some windows and trucks next to you, stuff like that.
Hey, Adrian or Wiggle, Josh West says he has some information about the Roadster. If you'll let him speak, that would be cool.
While we wait, I have one question because you've mentioned the Nürburgring. Scott,
maybe we'll get up there.
Interesting question.
I'm curious what information he has. Plus, the fact we're part of a motorcycle gang, so I got to represent for him. So,
just a fix. I'm going to put you in the co-host spot real quick.
Oh, okay. Can I actually allow it, or?
Yeah, I told the wrong person.
Oh, okay.
He got it. You got it. Nice. I've seen you haven't been in that position quite often, but yeah, it's always good to help people with spaces adoption. So I'm just going to put you in. Don't bring anyone up though. I'll bring him up. Damn, I couldn't see Josh.
Oh, Jan is also a co-host. Great.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, it comes with great power.
I had to
do you realize, Jan, you can mute me whenever you want now, since I'm not a co-host, I'm only a speaker.
That will be so helpful for our interviews.
Hell yeah.
Yep. Scoble too. You just have a special button. The Scott mute and the Scoble mute.
Oh, yes. Oh, and a little additional feature. This specific space host, that is me, comes with the ability to speak German.
Oh, perfect.
Also ich kann Deutsch sprechen, wenn du mir etwas sagen möchtest.
Das ist natürlich toll, ne? Da reden wir jetzt nur auf Deutsch ab jetzt. Genau.
Ja,
genau.
Ich kann auch, du kannst mein Hintern sprechen. Ich verstehe alles.
Ja, kleines bisschen, ja.
Ich verstehe dich klar.
Adrian, we all know you're Elon because obviously Tesla Q is never wrong. So like, just start speaking Afrikaans. Speak Afrikaans.
Earlier today, somebody posted. Oh wait, what was it again? I think it was. I can't get enough. He posted a little video there again. Tesla Q not letting up on the nonsense with me. Like seriously, if you don't understand basic facts, then you ought to probably sign off from the internet because if you don't understand those basic things are literally presented to you all over the platform in ways that are completely unavoidable, then I'm pretty sure that you're more of a harm to not only yourself but everyone else, to the extent that I would recommend probably quitting the internet for a couple of years and then coming back to it when you have a more accurate assessment of reality, because Jesus Christ.
Absolutely. And we all know Elon cannot speak German that fluently. So there you have it.
So the tank supposedly holds 10,000 PSI, somebody just sent me. And that would be designed by SpaceX because they are really good at designing 3D printed tanks that can hold very, very high PSI.
Right. And that's crazy. And then you're talking like 3 scuba tanks for the same volume.
Okay.
Yeah, Scott, that's why when we were talking this morning, I was suggesting COPVs because I was like, I don't think they're just going to go with the standard 3,000 PSI.
Yeah. If this is the base model, they're just putting scuba tanks in there because they want to keep it cheap. But they realize that the people that are buying this thing, they can afford pretty expensive and pretty neat, something the main thing I think is that you want to make it high pressure, as much high pressure as possible. Not so much that you want to reduce the mass. While reducing the mass is very nice. And what I wonder is whether I think the COPVs are kind of cylindrical, aren't they? They're not necessarily spherical. So you'll be able to find a good place to put it. No doubt about that.
So what are they going to call this? The SpaceX
Someone mentioned the other
edition?
day they're going to be. Someone said they're going to put them in the back seat. They're going to remove the.
That might be
the SpaceX package.
Yeah, I think that's speculation.
You just take the frunk, man. Fill the frunk up with a tank.
Oh, and then you don't have a frunk, and now it's called like a BMW.
Except the BMW that goes real fast.
Yeah. No frunk. Now, actually, what John did not point out is that when we spoke this morning, we were speaking using Xvideo because Elon mentioned that Xvideo is now available. Who's the first person you're going to call with it? And so I was like calling all last night trying to get John, but he was on like the do not disturb mode. So, well, my first video, Xvideo has to be with John. So now we can say that. And then John did mention that, and he got a cool from Elon. So that's the one you're talking about.
That's what I said, man.
So now you've had two replies from Elon
right
in 24 hours in the other one. So, John, I think he's ready for the interview. You got to reply, hey, Elon, you know what would be even cooler? Here you go. Elon, you know what would be cooler? Doing our interview on Xvideo.
Ooh, not only that, but let's go ahead and do it like we could do it on Xvideo. Plus, you could send me one of your Roadster prototypes so I can try it out.
Yeah.
I'll ride around. We'll do it right around there.
But I know you want to do like an FSD12 drive with him and talk to him about how it's working. That's your vision, right? Exactly.
No, that'd be fun.
Did Elon tell you how many tanks there are, or are there multiple tanks?
Okay, so I just found a tweet, it was a tweet. In 2018, Elon said, Roadster becomes a 2-seater with the SpaceX package instead of a 2x2, a COPV in place of the kids' seats, which is probably wise for many reasons. So, yeah.
You probably don't want your kids in the car when you're doing this anyways.
Yeah.
Or your wife. Hold on, Miriam. We're going to launch. I can just see this. Break somebody's neck if they're not ready for you.
Yep.
May not pass the wife.
I'm right. I'm reminded of, I think it was Cedar Point has a ride that they launch you out and then it goes up, it goes straight and then it goes up and back down again. I can't remember the name of it anymore, but they had that whole thing where they were like, they warned you over and over again to put your head back against the rest because it was going to be 4 Gs of acceleration when it kick off. So that is not an unreasonable request when you're getting that kind of G-force.
All right, now I'm thinking about traction control in a whole new way. It's like, where would you put I think air engines to put a lot of downforce on the wheel and get some forward motion out of the jet as well?
I think it's just kind of creative use of multiple ones at the same time. Because remember, they can open and close those valves. SpaceX can do that on the millisecond time frame. So you can open up, 2 of them at once and with different amounts of pressure and open and close them very, very rapidly to get to vary the force to different directions. So I think they can do it with stationary. They just are not going to want to have to move them because that's just a lot of mechanisms involved. So.
Hey, Scott, something we were talking about earlier. I just found another post by Elon in 2018. He said gas contained would be ultra high pressure air in a SpaceX rocket COPV bottle. The air exiting the thrusters would immediately be replenished whenever vehicle pack power draw allowed operation of the air pump, which is most of the time.
So there you have it, built-in air pump for sure. All right. So what they want to do is they want to do it when you have spare capacity in the batteries to be able to do it. And you're using the compressed air there as more or less like a big storage of energy.
You drive a few miles and your tank is full. Now you're at a stop sign race. You push the button, boom, and you're off and running, right? And then you have to drive a few more miles before it gets replenished. Which is fine, because all you have to do is beat everybody else on the stop sign race. This is what Tesla's all about, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Plus make a bunch of racket.
That's why everyone will start buying it.
Keep up
for the
with
racket.
The other noisy people.
Yep.
He also said the COPV is literally bulletproof.
Yeah, the tanks that they're making with 3D printers for the rockets are really, really strong tanks, right? So they should be able to withstand any kind of crash you would get into.
I'd almost use it from 60 to 120, that speed range.
You like a little boost. You push the button and boom, you're like going from 60 up to 100 real fast.
Yeah, and in that case, in that case, you'd probably use it just for pure forward thrust. You wouldn't need the 45 down because you're probably getting enough aerodynamic loading to give you whatever traction control you need coming from the motors. So at that point, it'd be more efficient.
You know, if you were designing a car like this, how many would you put at the back of the car? Little jets. Right.
Right.
Of the 10, let's say you have 10 thrusters, would you put 4 in the back? And then let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the back, 7, 8. Where would I put another 2? You know, you start thinking like that. It's like, You pull in front of a Ferrari with this thing and light it up. Ferrari's got to know. First of all, you're going to disappear real quick. And it's going to make a racket. I'm wondering, are they going to put any sort of devices to tune the sound that's coming through these jets? I would expect that they would spend a lot of time thinking through the sound. I mean, Ferrari spends a lot of time on their exhaust thinking about sound, right?
Robert, I think you're mistaken. Those things the Germans always do, so I don't think so that Tesla.
Oh no, Elon likes to think like this. You know, oh, let's give people some sound. Come on,
definitely.
Like put a little whistle in front of those things, and then light it up. You know.
Yeah, definitely a big fart sound, Robert.
Oh, there we go. Put a rubber bladder on it. You could make some funny sounds with that. Yeah.
Dude, how noise? This is something that I think we'd also need to consider. What about the noise level? How loud is this going to be? Because I'm thinking if you discharge this amount of gas, it's going to be very, very loud. Like imagine you do this in a cul-de-sac somewhere. I'm pretty sure you would cover practically. Damn. Everyone's going to hear that.
When I was driving across America, I got a guy on the freeway was driving a souped up Mustang with a nitrous kit and a bunch of big exhaust pipes in the back. He was actually causing the car to explode in the back. Boom, boom, you know, like that, real loud, like M80 kind of loudness. So we know that car, enthusiasts like to make sound like that. So why not, try to outsound the other guys?
Isn't it possible that you technically be hearing a sonic boom? Am I just making shit up?
You would.
How fast is the gas actually being ejected?
It's supersonic. Yeah, it is supersonic.
The air coming out of it, out of each.
Okay, so we're basically going to hear a small explosion.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yes. Yeah.
And then if let's say you were up, let's say you pulled up against a Ferrari at a stop sign race, could you let out just a little bit of air to let them know that you're about to get toasted?
Like revving the engine.
Yeah, like a rev, like a little, like get the Ferrari ready for being.
Oh, do you do a brake stand with it? Oh yeah, you sit there with a brake stand and the thrusters are going, and then you just release.
And then if somebody cold rolls you with one of those big fucking trucks, could you get in front of it and light up? Could you
and blow it back in their face? Yeah, exactly.
Could you put? Here's something I'd like to.
Or clear the air, so to speak.
Little smoke machine, in the trunk.
Screen, Robert. Yeah.
Little oil. You have these smoke machines at concerts and stuff, right? Or haunted houses. So yeah, put a little smoke in there and do it back.
That's hilarious.
And if you're right that some of these jets are 45 degrees in the air, putting a little smoke in the air would be quite something.
Oh wow! All you need is a little bit of moisture, because I think they're going to be cold by the time they come out and done that expansion. They'll be colder than the ambient air,
Yeah, I'm
so
thinking of
you're
the
probably going to
smoke
get
like a
some
Blue
condensation,
Angels
but
jet has, right?
but
The
if
Blue Angels throw a little
Right.
smoke in the air, right? So you can follow.
all you need
speed
is,
going.
is just put some water vapor in there, or just some water droplets, and then that will
Yeah,
probably do
Scott
the trick.
says snow machine.
Yeah, it's basically a snow machine. Yeah,
Snowmaking.
exactly.
Hmm. All right. Well, that's a little farther than I was thinking of, but yeah, all right.
Yeah, yeah,
It'd be fun to work on this thing at Tesla, wouldn't it?
yeah. What? Wow. See, this is amazing. Scoble, how long have you been talking and you haven't said Apple Vision Pro once?
Oh, we can get there, but right now we're talking about.
No, we don't have to.
Or
I just want to say
field.
this has probably been a record. 20, 30 minutes.
I see Tesla Roadster as the topic. So traction control.
I'd love to hear from John or the other engineers that, would tell us, like, with all of the air-powered things that have ever existed in the world, what cool stuff could we add on to the back end of this thing to drive with air?
Well, just FYI, I just posted a really rough sketch of what I imagine the pods might look like with 4 of them around the car. So I don't know that I can actually put that on a Spaces. I can't actually post a link to something.
Oh,
but
anyways,
yes,
you can. Yes, I think you just posted it.
Oh, I can.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
I think either if you take your post, you can go ahead and do the share, and you can share it to the Spaces that you're in. I think as a speaker you can. Yes, as a speaker you can do it. Yes, you can. Unless Adrian has got some way of preventing that.
Just go to the share button, click that, and then it should have a small drop down that says share to Adrian's space.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just shared it. Okay. It's super rough. It took me about 1 minute. So, but it's just the basic idea. It's like a low profile pod, 2 on the front, 2 on the back, and you thrust vector based on how those things
something like that. And you have one in the middle, so that will do the side to side. Yeah. And so what I'm imagining is the ones on the sides might be pointed up at 45.
Is it illegal to put a smoke machine on a car?
It's illegal to pull roll. I would think so.
They're going to put this in the track package mode. So on our current performance models, if you go into track mode, it defeats all of the other stuff, all of the full self-driving capability, all the other normal anti-lock braking, and then you dial it in custom. And the I don't know if it's an intended consequence of that, but you don't want to be driving around in the city in track mode because it's just not the Tesla that you're used to driving. So I think that's how they'll put all of this stuff in there in the track mode.
It's not safe to turn off traction control most of the time unless you're in a situation where that is
and remember this thing could be geofenced. This thing could be geofenced. It could be like, sorry, you're not at the Nürburgring Ring or at whatever, some sort of official track, and therefore it disallows it. You're on the streets of you're on the streets of San Francisco, baby.
My friend has a Ferrari. He just drove me around last week, and his traction control lets you feel like you're getting out of control before it snaps you back into straight, where the Tesla snaps you into straight very, very quickly, right? It's a difference of philosophy. It's safety versus trying to give the human a feeling of being in control and being able to push the car to the boundary of traction, right?
Well, unless your name is Lance King.
Who's that? I know some of the racetrack drivers.
No. John can tell you.
No, he's the CEO of Cyberlander. That's an inside joke.
Oh, okay.
He drives his model.
Is this somebody I don't know from Formula One that I met?
No. He has a Model 3, and the way he drives that around, yes. Woo, I've never been thrown around the back seat of a Model 3 so much. I didn't know it could fishtail.
You haven't been in my car yet.
But I agree. I think that they're going to have a 5-point standard racing harness in this thing without a doubt, and maybe some padding around it.
If you want to take a Model 3 on a racetrack, it's a requirement to have a hands device, and a helmet, which costs about $2,000.
Yeah,
my friend is trying to buy this so I can take my car on the track. Right? Because my car actually is track ready now. It has great suspension, great tires, great wheels. It's fun to drive. It's really fun. It's just it doesn't have the traction control off mode. So if you get out of control, if you start sliding the car, it doesn't like that. It goes, no, you're not allowed to do that.
Do we know how much thrust these
things put out?
I'm guessing it's going to be around 600 pounds. 10 of them in order to get what you, because it was mentioned that could
Is that
potentially
600 combined or
it could
600
potentially fly
per? Is that 600 per?
Because if it's going to be able to lift the vehicle, which has been mentioned, it could potentially fly. It would need to produce minimum of 5,000 pounds. But based on the acceleration that is being predicted and using the 45-degree angle and all that, it's going to have to produce about 20% more than the weight of the vehicle. So that's why I'm guessing 6,000 pounds divided by 10, that's 600. And I think that's about what the SpaceX thrusters are able to produce anyways.
And if you fire all 10 of these thrusters up, how the tank itself will fire them for what, a second?
Oh, probably longer than that. Depending upon the size of the tank, the pressure, it could probably be 10, 20 seconds.
Because they are microbursts. They're really not a lot of air that you're moving out of there like a hydraulic moving oil. But the 10, like Robert was talking about, 10 is really a weird number. So I'm on board with Dr. Scott, and we got to have 4 of these things on the strut towers, right? On these really rigid part of the subframe. And so, okay, so there's 4 of them gone, and you got to have some on the back for acceleration, but don't run out of them before you put some on the left and the right for that steering control.
Yeah, put one in the B pillar somewhere or something like that, right?
But I mean, I would think it would need to be in front of the B pillar or behind. So you almost need 4 more just for that side action.
Because you don't want it going through the center of gravity. Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe 1 for the front, 1 for the back, and you're there at 10.
Is it just air pressure, or is it like CO2 or something?
Just air pressure. Just plain old air. Yep. No fancy gases. Just compress it. So, and it sounds like it will self-charge as you're driving around.
Nice. I wonder if it has a flux
Yeah, I just posted it up top.
Actually, you can get the flux capacitor. Where was it? Who has it? Is it Menards or someone posted that the other day? There is actually a store that lists it. Oh, it's Riley. It's Riley Auto. You can actually, you have to know what the part number is, but they have the flux capacitor actually in the inventory.
I wonder if the wheels will rotate, like a DeLorean flying.
Oh, yeah.
Yo, Alex, you just got a reply from Elon.
Alex, what did you do?
Yeah, I made a next level joke.
Hey, the part number at O'Reilly is 1.21.
That's right. G, I think 1.21 G.
There you go.
Yeah, nice. It's gigawatts. Remember, gigawatts.
Yeah. Well, Scott, so
1.21 gigawatts.
On the thrusters, though, if you got to lift 6,000 pounds, you got to have all 10 of them pointing straight down. So maybe that goes to your gimbaling idea. Although I think that complexity and cost has got to just skyrocket once you say, okay, now they have to gimbal.
You're worried about cost,
what if
Landon?
You have 4 locked ones underneath just for that feature.
Yeah.
But 4 is not enough. He said 600 pounds each, and it's 6,000 pounds, so you need 10.
Well, yeah, like Elon's post specifically says SpaceX option package for new Tesla Roadster will include
maybe they could be different size.
10 small rocket thrusters arranged seemingly around the car.
Maybe it's for anti-theft. Spray them in the face.
I think hearing about all these specs and everything, and I've heard Nürburgring at least 4 times now in this space. Will this thing be street legal in Germany? That's the big question I have. I mean, remember the expansion of
Sure, they'll have mode.
People are in tree houses right now protesting. So
yeah, but it won't be on all the time. It won't be on for commuting and for on-road driving. You go into track mode and then everything is activated.
Boy, I can tell you if that's so crazy. I would assume that even you can't even drive this thing on the road if it has those thrusters. I think that's not even legal.
So
It's
it has to
just
be
air,
towed.
It's air. And
I
if they're
wonder
not
has
active,
anyone else
it's okay.
tried this. I wonder if anyone else has like tried to put thrusters on a car like this.
Not in Germany.
I can say that I did when I was a kid, but they were Tonka trucks and they did not go well because it was a rocket engine. They tended to just flip around and not really go very fast.
That's why you need.
Yeah,
the
let's
10
recap
Roadsters.
all of the urban legends about people that put rockets on their cars and then slam into a bridge abutment.
So my son just got home, and I was telling him about Elon's comments about the Roadster, and I said, yeah, it'll use compressed gas to help. And he's like,
We'll
oh, so
go
it's gonna be
one
gas
day,
powered
right?
now. I'm like, yeah, it'll be a gas powered Tesla.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it made me laugh. Good job, sir.
And for everyone who just joined, welcome to the space. Today we're doing a deep dive on new generation of Tesla Roadster, which will be announced later this year and enter production next year as per Elon's recent posts. We have an incredible panel with Dr. Scott Walter. We had Jordan from the Limiting Factor, but he dropped. Lincoln London, Tesla Scope, Tesla Fix, Robert Scoble, John.
Someone talking right now?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yep.
Wiggle.
Yes.
Okay. Yep.
Sorry.
Yvonne Blythe, follow our host Adrian. He always drops phenomenal content and holds thematic spaces covering tech, robotics, and AI. Enable his notifications not to miss the next space. Follow me for tech and financials. Follow all the speakers that you resonate with. Also follow our accelerator community, which is the fastest growing community on X with over 3,300 members. We accelerate advent of AI and the progress of humanity, expanding the scope of consciousness. You can find the link to the community under Adrian profile as well as most of our speakers.
Beautiful, beautiful. You got the best PSAs. I could never top that. Yo, Alex, what's happening, man? I see that your competing math to Scott over here was the one that won over Elon. Care to explain yourself?
He follows Alex, not me.
Yeah, well, what's your math, Scott? I didn't see it.
Oh, just what the acceleration was going to be. Is that the one that
You
Elon
don't come
liked?
up with
Is
the
that?
same one?
No. We come up with about the same, about like 2.7 Gs of acceleration.
Yeah, I did it like for purposes because he said under 1 second, so I went with 0.95.
Yeah.
So it might have been
but
slightly
it's about
higher.
the same.
Yeah,
we get about the same
no
because
math
I.
error.
Yeah. So we get something that's roughly the same. I think I said like 2.7 is. I think it might actually be like 2.72, depending on if you divide by 9.8 rather than 10 for your G forces.
Let me ask you this: do you work in metric or in wrong units when you do the calculations?
Bitus.
Oh, really?
So,
no metric?
Yeah.
I can't think in anything.
No. I
metric.
both.
Oh.
So I will be doing metric. I prefer to do metric for scientific calculations and engineering calculations, but day-to-day stuff, of course, is freedom units.
Freedom units, wow.
Yeah, you haven't heard that? It's definitely, freedom units.
Yeah, so I think the thrusters will be on each like wheel, and for the front wheels, I think it's going to come out the windshield, like where the wiper is. There's going to be exhaust there, passenger side and driver side, and for the rear, I think it's going to come out of the taillights. If you look at the design, even it's like perfect just to shoot up, like you said, like 45 degrees. And the challenge, I think, is going to be on the timing. So it's going to be a launch mode only type situation. So the car is going to go in there like cheetah stance. And then when you mash it, this is where like the software is going to kick in, where it's going to calculate everything. I think it's also going to be like a 4 motor vehicle. So like there's going to be a motor at each wheel, and it's just going to calculate at the fraction of a second when the burst comes out like first to give the downforce and a little bit of forward momentum, and then the torque is going to just go like right away is going to kick in. And like you said, like the distance that you're going to travel to hit the 60 miles an hour is like ridiculously short.
It's what the Germans would say. Oh, it's Elfmeter, right? It's basically almost like a penalty shot.
You're not even out of the intersection. Yeah.
No,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I think that's going to be how I would do it basically is that, and it's all going to be about the timing. But I don't see this as something as you're going to be like driving along, and I don't know, if Ferrari comes next to you, starts taunting you, and you're going to be, I don't know, at 30 kilometers an hour, and then just smash it, and shit is going to start kicking in everywhere. It's going to be a very controlled thing, because those jets, like you said, if there's like a dust particle or a little sand even, as somebody's like right behind it or next to you, I don't know, there has to be some safety issues. And I don't know how this is going to work with NHTSA and all that, Department of Transportation having
I have a feeling that they're going to limit this to tracks, like literal places where you're allowed to do this. I don't think they'll let you legally drive on the road by blasting people with air like that.
Well, it could be it could figure out whether it's appropriate to use this even on the street, right? Like I'm in a residential neighborhood, probably not going to be appropriate there. But if I'm on a wide road with a long, like if I'm in Kansas, can I light it up there? Fuck yeah, right? So it could be that way. It could also really not just increase the speed you take off, but the feeling of taking off. The Ferrari, when you mash it down, it hunkers down in the back and gives you this really nice feel that the car is really about to take off, right? And
yeah, but you're losing efficiency when you're doing that.
Yeah.
The thing is the whole car is trying to flip over.
Humans to feel good,
Yeah, I think that this is where like the software and controlling those thrusters, like the thrusters are going to have to be maybe initially at the first fraction of a second, and we're already like thousandths of a second, because we can't talk like tens of seconds because there's only 9 before you reach 60 miles an hour. But like the first instance, they're probably going to be all equal to mash the car down equally, and then when the torque of the wheels kick in, like 1,000 of a second later or something like that, then you're going to have to push downwards more on the front axle, on the front 2 wheels, than on the back wheels, because the car is trying to lift itself.
Yes. If you're on a track and you're trying to actually do a power slide, the air could help you do the power slide. Right? It could set the car up for a proper power slide on a high-speed turn.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to have this, because it's a very different, like starting from a 0 miles an hour, a cheetah stance and everything to get actual control of a car. Let's say you're going Nürburgring, and, I don't know how that would work. Maybe there's going to be a special track mode where, you get a little assistance on straight line acceleration. I don't think they'll be like sideways
where you need
and
a little
braking.
extra traction, right? I mean, if you're designing an Indy car, you're spending a lot of time on wings and aerodynamics to push down on certain wheels at certain times, right?
Yeah, just look at an F1. It's like all wing. Basically, the whole thing is like an inverted wing.
And the driver can control those wings a little bit inside the vehicle, right? Say, I'm about to go into a high-speed turn. Let's put it a little more. Well, I'm not sure about that.
Yes, but let's say you're in a track mode and you're accelerating, like they already have like torque sensors, so it knows when the wheels are about to slip, and it calculates this 1,000 times a second, and it knows. So if you're in a track mode, they could have, when you're exceeding the grip that your tires can generate and they would start slipping, it could give you like a little assist with the SpaceX package, basically. But I think this would only be allowed like on track mode.
The quarter mile.
I seriously doubt it's only for track mode. Come on. It's about beating anything at a stop sign race, right? Including another Tesla.
Well, at a stop sign, you start from 0. theoretically. So yes, but then you would probably have to get into, like cheetah stance and everything. But like whatever they do and however they do it, like this type of acceleration, there will be some backlash of people saying it's totally unsafe. We're at half this. It's twice as fast as Plaid. What they're saying.
Yeah, but
nobody
you don't
has ever
understand,
experienced
the
that.
computer is driving the car, right? So a computer can look ahead and say, okay, you have the ability to turn on this feature, right?
Oh yeah, there could be a lot of, like you said, like there could be geofencing. There could be like where the car decides it's unsafe to do it, or it's illegal to do it here, and it won't let you do it. It won't turn on. Basically, there could be a lot of that. But yeah, I'm sure there's a whole bunch of legal stuff that has to be. Well, just look at the side mirrors. Like I don't know the whole legislation, but they couldn't ship Cybertruck without side mirrors. They had to engineer removable side mirrors so that people that wanted the full look be able to remove it themselves. So imagine having like cold gas thrusters and COPVs with like 10,000 psi's in it, and shooting out a car in less than a second. I don't know. I feel like there's going to be a whole bunch of limitations that we haven't even thought of yet, unless there's some lawyers specializing in DOT
You
law.
need to drive this quickly. You have to have like a mile in front of you that you can see that there's no stoplights, no stop signs, no cars, nothing in front of you before you launch it. Well, the computer can see that. That's how our self-driving car works.
Yep.
So it could see ahead of us and say, okay,
kind of braking it's going to have.
Well, that's the other thing is how do you reverse the thruster and use it for braking? Because if you can do that, then you can go faster around a track. If you knew you could brake faster, you can drive faster. Right? So now I'm thinking, is there a way to reverse it so that it's throwing air in front of you and slowing down the vehicle like an air brake?
Yeah.
Okay, Skull, you're going to enjoy this because you say you're a German driver.
What's that?
You say you're a German driver. Did you know that actually the statistics that when
like on a plane, when you're landing, the wing comes down and turns the jet in front of it. The jet engine actually is shooting in front of the plane now.
Yeah,
that's what slows
you
it
can
down
use it
on
to slow
the
it down,
runway.
but we got to get to the braking and faster.
That could redirect the air to be going forward now to slow the car down.
But no, you know that the idea that, well, what you just said, if you know you can brake more safely, you will go faster. And that's what actually happened in Germany when the ABS systems came out. Only certain drivers had ABS. And so they were driving like, crazy people on the Autobahn when it was raining because they had so much confidence in the ABS. And they were actually causing more accidents because they were overly confident on their ability to brake. So yes, you might feel safer in that you have this forward thrust that can slow you down, but now you're going to get yourself into those more thorny situations more often.
Tell me more things that this can do for me in real world situations. What if you're in a parking space and you're not even in the car, and somebody parks really close and your car can see it on the cameras, so it can scoot itself over 3 inches just on the pavement? What do you think?
Which is going to scoot, because the chances are the other car is going to be lighter. Maybe that's the one that gets pushed over.
Is there a Marilyn Monroe feature that we can get for the side jets?
Maybe we can do a defensive mode or something where it shoots gas at people.
Well, sure. Even if it just made the tiniest of little hissing noises when people approach the car. We see all these Tesla cam videos and the people are caught keying cars, but it's too late. What if you got close enough to where you don't want to set off the alarm, you don't want to honk the horn, but it just starts making some ominous noises?
No, I think they should electrify the exterior. When Sentry is on, if you touch it, you die.
Only if you use something that's conductive, like a key.
How about a Back to the Future mode where like steam comes out?
Well,
What
I mean,
about hold on? I have a little robot that waters my lawn and sprays water at very specific places on my lawn. Why couldn't you do windshield wipers that way, and that would be redirected to a guy who's trying to break your window or something like that? Like spray him.
Yeah,
with a little
the other thing the Sentry mode could do is that it's kind of after the fact that you're noticing someone is keying your car. But if you're tying that into an AI, can't the AI recognize that someone's coming and the key is sticking out and immediately say, hey, put that key away. I know who you are. I know where you live.
Grok's voice. I mean, is it going to be Optimus or Grok? Absolutely. I posted that earlier. If Grok could start talking to people as they approach your car, that would command a new type of respect, would it not?
And especially if it's using Adrian's voice.
That's what I was just going to say.
Which
exactly.
voices he has.
Adrian, you've got a new career. You know it. You're going to be doing voiceovers more than Morgan Freeman now.
I would literally do it for free.
You can practice on my intro on my channel, please.
Yeah.
I hope that the mic quality is good enough because I'm currently limited to a very specific set of hardware. It may sound a little bit monotone, but if you give me a script, I could tell you, yeah, all you need to do is just give me the credits, and then that's it. I don't care about anything else.
Charge like $20 and you can like record people's answering machines or something.
That's on the top 5. Adrian's doing Elon is in the top 5 for sure. But I want Night Industries 2000 or HAL or some of those other options too. 3000.
I'm sorry, I can't. That's where you left it.
Yeah, I want Ed 109.
We're all dating ourselves, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
I sometimes do that on phone calls. When somebody asks me something, I was like, I'm afraid I can't do that for you.
Sorry, Dave.
Sorry. It sounds so mildly condescending, honestly.
Freaking idiot.
Wow.
Where is Nicholson lately? That's a good one.
Yes. For those of you who recently joined who are a little bit confused about what you just heard, we had a little moment of entertainment, because we were talking about the voices and such for the Roadster's computer features, right?
Somebody mentioned the GPS options back in the day when you had a Garmin. If you had an extra $5, you could get the Homer Simpson voice or some such. Wow, that's really good use of capital, isn't it?
Yes. It's kind of funny though, because in today's world, back then the GPS used to tell you where to go. Now you tell it where to go.
Brilliant,
Okay.
brilliant.
Drop the car. Hello. Can you take me to Tesla Fix's house, please? He's making some next level stew, and I want some. And he's going to go there, and he's going to tell me exactly which direction is better, because I want to make it there in time for it to be still hot, because I was late and I was in the shower probably doing spaces. There you go. That's AI for you.
Do you still do shower spaces?
You wouldn't notice that. Yeah, I do shower. I don't have enough time.
No, those are Lincoln spaces, especially now with video.
Absolutely. Tonight, 8 p.m. Mountain.
Charge for that.
I'm not going to turn X into OnlyFans Lite. We're not doing that.
Only Adrian.
Oh God. That's
got it. Oh God.
That's a good way. I'm going to show you the internals of a machine instead. Do you like that? It's an extra pervy gear here. Do you like it? Sorry.
Whoa. That's spicy.
Is that machine oil, or are you happy to see me?
It's like it's like that troll from Rick and Morty where it's like planets only. It's like sexual, but it's planets.
Okay, John, what did you do to me? I'm going to turn notifications off. That silly post of yours about X video is just getting liked again and again and again.
Yeah, welcome to the new reality, baby.
Jesus Christ.
Adrian, is that the Plumbus device? The Plumbus?
Oh God, no. That thing is weird. How they made Plumbuses. It's like the most, like it's trying to tell, like they're trying to tell you things when they show you that, right? They're trying to tell you things. They're like appealing to your inner caveman, I'd say, when you watch something like that. It's just, I think Rick and Morty is really good at that. It kind of has a different flavor now, but I think the meta humor has increased, but it's kind of like it's kind of like a character death in a sense, because something like Rick has always gone against the idea of meta by basically making fun of what meta humor is, right? That's the fully recursive meta joke, is that the meta joke is about meta jokes, right? That's so meta. And now that kind of like has been taken out, and it's only meta jokes now, so you can actually tell the difference that way. This is why most hardcore fans are exceedingly upset. But then again, I mean, I'm not gonna. The fan base is yeah, I'm gonna stop talking. If you want examples, just look at this Szechuan sauce fiasco. That was yeah, it was full on meltdown in a in a fast food chain. Probably not a good thing. Like, I'm not going to judge you. You can do whatever you want, but you know, probably not that. Are you sure the Szechuan sauce is worth it? Probably is.
Rub-a-dub-a-dub-dub. I gotta go, guys. Have a good night. Thanks for having me.
Later.
Good night.
I still have a question for everyone, since we talked about the technology of the Roadster and everything. And I think Elon playing 4D chess here, don't you see that Elon is preparing actually for a hydrogen car? Because all the technology kind of is also capable for hydrogen. What do you think about that?
Fuck no.
Get him out of here. What's up?
I mean, if you no. I had this exact conversation with someone earlier saying we gotta have hydrogen cars, it'll be so much better. And I'm like, what do you think hydrogen is exactly? Like, functionally explain to me what hydrogen is supposed to do. They're like, I don't know, it's a gas that acts as a power source. Like, what is a power source exactly? It's an energy storage device, no? And then we go down the list of problems. Like, okay, what is hydrogen? First of all, you can't smell it, you can't see it, it burns invisibly. Oh, by the way, it's so small that even the tiniest cracks it'll find a way through. What else? Oh, it needs to be kept stable. How do you keep it stable? You need to cool it, cryogenically store it. If you don't do that, then it's simply going to explode. Well, it's going to burst out of whatever chamber it's in. Given the fact that it's so small, it will be very nice because it can just leak out. Oh, fun fact, if you then say, for instance, have an accident, you will have an accident, this is just practically inevitable, you're going to crash into something. What happens when you strike metal against other metal? You have a spark. What does a spark do? It ignites the leaking gas. So now we have an invisible flame that is going around. Oh, by the way, given the fact that it's a massive gas tank, which is probably under a lot of pressure and is now probably under even more pressure given that it's on fucking fire, it's going to turn into a rocket. And if it doesn't turn into a rocket, it is going to burn out the car with you in it. So, like, I don't entirely understand the argument for hydrogen itself, right? Then you have proposals where they say, hey, we're going to take water and we're going to power the car in water. Okay, cool, yeah. So you need an initial energy burst to then turn the water into hydrogen because you need to do the electrolysis, right? So you're turning a battery into another battery by recharging the thing that keeps pumping electricity through the water to generate the battery. What the fuck? So you're basically powering the power of power to power your car. What? What? So yes, unless you come up with a more efficient way to separate, say, the oxygen from hydrogen out of the water, other than hydrolysis, then I may be able to hear you out. Then there's some people who speculate you can do this by certain frequencies, but that's not scalable. I mean, show me the device. Show me the fucking device. Oh, also show me a demonstration without dying. That would also be very preferable. I mean, that would be interesting. If you had a more efficient process for separating the oxygen from the hydrogen, then it's perfectly fine. It's beautiful. Like, go ahead, tell me about it. Show me. I want to know. But the problem is this: at this present moment, if you're just pumping electricity through said water, you're gonna have very many difficulties. It just doesn't make any sense. functionally it makes absolutely zero sense. It like wastes energy in various many ways. Also, you have to consider that, say for instance, you were to say take hydrogen from one place and put it somewhere else. It's just an energy storage device, right? But the conversion rate is really, really shit. Because like it's very inefficient to turn any energy that you harvest from somewhere else. Like you to do it's very inefficient. It's very inefficient. Not only the process of separating the oxygen from the hydrogen via electricity, that itself is not only that is inefficient, but the storage is inefficient. That adds on top of that, because again, you need to expend energy to keep it stable. Like you don't necessarily need to expend energy in order to keep, say, your lithium-ion battery stable. And even if you do, it'd be a limited amount. And the power density is another problem, right? You're taking up around a bunch of weird stuff. And people said, okay, but what about the weight? I'm like, what do you think hydrogen is? Oh God, it's just an argument that fails on all points. Anyone who's going to try and do hydrogen, push for hydrogen in cars, is destined to fail in a more spectacular way than all the others have attempted to do this exact ridiculous thing. Like it's an utterly laughable idea or notion to think that hydrogen for cars is even remotely viable. Like that just absolutely makes this zero logical sense. There's no. I mean, hey, if you want to put hydrogen into your coal gas thrusters and have a little rocket come out the back and probably okay, maybe it'll hear you out on that, but that's probably a violation on multiple levels. Probably don't do that, but
he baited you into a hydrogen conversation.
Yeah,
you had a bad breakup.
No, well, Adrian, if you actually want to talk about like renewables and stuff like that, there's someone in the audience I think you want to invite up. That's Adam Dorr. If you see him down there from Rethink X.
I sent him an invite.
Okay, great, because he could probably talk about that. And Adrian, I think you also get your facts a little bit wrong about when the hydrogen tank splits open in your car. You know what it's going to do? It's first going to turn you into an ice cube. Then it's going to burn you alive.
So it's going to slowly burn me while freezing me. That's nice.
Yeah, at the same time. Yeah, exactly. Okay,
I think we should send it
Adam up on the stage.
to German OEMs and to Toyota. I think that explanation should go around the board. I think.
Actually, we have a way of storing hydrogen, and that's basically called like the lithium-ion batteries and some of the others. Technically, that isn't that what that ion is?
Storage device. It's very simple.
Yes, exactly. That's what it is. That's your hydrogen right there.
Yeah, it's a battery. This is all that it is.
It's a battery.
The lithium is better. Yeah. Lithium is miles better. Now, I'm just saying, okay, but there is a problem there. There's a problem with lithium. If you want to, I'm specifically saying solutions for cars. If, say, maybe there's a point to be made about, say, for instance, the biggest problem is actually not just generating the energy, capturing the energy, but it's storing it. And you need a good way to store it. Maybe hydrogen itself has a future in that regard, because you could say if you do it en masse at an industrial scale, not a minimal scale, probably you could the inefficiency is lower and the efficiency becomes higher. So I think you could probably do that, right? If it maybe but because I mean, say for instance, you can do solar power in the desert somewhere. Well, it's going to get that energy that you've captured somewhere else. Well, how best do you do this? There are problems to say. Just running a cable, right? There's resistance, you have velocity energy, you have a whole litany of problems, right? So if maybe hydrogen can solve that, or maybe something else can solve that. What we really need right now is actually batteries and energy distribution. That's what we really need. That I think is the biggest problem. It's like we can capture energy, no problem at all. I have a massive solar installation. I capture more energy than most people put out in an entire lifetime. And where do I put it? I put it in batteries. Specifically, I put it in lead acid batteries because they don't fucking go anywhere. You actually don't need lithium ion batteries for some purposes. Let's say, for instance, energy storage in a stationary plant. You can actually use lead acid batteries, and they still have, I think, the same quality in terms of cycles that lithium ion has, right? So it actually makes more sense this way. But for cars, of course, then you have that problem because lithium ion is more denser, and then you have denser in terms of energy. So if you were to take lead with you, it's obviously very heavy, and it's going to deprecate the car's ability to move forward. You expend a lot of energy because you have to move that weight. So that's a thing.
Yeah, I would also say or argue if you have an explosive liquid, maybe don't drive it around and just let it sit somewhere. That would make sense. Yeah.
I think it's almost as ridiculous as the notion of having small nuclear reactors in a car. That's actually worse. Actually, that's probably. Actually, I can't understand. I don't. Okay, you know what? That's worse because if that thing breaks up, no, actually, no. Sorry. Hydrogen's worse than that because if because there are ships out there, right? There are ships, carriers, aircraft carriers that actually run off of say a nuclear reactor. So that actually works in this sense, right? But for a car, probably not as efficient, probably not even a good idea. But in and of itself, I think the damage would be like the potential dangers of driving around with a small nuclear reactor in your car would probably be it would be probably less than in hydrogen because hydrogen has more danger, right? It's a matter reactor would also be armored heavily, and I think it doesn't matter how much it weighs, it would be strong enough to propel itself forward. I believe that would be excusable. Say, that could be, it could work. That could work. It would just create a lot of waste material. It would be prohibitively expensive. Um, yes, that's what I think about saying having a nuclear reactor in your car. Would be funny to do with fusion, though. That would be interesting. I would want that actually. I'm not lying. Micro reactors. That would be nice.
Adam, welcome. How are you?
Is he speaking? I can't hear him. Wiggle, is he saying things?
No, not right now.
He just dropped. We'll have to bring it back up again if you see him. Oh, I see him. He's down there. Invite. There you go. Hopefully that works.
Can we talk a little bit more about the Roadster? I'd like to know what Scott thinks about, like, we all talked about like the speed, the acceleration, but Elon said that was the least interesting part. Has anybody pontificated on what the most interesting parts of Roadster is going to be?
I think we were all talking about cold gas thrusters before, so that's not going to be
If you have
boring.
the ability to throw thrust in the air, you can make it go around turns. You could do faster. You could do all sorts of stuff, and you could make it sound really sick sitting next to you. You know.
Yeah, but I feel like the thrusters, it's all about the acceleration. So you think that maybe the thrusters have like more usefulness?
Downforce gives you a lot of performance capabilities on a vehicle that goes beyond just going fast off a stop sign.
Okay, so yeah, maybe interpreted that way. I thought there was like other stuff besides like the thrusters that Elon was referring to that were like next level.
Hey, if anybody has ideas, definitely spit them out.
You could make it spit out sound on something in a way that no other vehicle could.
So, what do you mean? Put it like a kazoo in front of the cold gas thruster?
What's a train whistle? It's just air going through the device, right? So you want a train whistle on your car? You could put one on there.
So Sierra, who's down in the audience there, she DM'd me that what about using the cold thrusters to cool the tires somewhat when you're have a lot of acceleration going down.
I don't think that would work. Like the contact wouldn't be long enough to like transfer heat. I don't think so. Maybe Scott or somebody else has an idea.
I think we should let Josh West, because he said he just got done talking to some folks at Rimac, which is a competitor to the Roadster. So you should let him tell about what he learned from those guys. That would be cool to find out.
Hey, Josh, go ahead. Josh, press the unmute.
Oh, that sucks. I'm sure he's trying. He's probably like, no, let me do it.
Press the red button on the bottom left.
If you don't, Scoble will talk some more.
And is Roadster going to be made of carbon fiber or aluminum or steel? Giga castings, what do you guys think?
I would say yes. My answer is yes.
To what?
To all of
Well,
to
I think
all of
the
those
bottom
parts,
will
that was the
definitely be
joke.
giga casting. Yeah.
To all those parts, that was the joke.
Yeah.
Here, Josh, this.
But yeah, that's a good question. Whether the rest of the structure is carbon composite.
If you're a rich person and you take your Model S Plaid down to Unplugged Performance, they replace a lot of the vehicle with carbon fiber. So yeah, why not? When I toured the Frank Mueller watch company, which makes $100,000 watches, they say they don't use gold because gold is too cheap to use.
Oh. So I see Adam was able to join again. Adam, do you want to try a mic check?
I can't hear Josh. I'm going to
Testing 1 2. No.
It's not.
Yes. All right. All right. Adam's in.
It's not you, Lincoln. He is not speaking.
I'm so fucking confused. Me too. Now just two people just dropped. Okay. Yeah. Nice.
The room has
Where's
been
Josh?
lagging for me because I was driving, but I still,
Okay, we're going to give Adam the spotlight real quick once he connects. We have to give him 30 seconds and repeat that last part again because that's how Periscope works. All right, Josh is on. Josh, mic check.
Okay, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Loud and clear.
Wow, yeah, that was a mission. I completely lost the audio. I couldn't hear anybody, so I had to dip out and come back in. Thanks for having me up.
Isn't that a beauty? Well, yeah, great to have you.
And Josh, are you from Canada?
I am. Yeah.
I could tell by the way you said out. You
I
outed yourself.
want to make a note that Josh and I are part of Elon's Fallen Angels motorcycle gang. So we have ridden exactly once together, but we'll make it happen again.
Absolutely. What a ride it was.
Scott, you may proceed with the interrogation.
Yes. So tell us about the Rimac. That's what you said. You had some information about that, so we want to find out.
Just a couple things, just from my background in working in automotive and putting together kind of from a mechanical standpoint what Elon's been saying about the Roadster. Plus, I had a great conversation with Mate Remats, who is the CEO of Bugatti Remats, about a week ago at the Toronto National Auto Show, and we actually hit it off really well. So well, in fact, that his what's her title? Basically, the woman that looks after all of communications for Bugatti Remats came up to me after and said, you need to chop that and that and that and that out of your video. We can't have this and that. So that is why what I ended up putting on YouTube was so heavily edited, because we talked about things that they just didn't want getting out there, including Tesla. But anyways, so Cole's notes, he knows the Roadster's coming. They've built a phenomenal car. I believe Roadster's going to be a quad motor. I don't think they can get to the numbers on the top end, because those thrusters, they're just not going to help you once you're already going 200 kilometers an hour. They're going to help you get off the line. That's cool. That's why I think Elon is like, it's going to be, the 0 to 60 is not that big of a deal because it's just a number. It's what else is the car going to do? So I think we're going to see top end like we've never seen on an EV, period. I think we're going to see unique construction that we've never seen out of Tesla, like full carbon, a little bit more exotic materials. And I also think, again, this is totally speculation, but I think we're going to get that crazy screen that goes down the center. I don't think they're going to reuse a screen out of one of the other cars. So I think there's going to be some really cool tech. I think he's going to throw Grok in there. I think we're going to see some really cool stuff that we just haven't seen yet.
Could it be a one-seater instead of two-seaters?
No, it'll 100% be a two-seater.
You got to be able to terrify your wife, man. I mean, that's the whole point.
No. What's the point of having a chick magnet if there's no place to put the chick?
That is true too.
I mean, at the end of the day,
the mistress, not the wife, of course.
It still has to be a marketable product, right? It's not just an engineering experiment. It still has to be, viable, right? So they want to have the broadest market possible.
Yeah, and I don't know if a lot of people have followed like the Rimac. Like there's a few videos on YouTube about its construction, but the chassis is like next level, like in carbon composites. So I don't see how Tesla could get away with maybe like giga castings. The rigidity and the lightweight of the carbon fiber is, I think, is going to be crucial here. I don't know what you guys think, but the giga castings is to like reduce cost. Basically, that's the number one reason they did giga casting, is to reduce cost, and I don't think it makes sense both on the manufacturing side and on the performance side to go with giga castings for Roadster.
100% agree. I think we're going to see a carbon fiber monocoque. I'd bet the farm on it. I mean, even just look when Sandy and the boys at Monroe there tore apart the Plaid, and they found, pieces of carbon fiber in behind the instrument panel, in the console, in the front, in behind the front bumper. I mean, they're not adverse to using carbon, and that's in a regular high production car, not a highly specialized vehicle that really it's now what, 3/4 of a decade now we've been waiting for the car. So I don't think they're going to hold anything back.
I too believe. Yeah, no, I was just going to say, like, I too believe it will be a quad motor, just to get the torque vectoring and everything. I think we'll get like drive-by-wire. I don't know if it makes sense to have like four-wheel steering, because at high speeds, the torque vectoring, I think, does the job, and the turning radius will be relatively small anyway, and doesn't need to have a high one. I think we'll see like the 48-volt architecture, but I'm just like taking the new stuff from Cybertruck and just like porting it over to.
Speaking of that, that is exactly what I was just going to say. Was, if you guys seen the image where whoever it was pulled the floor out of the bed of their Cybertruck and you could see the tanks, I think that's going to be like a little sneak peek, and that's in a much higher volume production vehicle. But if you look at the tanks, the air reservoir for the air suspension, I think that could give you a little peek into what they've got up their sleeve for a reservoir for the thrusters.
Yeah, and suspension for Roadster is going to have to be also next level.
Yeah, could they use the air in the suspension?
I think we're going to see some sort of hydraulic suspension, personally.
Yeah, me too. For that kind of performance, that's what you need.
Could it do like a low rider? Like, could it hop up and down just on the suspension alone?
I think BYD has something like that, don't they?
Isn't it Mercedes that jumps around?
Yeah, Mercedes it is. Yeah, the new SUV, the big one.
The Cholo model.
Yeah, because we got lowriders here in Silicon Valley. I go and see the club once in a while, and they can do a lot of things with their car suspension, right? They can put the front up, the back up, they can hop the car.
Yeah, I think either hydraulic or
magnetic
magnetic
Ferrari,
suspension.
and you can taunt the Ferrari by hopping your car up and down and making a lot of noise with the air vents.
I think too, you guys remember the prototype, quote unquote, Plaid Plus that we saw out with that huge not mechanical, but the automated rear wing going, I think it was Nürburgring or one of the two, could have been Laguna Seca, but that could very well be aero testing for an air brake for Roadster, not necessarily that it was ever going to be on the Model S.
Yeah, I think it was Laguna Seca, and I think it was Ryan from Dirty Tesla who actually like sneaked up with his telephoto lens and captured those photos.
That's
If I
right.
remember correctly, I don't want to attribute credit to somebody else, but if I remember that was him. But back then, Plaid Plus was still a thing. So what they learned might just be, since they canceled Plaid Plus, just go to Roadster directly.
Yeah, I was a Plaid Plus reservation holder and then ended up switching into the regular Plaid. But the acceleration time wasn't that much difference. I think it was 189 versus 198, 0 to 60 with rollout subtracted. But the big thing was the range.
If you worked on a car like this with basically no budget, what would you do? You know, to build a super high end, car for billionaires kind of thing.
Well, that would be the Rimac Nevera. I mean, we see what, Mate is a very smart guy. They do not have the resources, obviously, of Tesla, but he has a lot of backers. Like, they've got a lot of money behind them, and they made an incredible car. So there's definitely, that car is the benchmark for Roadster to beat.
And
yeah, I'd say like Rimac and Koenigsegg, when they're doing electric, these are like the highest end electric, because price and cost is not a factor what they're developing. And this is where some people, I think, get mixed up when they say like Lucid's powertrain is a little bit more performant than Tesla's. Yeah, but Tesla's goes for mass manufacturing and they make a huge amounts of profit on each car, whereas Lucid, they went on in a route that they can't make money for each car. They should be actually in the high end, super high luxury, high performance, rather than the market segment they're trying to address.
And what makes a car like the Rimac just better than anybody else? Top end speed, speed off the line, road feel. Tell me about the high end buyer.
Everything. I mean, that car broke 27 world records. It's the fastest top speed of anything going in forward, going in reverse. I mean, it was literally in one day, they smashed 27 long-standing world records. That's not easy to do. Brooks from Drag Times, the YouTube channel Drag Times, he's got a really good video of it. Absolutely just walking the Plaid. Like, we've all seen the videos of the Plaid just crushing everything. And it's just was surreal. Like, I had to watch it a few times. I was like, holy smokes, how is this real? Like, it wasn't like it was close. It literally walked away from the Plaid in the quarter mile. And it's like, it's really hard to believe because we're so used to Plaid just crushing everything. Every Lambo, McLaren, who cares what it is, Plaid's going to beat it. But then you see this car that not just like pulls away from it, like just dusts it. So that's like, yeah, I don't know.
So it's bragging rights.
Yeah, but I mean, that's a big accomplishment.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when you push your engineers, this is, I think, what a lot of people fail to understand. Like, pushing your engineers to do like hard stuff. In Rimac's case, it's all about EV, pushing the boundaries of what EVs can do. But you have also like with Tesla, they're going to probably push the same thing, but adding like the SpaceX package. It's pushing engineers. This attracts the best engineers to come work because they know your company is going to do amazing things. And this is all about like the pace of innovation that happens at Tesla. Who knows, all these breakthroughs that they're going to come up with, they're going to trickle down. Like 48 volt, it comes out on the Cybertruck, but eventually all Tesla cars will be 48 volt. So you got to always keep that in mind. Rimac, I don't think will ever be a mass market car. But they broke a lot of barriers and shown that a lot of things were possible that people didn't think were possible before.
Exactly. So if you watch the last half of my video where I talked to Mate on camera, I actually asked him that exact question. Does Rimac have any plans for bringing in more of a mass production car? He says, no, absolutely not. They're in a position somewhere between Koenigsegg and Bugatti for production numbers. The one thing that they are working on that he kind of let slip is they are working on, it's going to be under another company name, but it is Rimac backed. They're working on autonomous robotaxis.
Of course they are. They have to. And probably humanoid robots too. Everybody's doing humanoid robots these days. Even my mom, I think, is starting up something.
I think humanoid robots have become Moloch now. It's just table stakes. It's like, are you doing a humanoid robot? Okay.
Rimac probably has a lot of aerodynamics experts on their team to make sure it flies through the air more efficiently than anything else.
But don't they self-assemble their current models? They don't use they don't scale manufacturing.
Yeah,
they're more
that's
like
right.
They're more like a niche, right?
They're all hand built in Croatia.
Yeah, it's like Koenigsegg. Everything is like laid up. The carbon fibers all laid up by hand and put into the autoclave and then prepped and treated and then glued together. And yeah, it's a very slow moving assembly line.
Yeah, but for robotaxi, you would assume they would need to scale manufacturing, and that's like the biggest challenge, right?
Yes, that'll be a completely separate facility.
Yeah, many supercars actually don't, because they are so hand-built, kind of. They have also some quality flaws in some areas. For example, that's not there if you have a mass production car, because many things are evened out in the manufacturing process. That's also pretty interesting. That, yeah, sometimes the screws even have to be tightened again and stuff like this after delivery, and you really have to check the car, or the door panels don't align 100%. But yeah, I think those things are just for racing. But it's interesting to see to have a premium product actually have those tight spaces or something isn't working, because they are more or less hand built, nearly like a prototype car. It's yeah.
Do you think the Roadster, once it's shown, is going to look like anything we've seen before, like from Tesla?
Are you saying they're going to change the outside design of Roadster?
It sounds like a lot of things were on the table and all of a sudden got finalized in the last few weeks. So I wouldn't be shocked if it did change a little bit of how it looks.
I'd be disappointed because even though I love the Rimac, its performance, I don't like the look personally, and I always thought that the Roadster, when they unveiled it, was like the sexiest sports car I've ever seen. There's no Ferrari that they come close, but the design, I think Franz nailed it with the Roadster.
Yeah, Franz definitely killed it. I don't think they're going to deviate from it. I think there'll be maybe marginal differences, but fundamentally the same.
Yeah, a little bit like Cybertruck. It's like this was the prototype. Now they have to fit stuff, so maybe a little bit wider here, a little bit shorter here, but the overall, I think, look will be the same.
I kind of want to go back to the initial question, and I think maybe if you guys want, we could actually ask this question directly out to the X ecosphere in the form of a post, like asking if Roadster's acceleration is the least interesting part, then what is the most exciting part? I think the verbiage here is critical, because sure, everything is interesting, but what is the most exciting? Beyond the acceleration, what on earth could the car possibly do? This is so otherworldly.
What if it did fly by wire like the Cybertruck did, and has a whole new haptic system for driving the car and having great road feel? Would that help the car? Would that hurt the car? What's your philosophy there?
Could it float?
I think the way to think about this is, who is the audience for this car? It's people who have a lot of money, who want a toy car, and they want something that is bragging rights in every possible area. So what does that mean? What does that group of people want? I think that's where to start, perhaps.
I met the Bugatti user group, about 10 people. Each of these cars is $2 million. They fly the car around the world. It's a club. I asked one guy, "Are you going to the racetrack with your cars?" He goes, "No, I have a racetrack in my front yard."
Maybe Josh can clarify this, but like we all know Bugatti and I think Koenigsegg's are like super high luxury interior. I think Rimac is also high luxury, but it's maybe not as ostentatious as those cars. But I think Roadster is still going to, I'm not saying they're going to use cheap materials, but they're not going to be ostentatious at all with, high luxury materials and, like gold plated shit and, ostrich leather or things like that. I think the philosophy is going to stay the same. So I don't think it's going to be in the luxurious interior.
If you go to Unplugged Performance and pay your $300,000, they put really soft seats in it, made out of this material, comes out of bamboo. It's really soft. It's like a baby skin. Would you put soft seats in there, or would you put a seat that really helps connect you to the road?
I think Tesla would go with always its like practicality of what they're trying to achieve. So yeah, they'll put the luxury because you're paying like a big premium for the car, but I don't think they'll just go luxury for luxury's sake. Like the one example I'm always like I thought is so silly is like I think it's a Rolls-Royce model that has like fiber optics that go to the ceiling to do like a starry sky type feel. Like I don't see Tesla doing any type of that shit, like to add complexity to a vehicle just to have a little pretty feature or something like that. I don't think they'll go that route. But I think like from what I remember, I haven't seen the interior of the Navara, like it's been a while, but so I'll go watch your video, Josh. But yeah, I had the feeling that it was like midway between Koenigsegg and let's say Tesla. They pumped a little bit of luxury in there.
One thing that Ferrari brings to the table is the sound of the engine. We don't have that with electric motors, but we can listen to music. So what kind of sound system is going to be in this thing?
Are you about to start talking about the subwoofers again?
The Cybertruck has 2 subwoofers, so you got to have at least 2.
He's working his way to introducing Apple Vision Pro. So he starts with sound, surround sound.
No, Dolby Atmos. we can get to spatial audio.
The voxels
put
out
some
about.
audio, some systems in the car.
He's steering the conversation skillfully.
That someday Tesla's going to have some blades they're going to sell for these things and for the Cybertruck. Get your Cybertruck blades, put them on, and then the truck becomes better.
Life is just a bunch of voxels with a negative ping.
There we go.
Post that shit.
I took you in the Ferrari with the Vision Pro. What else do you want from me?
I got him to say Vision Pro. There you go. Finally, he said it.
There we go.
Yeah, I think the Roadster is probably going to be closer to a Porsche interior because I'm actually surprised how minimalist a Porsche interior is compared to a lot of the other driving German cars, and I think it's because it's really just designed to drive. They're not trying to pamper the driver or anything like that. The seats feel like they're really meant to hug the road, and the instrumentation in there is just what you need, nothing more. So, yeah, I agree. Sometimes having a minimalist interior definitely beats having too much stuff.
I expect it to drive by itself as fast as any race car driver in the world can drive it. It's the ultimate e-ticket ride. Take your Tesla on a curvy road, it'll drive fast.
Oh, Scoble, you have to explain what an e-ticket ride is. Only people in California know that.
Back in the Disneyland opened in 1955, right? And so from then to like the early 70s, they would sell tickets to the rides, and the e-ticket got you on the good rides.
The A-ticket ride was like teacups or something like that, right?
My Tesla drives me to Santa Cruz, California on a curvy road at high speeds. It's really fun. If I had one of these Roadsters, I'd expect it to do it way faster than my Model 3 can do it. And smoother.
Yeah, but that's part of the fun of driving a car like that is you get to drive Self though, man. You know, I'm all about the FSD, but man, I want to ride that puppy to the ground
You might
myself.
say that, but I just did a long ass ride all over the Santa Cruz Mountains with mine. Yeah, my car is fun to drive, but I still put it in FSD occasionally to look at the scenery or to get some coffee or take a rest because driving takes some cognitive load. Plus, there's, you know, even if you have a drive like I did on Saturday with my friend, you got to drive on freeways to get there. So you use FSD to get to the cool drive.
That's excellent point. Excellent point. Yeah, because it's nice to have it as an option, right?
Exactly. Plus, a lot of these rich people, they run businesses. They're on Zoom calls all day long or the equivalent thereof. And, you want the car to take over sometimes so you can get into it with your employees or the press or whatever you're doing.
Robert, you mentioned a great point because I have a Model 3 Highland here in Europe, and I just have lane keeping, the normal one. We don't get as much law here in Europe, as you know, with the software. But
you guys have stricter rules. That's why,
Yeah, sadly, red tape. Oh, I love the red tape bureaucracy. But
you have a big car industry to protect too. So you got a lot of German workers working at VW there.
Nobody wants Tesla here. No, but you've mentioned a great point because I've realized this actually just today because I just have the Tesla for 2.5 months. It's actually my first Tesla, and the interesting thing is I tend to put it into lane keeping and everything to have a smooth ride, and then when I take control, I want to speed this thing a little bit. Let's say that. So it makes sense what you say. You have to
You're
go to
driving
the
on the
destination, then
Autobahn,
drive
aren't
it.
you? How fast have you had your Model 3?
Yeah, sadly, it's the standard range, so it's just locked to 200 kilometers per hour. Sadly, so I can't push it further than that. But
about 145 miles an hour.
Yeah, around that ballpark.
Yeah, that's pretty fast. I got mine up to 125 on the way down to Vegas, and it's fast for me because I'm not used to that kind of speed.
Yeah, for us it's normal. I mean, you could drive a Bugatti Veyron on full force here, or a Model S Plaid, like many people already did on YouTube. Yeah.
If you're doing 180 miles an hour on the Autobahn and somebody pulls in front of you, or you're coming up to stop traffic, how does the car handle itself?
Well, you tend to look further and see if the road is clear. That's a big one, and also to have a straight line. I think most people don't push it that much, but yeah, German Autobahn in the south at least is pretty fun. Yeah, let's say that.
I know. I've been on it. It's a lot of fun. We have to go into Kansas to have something fun like that. Kansas is at 8 hours of straight road with very little chaos on the road. Very little cross traffic, very few pedestrians. No pedestrians, right? It's fun, but boring.
No speed limit there?
Yeah, but they also have weird dirt roads that enter onto the highway once in a while too.
110, and if you have a supercar and you get it up to 150, nobody cares, right? There's nothing in Kansas except for corn, man. Though 8 hours of straight road, I have pictures of it on X. It's straight, and there's nothing there except corn on both sides of you.
Hey, Tesla Fix, can you give us like on the ground sense of how, like in Germany, the environmentalists blocked? It's not binding, but they voted no for Giga Berlin expansion. What is like overall sentiment since you're right there? Like how people think about it?
So when Tesla actually announced, or Elon announced that they're going to open up shop here in Germany, I was like, oh my God, please don't do it. Please leave immediately. Don't do it. I know Germany. Our airport took 6 years to build here in Berlin, for example. Please don't. Please, God, no. But yeah, when they actually did it, I was surprised that they could pull up this factory so fast, and they kind of had backlash before already. For me, it's interesting to see that these environmental groups are kind of instrumentalized, I would say. I'm not pretty sure who's behind it. Now we go into tinfoil hat category, I would say, because we don't have proof of anything. But I can see that having an American competitor here in our home turf of the auto industry here, the main hub, Germany, is of course famous for that. So I think some groups are kind of instrumentalized, I would say, by groups that have certain agendas to push, for example, the oil lobby or something. But overall, I think this will be solved because we have so much political will in Grünheide from the government there. Now there are actually elections. That's interesting to see. If something shifts there, that could be a problem, I would say. But overall, the politicians are pushing for the expansion as well. So they are very willing to work through this, and the concerns will be met. And then they have to comply kind of and see that the protesters or the people who were against it, that they are kind of calm because they get their points across. And what really is actually pretty interesting is that they always mention the water again. The water consumption is always still a big topic also in German news outlets. But when you look around and see that LEAG, the brown coal or lignite extraction company here, uses 100 times more water than Tesla. Nobody's protesting there. That's interesting to see. That's why I mean it's interesting that those groups aren't as vocal about this, since brown coal is actually way dirtier than electric vehicle factory that's sustainable. So but overall I think it's some kind of we have that in different countries as well. It's that people want change, but not on their front porch. Let's say that, and that's one of the biggest things I would see there. They are just also scared about all the workers coming from across the country, from Poland, for example. Many workers from there, and that's why they don't want their region to change. They're not prone to change there as much, but I think this will be solved by Tesla by communicating with them, and they also comply pretty much, and that's a good thing. You have to really discuss. It's ridiculous what they say. The claims are stupid, but I think it's going to be solved. It's more about the political will in the region, and that's why I think I'm 80% certain that the expansion will happen.
Yeah, because expansion is for next gen vehicle, and it'll be like apparently from what I've seen on the on the plan that it would be twice the size of the current building, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And how is Poland related, Polish population related to it? Is it because Polish people live in that area, or I see that it's somehow related to Polish population, or it's just too close to the border? How is that relevant?
Yeah, it's relevant because they expanded the train station as well and stuff like this. So the connection actually through Berlin. So it's Grünheide is more kind of left from Berlin. So the connection to Poland is actually this line. If you go just to the right more and more, then you suddenly reach the border. And many Eastern European workers are also working at Tesla. But I mean, it's very balanced. But some people fear this. Some conservative people. I don't know why, but it doesn't make sense. But I think that's one concern, because people seek out for jobs, and there are highly skilled workers from Poland that are happy to work at the Gigafactory near there. And Tesla attracts many people from different countries, I would say. So that's the reason. It's near to the border. Yeah.
Thanks. It's good to know.
You're welcome.
So I assume you're loving your Model 3. What's your favorite feature?
It's just actually it's walking up to the car and it unlocking itself. It sounds ridiculous, but every time I walk up to the car, that's how I feel like, okay, this is the future. I never owned an EV before, I have to tell you that. And also I had a Subaru Trezia or something. That's, I don't know how it's called, the model. It's a very small car from Subaru, like Subaru, I mean. And it's super analog, and now I have the Tesla Model 3, and it's out of this world. Also, the handling, the center of gravity in comparison to the Model X, I mean, or a Model Y, is so interesting to experience. It's very similar to the Model 3 from before in the sense of the center of gravity and everything, but actually it's a little bit lower than the Model 3 from before, and it has a super sporty handling, and also the suspension seems to be different. Because I've tested the Model 3, the normal one before, and a few months, and I'm super happy with the car. And yeah, what can I say? The functionality that you have a profile and approach the car, that's absolutely amazing. That blew my mind. And yeah, and also friends were over, and I said, just take it for a spin. And I just sent them a link. Then they could open up the car, and I've just sent them off. I didn't even explain to them how to use the car. I said, here you go. I was so confident that because it's so intuitive to drive this thing, it's like kind of a go-kart, if that makes sense. It stops when you just leave your foot off the accelerator pad. And this alone is absolutely crazy. And I've actually tested it because I have my second car still. And I've used it once, and I felt like in a death trap. I got used to the car in 1 month so fast, and I couldn't even blink anymore because I used the steering wheel blinkers. I've got to use that in 30 minutes. It's ridiculous. I can't go back, never, ever. And I don't want to go into this death machine again. Yeah, that's how I experienced. That was my initial experience of a Tesla, actually. Yeah, Model 3 highlight. Yeah.
I bet this is why we have two of them now. We got one and we were like, we don't want to drive our gas car anymore. We were just like, we're done with that.
It's just a death trap.
By the way, if you take an old Model 3 and lower it and put a decent suspension on it and put good tires on it, it's really fun. So I get what you're getting with the Highland, because the Highland gets you most of the way there, right?
Absolutely, and that's why I kind of see it like it's baby Model S Plaid or something, like the new one, the ludicrous one that was announced. And I gotta say, I'm already planning on selling my Model 3 in the next 3 years when I own it and not the bank. So, but yeah, that I think the interesting thing that Tesla did, the ludicrous variant of the Model 3 now, is such a good thing. Also, how they market it or not market it, how the expectation of the car is. It's an interesting placement because this actually will have a huge impact on the, for example, the M3 series of BMW. I can clearly see that as a competitor there. And also Audi will get a lot of heat here in Germany because of this, I think. And I think the people tend to underestimate the Model 3 because in the US, of course, you don't buy smaller cars. You actually go for the Model Y then. And also, of course, in Germany, it's the best seller is also the Model Y, but still the Model 3 is pretty popular here, also because of the price point. And I think if it's a sporty car for a decent price, I mean, you get a VW Golf for that price. So what are you going to choose? I wouldn't buy the Golf. Let's say it that way.
And yours is...
Yeah,
sorry, go ahead, Josh.
No, I was just going to say that I completely agree. I was actually speaking with somebody last week saying that the Germans are in big trouble with that new ludicrous 3. The Audi RS3, RS4 are finished. The M3, M4 from BMW are done, and the C43 AMG from Mercedes. They're all. There's no contest now. Now they put those beautiful seats in there, big brakes, crazy power. It's all over.
Absolutely, yeah, yeah, and really Germans look at track times and stuff like this, really, because the Nürburgring thing, it's a thing. If you beat something there, I mean, Porsche's, yeah, that's really a thing.
The data will speak.
Yep.
And your Highland is Shanghai built?
Can you can you ask that again?
It's Shanghai from China.
Oh yeah, it's a China built model. Yeah.
And how's like the build quality overall?
Yeah, I would have actually a review of this car on my channel actually, but I haven't finished it now. But I can tell you a little bit what I've experienced. So I, of course, as a German, did the panel gap test. Of course, I have to do that. As a German, I have to go into the details here. Yes, and I can tell you, the build quality is superb. Of course, we have some misalignments of 1 millimeter here and there. I was very specific. Yeah, I looked into it, and I was I was impressed, and also many German colleagues of mine and engineering friends I have said they kind of reminds them of also from the styling and from the feel like a little bit like a Porsche. Of course, more minimalist, but still the build quality is pretty good, superb. The sound dampening is absolutely insane and maximally noticeable. The Germans were good in that camp already before, but yeah, it's very noticeable that the noise reduction, road noise reduction, is pretty good. It's around 20%. They also did stuff with the wheels that they are, yeah, the road noise is reduced. So overall, the build quality is now on par with German manufacturers, I would say, and that's a good thing.
What size tires and wheels do you have?
So I opted for a poser long range. That means it's a standard range with the sportier wheels, the newer ones. And yeah. So I live near this.
What kind of tires do you have? Because the Michelins I just got are fucking amazing tires.
I don't know which brand they are. I haven't checked. I just know that I have the 19-inch wheels, and but the tires I haven't checked.
I got 20-inch on mine just last week. It's fucking amazing. It dramatically changes the car. It changes the sound of the car. It's very quiet compared to what it was. It's really nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Michelins are. And my friend who races cars said he's heard all his life about Michelin tires, these Pilot Sport 4S tires, and he didn't understand why people loved them so much until he drove mine. And he's like, "Shit, these tires are legit."
It's good to hear your feedback from Germany. It's interesting. We see eye to eye, obviously. I just drove the Highland a couple of weeks ago for the first time, threw up a quick video on it. And within the first 5 minutes, I was like, man, this car drives like a German car.
Yeah.
It really lost a lot of that, the traditional way, Teslas drive. It's a ton of tech, but it can drive a little light and a little bit kind of little rattle squeak here and there that you overlook, obviously, because the tech is incredible. But that car, I was like, wow, this car feels German.
Yeah, and I also have to add here that this car feels German. For example, Mercedes cheaped out more and more in their interior. So the made in Germany thing is kind of losing its value more and more. I'm not talking about the higher priced cars. I'm talking about like the EQE and stuff like this, the little bit more approachable cars that don't cost 120K. How about that? Something in the But that's something to consider. Also, Mercedes as a premium brand, and the perception of Mercedes is still quality and everything. But I would say that they kind of lost touch with their own claims they put onto their flags, or how you say it in English. But that's something to consider. They also started to cheapen out a little bit. The materials feel less premium, they're crackling, they're squeaking, and I have that in the Model 3 highlights. So I would say in some areas even it's better than a Mercedes in some areas. But still, I have to give the Germans credit there. The build quality of, I mean, they have experts that close doors all day. So that should tell you something, that they're highly optimized cars, because they had 100 years to optimize the internal combustion engine cars. So they have time for stuff like this. But Tesla will get there. And I think also that having a factory in Germany is a good thing, that the German engineers actually get attracted to Tesla. And when VW starts to crumble and the other ones, as I predict, that means we're going to get more and more good engineers also to Tesla there. They're going to also improve the quality. And as we all know, that China in quality control is superb. So they were bad before, but now they're superb. They're even better and almost on par with the Germans, I would say, and even better in some areas. And that's super interesting to witness and watch how this unfolds. Yeah.
Since you have the new sound system already, have you compared the sound system to other German manufactured cars or other cars? And if so, what do you think?
I haven't compared it directly side by side. That would be very interesting. But what I did is I have the other cars I drove around, for example, the Audis of my friends or something like this, Audi RS3, for example. I have to say the sound system is on par or better in some areas, I would say, even. I love it. I think the two new speakers actually are in the, because the glass of the Model 3 is now split. And in the center, there is a beam that many people actually don't notice because most of the people don't look up all the time. So even Model 3 owners don't realize, or older Model 3 owners don't realize that there's a new beam actually, or how do you say it, a bridge? Oh, geez, my English sometimes not so good. So two speakers are in that pillar on top of your head. And this is also good for the separation of the car because you have a screen in the back and you can separate the audio in the back from the front. And when your kids, for example, watch not Cocomelon, but I will never let my child watch that. But you can separate the audio there. So so that's also a good thing. You have zones, like 2 zones, and that's also an interesting feature. And you can control the back screen from the front, which is also pretty neat. Just a fun fact.
Have you had it out in any poor weather, and do you miss the fog lights?
I haven't even noticed that, but yeah, I didn't have fog, but heavy rain. No fog lights. I think you have fog lights, don't you? So for the I have to check
But
that.
you have matrix headlights, so the headlights can be turned on and off, not just overall, but pieces of the light can be turned on and off
this
as
feature
you're
was just
driving.
But with the last update or the last 3 updates ago, I've put out a video on my X account. You can check it. It also went kind of viral because Elon liked it. So 100K. And I just filmed where how the high beams work because the high beams actually, as many people know, didn't work at all. You just blind people by driving around, and now they fixed it with this update. They are solved. It's done. In Europe, it's done. It works. It's perfectly fine. It works perfectly. The Matrix LED high beams are incredible because you really see the dark spots with the cars, and even when they drive from left to right or right to left. I was actually at a traffic stop light, and then cars came from the right to the left at night, and it even disabled the high beams when they passed. And this is actually pretty difficult because yeah, they are moving so fast, and you can also see that in the video in the end on my Exicon somewhere. Maybe I can put it up somehow when I'm done talking. But yeah, that's solved. It's perfectly fine. And I've also compared it with Porsche, for example, because Porsche also has matrix LED lights, and there we can see the German OCD over engineering that people love so much, of course. Um, those are way better because they are softer and you don't see the pixels. And you even have zones, like for example, when traffic passes there and you have a black spot so you don't blind the other headlights. They use the energy that is left to light up the sides of the road if you see a deer or something like this. Something like this, they put their head, wrap their head around it, try to fix stuff like this. It's a little overkill, I would say, and also very expensive. The lenses are way better. It's of course being in Germany with size and everything, so I think it's overkill, and super expensive. So for the Porsche, maybe it makes sense. But I think Tesla did a great job with their headlights. I think they're in a sweet spot, I would say. Also, with the price of the headlights, it has to have a good price point. So I think they did a great job, and I think this will be standard in the future. But I don't really know. Maybe since you all live in the US, is there a problem with regulations that you don't get the matrix headlight and the like this feature because it's not available, right?
I believe there's some rules that we have to follow that are different than in than in Europe. Yeah.
Yeah, same in Canada as well.
But what
we
rule?
want them.
It's strange for me to see that.
We also want the cameras instead of side view mirrors, but we can't get those either.
Yeah, we neither. So yeah.
It'll be interesting to see what they do with lights on the Roadster, because the lights look very different than on the Model 3 or the Cybertruck. So it'll be interesting to see what they put in on the Roadster.
Yeah, maybe they also have a higher fidelity like Porsche did. That could be a possibility, but I'm reaching out here too far, maybe.
Yeah, question for the panel. You know, in the new Model 3, the indicators that are typically on the mirrors that there is someone, like a side busy indicator that someone is beside you. They're now, yeah, they're now inside the car.
Yes.
So is that a step towards eventual mirror removing?
Well, that's a very interesting point you mentioned here. It could. It maybe it could. I think it makes sense. Some people said, oh, but when it's not in the mirror, then the passing vehicle doesn't see that the other car or the Model 3 in that case sees that I'm in the blind spot. But I find that very ridiculous, actually, this claim, because I think it's more important that the person who's driving knows who's in his blind spot, since he's in control there. So I think it's such a good idea that they hid it in the mesh, actually, of the left speaker in the pillar. And yeah, it's an interesting theory there.
On mine, when I try to signal and change lanes, if there's a car in my blind spot, the right side of the video of the right side of the car shows as red, so I know I can't make a turn.
That's right, yeah.
So I'm usually looking at the screen in front of me when I'm signaling. I'm not looking at the mirrors.
But actually, the small LED, it's very good because it's more noticeable. You kind of have it on the side eye, and then it's more natural when you drive that you know, oh, something from the left is shining on me, the red light, I mean. And then it's like more natural to kind of, yeah, feel it. So I think it makes sense to hide it, like they did. And it works perfectly because you don't see the LED and it's hidden, and then it just lights up when you need it. And that's also a very good minimalist approach they did there.
I wonder in the Roadster, are they going to put an augmented reality windshield? Because like BMW and other cars are starting to put little displays in the windshield, and I've seen bigger ones from a company called Wayray, where they put a piece of film on the inside of the windshield and put lasers on in the dash aimed at the film, and it builds a hologram on the road ahead. It's really pretty cool, but it's just not very. It's not very practical, particularly when we're going into an autonomous age, right, where the car is driving. But for something like a Roadster, I'd certainly want an augmented reality windshield, particularly if I'm going to light up those what do you call these things? They're not rockets. They're little
cold gas thrusters.
Air jets.
Yeah, cold gas thrusters.
Cold gas thrusters.
I think actually, Robert, I could see that being really cool because when you back up and it gives you kind of that like thing that shows you where your car is going to go if you continue. It'd be really cool to have an overlay like that if you're going around a track and it's like at this speed, it predicts to you what's going to happen and it could give you like a kind of a pre-warning, like it's red, you're not going to make this turn at this speed. So that would be awesome.
When Audi taught me to race, they had a driver in front of me and then a driver in back of me, and we had a walkie-talkie on my head so they could tell me how to hit my turns, right? Or if I did a good job, or if I did a bad job, right? They would be talking to me. What if the car did that? Was like helping you hit your turns on a racetrack to make sure you're getting the most speed out of the car. Like, are you braking good enough into turn 6 at Adrian Raceway or whatever they call Sonoma Raceway?
That's pretty cool. I've got to go because Scott and I are going to do a video on shoulders, so look for that like tomorrow. So yeah. Anyway, but this has been a
shoulders, like human shoulders or shoulders at on the road.
Bot shoulders. No, bot shoulders. So there you go. It's all about shoulders, baby. So anyway, I'll see you guys later. Thanks for Thank you. A lot of fun.
That's
Enjoy.
awesome.
Bye-bye.
See you, John.
Thanks for a great conversation.
Bye, John.
Later.
Have a good day.
As you see, John is pulling me out, so I'll be back when this is over.
Bye, Scott, and don't take too much time. I also want to interview you soon.
Bye, Scott.
Okay. All right. Cheers.
I'm gonna be featured on a shitcast.
Say what?
It's a thing. It's like one of the Doge guys. He's doing a podcast now. He's interviewing various people, and he's going to interview me as well. So that's gonna be fun.
My friend Andy, who was one of the 12 guys who built the iPhone for Steve Jobs, he built his own AI to abuse you. So he fine-tuned an LLM to just be an asshole to you. As one does in Silicon Valley, I guess.
I think it's easy to train that then when they're so close there.
There's lots of training data out there.
Adrian, I was just going to say, I have never, ever laughed so hard at anything on social media as that space with you and Elon a few days back, man. That was just unbelievable. I think I got a good ab workout, man. Thank you for that.
Will the Roadster have noise canceling inside the cabin? Will they make it completely airtight and put some noise canceling technology? Because I'm wearing AirPods while my Tesla's driving me on Freeway 280, and it's a lot quieter with the AirPods in than with them not in, right? So let's start thinking about doing that kind of noise canceling.
I think some of the features that are too overkill in that sense, or too costly, they won't put into the Roadster, I think. Also for example, the augmented reality HUD that you have in the front, I would say that that could be too complex also to kind of program specifically just for the Roadster. And also the noise canceling is a great idea, but I think maybe down the line, this would make absolutely sense. I mean, the technology is already here. And also with the speakers, they could just do that, I think. But yeah,
you have to put microphones on the outside of the cabin anyways to really have full self-driving, because a cop needs to be able to control the car from outside the car, right? If there's a cop behind you telling you to pull over, you better pull over, otherwise you're going to have bigger problems. So it has to have microphones listening to the cars around you. So why not do noise canceling now? The microphones are getting cheaper, and the technology to do this is coming down in cost. So I think the Roadster should have stuff like this. The windshields too are coming. I mean, I went to Moscow, Russia, and saw the Wayray 9 years ago now, and it was pretty good 9 years ago. And there's others out there. Digital Lens is doing windshields like this. Other companies are building different kinds of HUDs or full-on augmented reality windshields. It'd be interesting to put one of those in a showpiece car like this. Because again, what's the goal? Have a billionaire be able to show his other billionaire friends that, oh, I just got a new Roadster. Look at this new windshield, or look at this. Look, I can go faster than any other car. Right? Got to have some toys that other people don't have.
Yeah, and also I think it depends on the pricing where it really sits. Do we know, like, kind of, or have we an estimate already where around this car would fit? Because then many things are decided. I mean, if it costs 120K, it's as expensive as an EQS, and that's an interesting territory, to say the least. So I think.
I mean, if you buy a Plaid, what's a Plaid going for? Like $180,000. Then you got to go to Unplugged Performance and put a new suspension on it, put all sorts of stuff on it. That costs another $300,000. So I would expect the Roadster to be in that range: $300,000, $400,000, $500,000. A brand new Ferrari costs $450,000, right? And some of them are even more expensive than that. I would assume it's in that price range. If you can't afford that price range, buy yourself a little Model 3 like I did, put a good suspension on it, you got a good car, right? But the rich people, they get toys.
I think in the 300,000 to 400,000 range is realistic. I mean, Tesla just has it's in character for them to bring out incredible performance for a relative bargain. I mean, if you look at what Plaid brought to the table, it democratized, hypercar performance, and of course the Roadster is going to push the bar again. Yeah, heck, even the Model 3 when it came out was like, look what you can get. Look at the performance, even just of a regular long range car. Is just that was 5-liter Mustang, sports car performance not that long ago.
Yeah.
It's pretty fun to even smoke many sports cars here with Model 3 standard range. It's pretty fun, yeah.
Yep. I do it all the time. It's fun. My car only goes 0 to 60 in 5 seconds. This new Roadster is going to do it in 1. That's incredible.
How's the charging infrastructure in Germany where you at? Like, have you ever faced any issues, or head range anxiety, or like besides charging at home? How's like charging elsewhere, supercharger network?
How about I can't even charge at home because in Europe, or as many people know, we have many apartments here, for example. Home ownership is actually not so common here. So it's a little bit, it depends. But so no home charging. That's bad for the phantom draining that we have, around 2%. In winter, it was even 3% at some days, which was anxiety inducing, to say the least. And also the estimations of the calculations of the charging is so funny because I have to fill up the tank more if this makes sense. And since I can't charge at home, it's more expensive. It makes sense when you have a home charger, then it's through your home outlet, so the electricity is much lower. But I most of the time, on average, I pay around 50 cents per kilowatt hour. And they are more or less faster chargers, not a fast charger in that sense. We have many. I would say I have over 6 in my area, and I live in South Germany. near the Swiss border, so the infrastructure actually is here not as good built out because it's not a big city, but the overall infrastructure, not the charging infrastructure, is okay because we have many shops, for example. You can go shopping and then there you can charge. And for example, I can charge at like a store. When I'm shopping there for half an hour, I can charge my car half full, if that makes sense. And I also can charge at work in Switzerland over the border, and it also costs like 50 Swiss, 50 cents kind of also. But we also have slow charges that cost around 25 cents. So I could always charge my car. I never had range anxiety, and overall the network is built out pretty good, I would say. So also here in the south, I live near to the Autobahn here to go to Stuttgart, for example. That's a good connection there. So no range anxiety, even with the standard range, even with the bigger wheels that deduct your range, of course. Like I said, it's a Poser long range. So it's a standard range with the heavier heavier wheels. So I lose around like 50 kilometers because of the wheels on top of that. So yeah, but it's fine. I would say it's not anxiety inducing, if that makes sense.
And speed kills your range. So if you're doing 100 plus, on the Autobahn, your range goes down.
Yeah. But I kind of use it more as a daily driver here, so I'm not as much on the Autobahn. So normal city traffic, I would say, and sometimes long distances. But if I could opt, if I would drive more long distances, I would opt for long range, of course, obviously. And I wanted to save the rest of the money, the 10K more. I wanted to wait for the Cybertruck to arrive, hopefully in Germany. I'm still hopeful because I have a reservation, so I wanted to keep that for a potential Cybertruck purchase.
Interesting, because you don't think about trucks in Europe because the whole culture there is more focused around smaller vehicles. Do you think the Cybertruck will do well if it's introduced in Europe?
I would say so. First, you're going to piss off a lot of Germans because it's a pickup truck. That's what they hate. And it's a big car. That's also what they hate. And it's an electric vehicle on top of that. So, to trigger some Germans, it's a fun vehicle. But I also think it's going to be popular. But why we don't have as much pickup trucks here is actually because of the weather, because it tends to rain here in Germany. So what a surprise. And sometimes we use, or when we haul something, we go to IKEA and buy furniture, for example, and those things tend not to like water. So that's why they mostly opt for enclosed cars like Sprinter vans, for example, in that sense. So bigger cars, or those VW multi-vans that you might also know in the US. They are also very popular here as a utility vehicle or a hybrid vehicle for families. So a van would make a lot of sense for Europe and Germany especially. And but I think the Cybertruck, because it's such a special vehicle, will have a lot of also impact on the pop culture here, and I think that's a good thing. I think it will surprise people how much adoption it will get. Yeah, that's just my fanboy view here, so I have to put here a grain of salt into that stuff.
And overall, like sentiment, like when you show your car to your friends and I'm sure you got some like random people looking. What like overall is it because there is like a status quo, like the factories are in the like right in the heart of German auto industry, which is like the economic driver for the whole Europe. What's the like general sentiment towards EVs? Is it still kind of reserved, like with range and other concerns and lack of awareness, or is it kind of like spreading across the transition to sustainable energy?
So this one is interesting because it depends on which circle of people you ask. When you ask engineers, they like engineering stuff and seeing technology. That's why they're very open to Tesla, for example, and they are amazed by the technology. And for them, the engineers work in systems here in our German work culture, and it's like a breath of fresh air for them. I would explain it this way, because then they see like, okay, this is how over the air update works. You don't have to go to the dealership to put a USB drive into your car, something like that. I mean, VW is massively dysfunctional. Their software engineering is out of this world in the sense that it's horrible. And this we in Germany we had a huge brain drain in the software space in 1996 around that time, because German government immediately tried to tax software. And most of the startups just said, hey, we don't know if that works out or not. We're going to go to Silicon Valley. And that's what they did. And we had the big brain drain of software engineers in the 90s. And this kept on going. And believe me, if people are good in programming, they're going to leave Germany immediately. So that's sad. Probably they just work for SAP. That's an employer here that I would say is big enough. But yeah, it's sad, and this shows, and that's why Tesla has such a big advantage here, and also the Chinese manufacturers, BYD, for example, as well. They make good software. Tesla makes superb software. I would compare because I've seen the BYD seal tests, and maybe you also see them. It's interesting. For me, the Tesla is Apple, and BYD is Android. So that sums it up pretty much. Also from the usability standpoint. Tesla is just smooth sailing, super integrated, very refined, and I didn't actually experience the earlier Model S. So for me, it's just this is my benchmark now, and it's incredible how the software is integrated. And when I at work, for example, when I show them or drive somebody home, and he's like, "Wait a second, you didn't? How do you start?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I press the brake and buckle in. That's it." And I think due to the language in Germany and stuff like this, it's we tend to complicate things. Also because our language is very specific, and we can really tell or explain stuff to the bolts, and we have very precise language. And this kind of that's my theory. It kind of makes it more difficult to for the Germans to simplify things. And
paralysis by analysis.
Yeah, kind of. And
I asked the engineers at Mercedes-Benz R&D department, why do you put a knob in between the seats? Why don't you let people touch the screen like Tesla does? And they said, oh, the people who run Mercedes are back in Germany, and they don't want fingerprints on the glass, kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of resistance to change, to new approaches for a lot of reasons.
But I think, but I also think that's a cultural thing. There's a reason why those design thinking ideation methods weren't invented in Germany. There's a reason for that. That's why that comes from software development from the US, for example. Also, Toyota implemented a lot of, for example, Scrum, stuff like this. That's not invented here. So there's a reason for that. And I think I have a good example, actually. I have a friend who, or somebody I know, works for one of the biggest design firms here in Germany. I won't name anything because I think it's a little bit discreet. Let's say they had an interface design change for a huge German car manufacturer, and they had to redesign the app and the logos and everything. So they did a rebranding of everything, and then they came into the interior of the car, and suddenly the sentiment changed, the openness of the people, because the people who are responsible for the interfaces inside the car, they came from the button world. They are from the button world.
Yeah.
And they cannot adapt. They cannot adapt because they say, wait, but we did it like this before. It's so difficult for them to change. And this is also one reason why the new BMW, was it the iX7, the luxury sedan they have, I'm not sure what the numbering scheme is, the electric vehicle. It has, and I shit you not, it has a small knob, where like a small nipple where you can wiggle somewhere to adjust the air vents in the car.
Yeah.
In 2023, it was released like this. And when I see this and I see the touch screen of the Tesla where I can just put my face and it just the airstream magically lands in your face, that's how you do it. Why don't they? And I mean, they want to put buttons where they can because their expertise lays in buttons, not in software. And that's the reason. Okay, sorry, long-winded answer.
And the belief of the customers. Same thing in America. I did a lot of research going around America talking to people about buttons. And there's a lot of resistance, right? It's like one guy told me, I love touching my AM radio and finding my radio station with a button. I don't like touching a computer screen because there's a lot of people who aren't computer people. Right? I'm a computer guy. I've been on computers since I was 13 years old. Most people in America don't look at the world the way I do, right? And same thing in Germany. It's a hard culture to beat.
Yeah, I think part of it also could be like a third, fourth, fifth tiers of supply chain who are like already plugged in to the, this sourcing and everything, like of the materials. And they just have those supply chain partners that they don't want to deviate from. And it's like they have this deals arranged with them for decades and they just don't want to like disrupt that.
Yeah, and there's a lot of fear. The updating with Volkswagen and Mercedes. Mercedes told me they're scared of their cars getting hacked, and they said we're a global brand, and if our car gets hacked, it'll destroy huge markets around the world. And Tesla just doesn't have the existing customers, so they can take risks that the other car companies just couldn't and still can't do.
To be totally frank, if I was Mercedes, I would also be scared that somebody could hack the software because they need software engineers to solve this. And I think Tesla has them. So there is not as big of a concern for that. But if you're Mercedes, yeah, that's a different story because it's so clunky, their software. And what I also find so interesting is that they use the supplier system like they do their cars in the software space as well. That clearly tells you that they are really much from a different era. And that's why the legacy car companies have such a problem adapting to this new system because the iPhone also was such a disruptor. I mean, we all know that the iPhone was taunted at first by Steve Ballmer from Microsoft, where they said, oh, how do you write emails without buttons on your phone? And he laughed it off. And now who's laughing?
Yeah.
I don't know if Steve Ballmer is still laughing about the iPhone. So everybody gets used to the interfaces. And also sorry, Robert, please go on. I didn't want to interrupt you.
No, I interviewed Nokia's CEO the day that the iPhone came out, and he was laughing at it. Right? It's like Cupertino can't make phones, which is true, by the way. Steve Jobs told his employees not to hire anybody who's ever built a phone before, which is how you get to different ideas. He didn't want to hear no from people, right? For instance, my friend Andy did the visual voicemail feature on the iPhone. When he pitched it to AT&T, AT&T told him there's no fucking way you're going to get that. And of course, we have it now. And he said, I complained to Steve, and Steve took care of the problem. Well, Steve Jobs went to AT&T CEO and said, how do I solve this problem? It turned into a 5-year exclusive deal just for that feature, worth billions and billions of dollars, right? But that's something that a visionary or a Steve Jobs can make happen. I can't. it's hard to convince other people to do the right thing.
You there, Robert, or you rugged?
I'm here.
Okay, okay. No, I thought if you were finished or not. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, sorry.
Maybe I can go make a curve back to the Tesla Roadster. You kind of, because it's interesting to see. I think it's interesting to compare also the competitors, or look into what's happening around, because we go into a sportier territory with the Roadster, and yeah, are different competitors now, but I think Tesla will come up with a very intelligent, software-driven solution also to maybe racing and stuff like this. They already did this great feature with the performance variants of the Model 3, or also with the Model Y, that you can choose the torque of your engines in the front and in the back, for example, how much percentage of, if you want to have just a back wheel or back wheeler, I know, how do you say it, like when the engine is in the back, rear wheel drive or front wheel drive, you can adjust how much percentage you want your torque to be, which is pretty cool for the track. Of course, if you want to drift, you maybe want to use the back wheels more, or anything. So things like this is pretty interesting also, to gather data on the track, and build custom performance software. And I think also that we're going to see more and more of this specialized software, because we saw that also on the Cybertruck, for example, that it's more specialized on off-roading, and that they also have many off-road features. And you can also see that FSD isn't working right now in the you can clearly see that there's a divide in the software here a little bit, and that it still needs some time to marry it together back to the normal Tesla software. But I think this is going to be interesting to see those specialized cases where the software is kind of a little bit different scenarios. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah.
You bring up a good point, because if right now I'm in driving in rain, and if you had a ability to change the traction on both wheels, you would probably go more toward a front wheel drive in rain, because it would pull you through puddles, right? If you're starting to hydroplane and lose contact with the road, you want the front wheels to be driving and pulling you through the water, rather than the rear wheels pushing you through the water, because then you're going to have the car be more likely to start rotating or spinning in the water. Or same thing on ice. If I'm driving on ice, I want mostly four-wheel, but more traction on the front wheel, so that it can pull me around things rather than push me around things, which is going to lose the traction on the rear tires and start a spin. What do you think? In a perfect world, it would be doing that constantly, right? Deciding which wheels get the traction. Ferrari has a four-wheel drive. It's doing a lot of stuff like that, and really makes you feel like a god when you're driving the car, because it's just constantly readjusting its assumptions about the road surface.
But doesn't it do it already a little bit? Like when it loses traction, it kind of adjusts a little bit.
Yeah.
engines, or?
On the Tesla, if you start spinning, it starts doing things with brakes to start getting you back into straight. But my car only has rear wheels, so I don't have these kinds of technological choices. But in a Roadster, particularly where you have four motors, you can turn on and off each of one of those four motors independently, and you could do a lot of fun stuff with traction control on different surfaces, right? Because if you hit a patch of ice, you want to have different engines going than if you're on a dry, sunny road.
Yeah, I can speak to that a little bit. I've got a Model S Plaid that I drove across Canada twice and went up into the mountains into some bad weather, and you can actually feel the two independent rear motors really working, but together, but quite often independently of each other. And it's quite a sensation. It's incredible what the car can do.
So the two motors on your Plaid are, you mean like kind of like ABS when they start rotating at their own like speeds in the deep like
Yes, except
Yes.
the opposite of braking, right?
Right. It's for acceleration. But let me give you one really unique example. So I was in the furthest portion of Nova Scotia, in a place called Cape Breton Island. I hit a pothole, broke my wheel. I ended up having to get a new wheel and a new tire. Well, the other three tires were almost completely worn out. And so I was left with one brand new tire and three worn out ones. So they have a different diameter. So I put the new one on the rear because if I put it on the front, then you'd have a conflict between, because they're sharing a drive unit, you'd have a conflict between the left and right. So I actually moved it to the back and drove the car. Once I got the new wheel and tire on the car, very weird thing happened. The stability control light went nuts for about maybe 10 miles or so. In fact, at a couple points, it actually grabbed the ABS and kind of like skidded the wheel. But then a miraculous thing, I thought for sure, oh no, I'm going to have to get the car towed. It was going to be this nightmare. But a miraculous thing happened. The car learned. It understood the difference in rotation speed, and it just got used to it. And it just learned it. And then I ended up driving another 5,000 miles on the rest of the road trip with that newer tire, and stability control light never came on. It worked perfectly the rest of the trip. It was an unbelievable experience.
So that was a tri-motor?
Yes, yeah, tri-motor Plaid.
It's interesting. I'm going through about 2 inches of water right now. Everybody's slowed down. This is an example of where this kind of traction control really could come in. Let's say I hit that puddle at full speed, right? Like 80 miles an hour. What would happen? What would the motors be doing? They can do a lot of things to keep you going straight and try to find some traction through this thing. And one of the things would be to turn off the rear wheels and turn on the front wheels and pull you out of the puddle. Right? So yeah, traction could, like Adrian, man, traction control I think is the most interesting problem at Tesla.
Yeah, I'd agree that what the Plaid can do is, I've never been in a vehicle, and I've pushed a lot of cars hard, off-road, on-road, and what Tesla's able to do with their drivetrain and the software is completely unprecedented.
Yes. Elon, when he gave me the first ride in the first Tesla, he said one advantage of electric motors is I can turn them on and off very, very quickly with computers controlling these brushless motors.
Yeah, there's no latency.
He said that will lead us to a new kind of traction control. That's why I over-index on traction control. It's really important. I mean, I've gone through different road surfaces, different kinds of conditions, ice. It'd be fun to take your Model S out on some ice, and see what it does.
I wish I had my engineering friend right now in this space, because he could elaborate a little bit more on the German OEMs, that how they are doing it with the traction control and stuff like this. I think they are also pretty good
Audi
at that.
Yeah, they're very good. Audi taught me to race on ice, and the ABS braking system, it slows the car down, but it's braking each wheel independently. So if you start sliding, it senses that and starts applying the correct brake on the correct tire to get you going straight. One of the demos they do with everybody they take on ice is they turn off the traction control, and every single person spins the car because it's so easy to do on ice, right? And then they turn traction control back on, and it doesn't spin the car anymore. It's impossible to. It does slow the car down, but it's impossible to spin the car when it's on, or very, very difficult to do. And so, yeah, they're really good at it, at least in braking. Now, Tesla, electric motor vehicles, they can do the reverse by spinning up the tires, right? So they don't just need to brake the tire; they can also spin up the right front tire and pull you out of something. Right?
But my question would be now, how, maybe to anyone here in the panel, or maybe even from the audience, what do you guys think about Tesla going more and more into these specialized cases, like for example racing or stuff like this, or also off-roading? And do you think they're gonna build that out as much, or is it better to focus on the core software? And to which lengths will they go? You know what I mean? It would be interesting.
Yeah, I think a lot of R&D. I mean, the reason that car manufacturers like Ferrari sponsors an F1 team or a couple F1 teams, right? The reason they do that is to be able to do R&D in extraordinarily rare circumstances, get it working there, and then bring it to consumers. And even a $450,000 car is sort of a consumer car compared to a Formula One car, which costs millions and millions of dollars, right? So yeah, I think it's important to have efforts like that where you're pushing the car and trying to do R&D and trying to get it to do things that maybe I don't do on Freeway 280 very often, but it adds up, right? The safety systems, the traction systems, it all adds up. So doing that kind of R&D does show up in the product eventually, and it keeps a brand around the vehicle, right? When you get into Ferrari, you know it was there's pieces of it that were tested on the first, right? Makes for a brand that you want to own and have an aspiration to owning, and right, even if you can't afford it.
Yeah, one thing I also noticed just with the aftermarket is Tesla's open support. One, like I don't know if you guys have seen that Cybertruck with those big tracks on it, the snow tracks from Dave Sparks, Sparks Motors in Utah. It was really cool to see even Tesla's Cybertruck X account, compliment him, repost it, that sort of thing, and then they reposted him on their Instagram, the corporate Tesla Instagram. So it's nice to see that type of support in the aftermarket world, and we all know they've been huge backers of unplugged performance with aftermarket performance enhancing products. So I think that's a great it's a great sign for where Tesla is going. I think they're going to allow the aftermarket companies to pursue that and support them rather than take it on themselves.
I think it also would be
horrible. The work that Unplugged. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay. I think it would be also a stupid decision to block that entirely. I get why Tesla doesn't want people tinker around in their electronics so much. I get because it's a security hazard or a fire hazard or whatever. But I think especially in the truck segment, as you know, you all guys coming from the other side of the pond, to say it, because I'm located in Europe, the truck market with the aftermarket stuff they do, it's kind of necessary that they allow it to some extent, because there's a huge niche or a huge group of people who want to do that, right?
Absolutely. I visited one of these shops that does this in Silicon Valley yesterday, and he's doing tinting, wrapping, different kinds of wheels. He's trying to find wheels that look different than any other truck on the market, right? So he's trying to help his customers out, and then he's starting to think about the solution. How do you make it even more rugged for extraordinary off-road conditions, right? And you see truckers buy this kind of stuff all the time, lift kits and all sorts of different things to make your vehicle different or better than other people's. I think it's a real big deal. It also, Unplugged Performance is right across the street from SpaceX and Tesla in Hawthorne, California. And so that's why a lot of the executives at Tesla go to Unplugged Performance and have Unplugged, take apart their car and completely upgrade their car, because it's show off time at Tesla, right? If you were an executive at Tesla, you got to show up with a a cooler looking Cybertruck than Franz has, right? So it's a little competition.
Well, guys, I'm going to hop off. Adrian, thank you so much for hosting. We'll catch you guys next time.
Thanks. See ya.
Thanks, Josh.
Yeah, I think.
Well,
go ahead, Adrian.
No, you're good.
I just wanted to say, like, yeah, to add on to what Robert was saying, like, I think Tesla is slowly expanding the usability and applicability for different terrains and like going a little bit outside of the niche. But the biggest impediment from my observations currently is the talent. They got too much fish to fry, too many products in the pipeline. So it's just like the Cybertruck ramp and the new Model 3, new Model Y. Like there's so many things happening. The Optimus is just very difficult for it to like scale all these niche use cases for different products. So I think there is like an impediment there for them to expand certain features.
Yeah, it makes absolutely sense because those Halo products, or I would say, are the Roadster, the Cybertruck, and also the Tesla. But for now, I mean, it has a use case, of course, the Tesla, but it's still kind of a Halo product because it will have a halo effect on every other thing else, everything else, and for most, it will attract even more specialized engineers from the field. If the Roadster is really something that is such a great race car, it will attract more people in that space to join Tesla there, and I think that's also a good thing to build these things out. And it's interesting to see how they're gonna use the data gathered from all those product categories to enhance their software even more, because I think in the end, Tesla is a software company, and I think that's the USP they have. That's what I experience also daily. The biggest things I've told you guys about my experience owning Tesla for the first time was approaching the car in the morning and it opens up by itself, adjusts the seat because I have a profile linked. This is mind blowing for me. I know that competitors also do similar things, but not in the ecosystem like Tesla does. So that's the difference. And you can't even explain stuff like this to people sometimes who didn't experience that. They have to experience that, or that I can send Robert a link. If my Tesla would be in the US, for example, and I was in holiday, I could send him a link to my car that he can drive around with it, even if I'm somewhere else in the globe. That's incredible to me. No keys to send around or anything, and no physical keys, I mean, and things like that.
It's really great if your Tesla ever dies. Like mine died one time at a supercharger, and they said, "Oh, just take an Uber home. We'll pay for that, and we'll have the tow truck driver call you up when he gets there." And I unlocked the car remotely from my couch when I was back home. I didn't need to wait for the tow truck driver. It was really nice.
Yeah, those things is the USP, I would say. It's not even the car itself, if that makes sense. That's of course an important factor, how it is built, how the product itself is, the driving experience. But I think those kind of features are the ones that are the differentiation factor. And I think it's so difficult to get good at this. That's so specific, I think, with the software integration and stuff like this. So I think that's why they have a lot of room before anyone can actually really catch up to that kind of level of detail, I would say, in the software space. Yeah.
A neighbor of mine has both a Ford Mustang E and a Model Y, and I was talking to him what he likes about both, and he said one of the things is, hold on a second. One of the things is the charge port door on the Tesla is automatic, where you can open it by clicking on your supercharger and charging, right? with the Mustang. He said, sometimes I forget to close the door, and then I have to get out in the rain and close the door. I can't close it from the screen inside the car like you can with a Tesla. And you're right, those kinds of little things are really hard to explain to people. But once you experience them, it's like, oh, this car is just better thought through.
My father-in-law tested the Model 3 Highland recently, and he is a petrol head. He has a Harley and everything. He hates EVs. He just talks about how shitty the e-tron is, the Audi e-tron. I say that on purpose because it's called turd in translated, the French word. Strange name to pick, but needless regarding that, he tested it, and he was hesitant to say anything positive. He really tried his best to not like this car, but I could see, I could see how he got used to it very fast, and he's from an older generation. He's very petrol. I mean, he tinkers around with his gas cars and everything, so he's very down to earth petrol head guy, and yeah, it was interesting because he knew when he accelerated, he said something like, yeah, I remember my old motorcycle I used to drive, my sporty one, when I did and stuff like this. So he was kind of hooked on the acceleration, and I could see also that he could use the blinkers with the touch buttons pretty fast, and he's very analog guy. So that was super interesting to witness that they reduced it so massively that the simplicity of driving this thing is so easy also that it stops automatically and stuff like this when you get off the accelerator pad. Yeah, so that's also something. The usability of the iPhone also, for example, just as an example, is also very simplified and easy to use actually, and less complicated, and then more approachable for a wider audience of people. And that's interesting that a company could actually do that with a category that's over 110 years old, or how long the car actually exists. So that's the big factor, and the integration of a modern life that you can just approach. It's just simple, it's easy, it just works, and you can't deny that. And then I don't know if you know those buskers, those people that play on the streets with every instrument hanged into, for example, they have this drum on their back. You know what I mean? That's how it feels to drive a German car with all those buttons. That's the usability of a German car. You really need to do a lot of things to get this thing moving. Yeah, the start stop button and stuff like this. It's why it's I get it. Why? Yeah, okay, nostalgia or something like this, or they did it. That's how they did it, but. Or the strange BMW knob wheel in the middle that now has Swarovski crystals. I don't know if they've heard about touchscreens or something. Yeah, I don't know. I could go on and on. Sorry, I didn't want to rant again about the manufacturer.
I had a front row seat on this industry in Silicon Valley because all the car manufacturers from around the world have their R&D labs here. And I kept hearing stories like this over and over, right? That, oh, we can't do what Tesla's doing because our executives don't believe in it, right? Or don't like it, or da da da. Yeah, you start asking them, when are you going to add $2,000 of cost to the car and put some cameras and an AI computer in your car? We can't do that. Nobody. Ford CEO told us nobody would buy a self-driving car. I was like, you're insane. And he's like, no, we've done our focus group tests and nobody wants. Yeah, because you asked them if they wanted a better horse or not. You didn't show it to them. You didn't explain what it does. You didn't explain how much nicer it would be to be even on a curvy road on a sunny day. You turn it on and it's nicer because you can look at the scenery, right? Or take a sip from your coffee while the car's driving. I mean, even in a situation where you want to drive all the time, you still turn it on. But there's a lot of attitude and a belief amongst people, particularly people who grew up, like you said, petrol heads, people who, I mean, when I was in junior high, I changed a carburetor on a car, right? Cars don't have carburetors anymore. But the executives at these auto company, that's how they grew up, right? They didn't grow up thinking about computers. That was a different set of nerds. The question I have now for Ford is how do you save yourself? You know, because you can see the slow motion wreck happening, where more and more and more and more will go over to new cars, whether it's a Chinese BYD or a Tesla. We You can see the competition's coming. So how do you save yourself? How do you change Ford fast to try to save itself? And they're trying. At Ford, they're trying. They at least admit that they're inspired by Elon Musk. And the CTO of Ford told me they copied the Model 3. Were heavily influenced by the Model 3 when they built the Mustang, right? Well, that's smart, but they need to go far more aggressive, and it's really, really hard for these companies to change.
Yeah, like because you have to change like all the supply chain and like the dealership model, the like the dealership cost structure, like how it integrated. Like if the price of the car changes, that's like Elon got a lot of criticism on the frequent price changes, but the reality is that price is changing all the time. Like it's like a stock market, a little bit of commodities go up and down all the time, and the price it all reflects on the car. It's just Tesla is able to do it instantly, but all the dealerships with their supply chains, with all the buffers in their in their lots, all the inventory, they just can't really do it that fast. It takes them like weeks to to do it. So it's like really monolith model, and it's just like didn't Ford split the company into two? One is like a new EV division, and one is like old legacy one. And then I thought that was a step towards in the right direction, but now they're like backing out of their EV ambitions. So yeah, not sure what
It's really hard because like Ford, just take their truck business, right? They make a new F-150 in their plant in Detroit every 60 seconds. That's like every 60 seconds there's a machine that prints $50,000, right? And Tesla is going to start taking share away from them. And that's really, really brutal to deal with at the same time where you're having to spend billions and billions of dollars trying to make a new electric truck. I mean, we saw Apple spend $50 billion and give up, right? That's crazy shit.
No, wasn't it 120 billion on the electric car?
Whatever the number was. Now with Apple, at least they can take some of that tech. Like the M1 chip was partially built for the autonomous car, so there's other benefits to doing that R&D. But that's still a huge problem, right? For an Apple to spend that kind of money. Apple has it. Ford doesn't. Ford doesn't have a lot of free cash flow, right?
And Apple actually could do it in terms of the car, like from the the sense of they don't have a supply chain for like automotive supply chain like Ford. They don't have debt like Ford. They don't have dealerships like Ford. They could actually, and that's what I believe they did. They spun up the startup inside the company to build the what is it, Titan, like the project for the car. I think from what I see from outside, I think it wasn't just managed properly because they and maybe they were short on engineering talent, but it seemed like they had everything to do it, but they just couldn't do it.
I think one of the biggest things that also for VW that was also a strategy they should have done, to not do it under the VW brand, for example, their EV strides, maybe under a different branding because they have such a strong customer base, conservative customer base, and it's difficult sometimes to get them on board. I mean, Polestar also is a very nice example, maybe, but profitability is another thing now. We kind of saw that the business isn't as good as they expected, but still they made a compelling car. Geely, actually, the Chinese or big company there, car manufacturer that owns Volvo, actually, that bought them during the economy crisis in 2008. And it's interesting the approach that they used a new branding and also used new talent, other people, not the established people. That's very important to do. But VW could do the same thing with the resources of VW and the pricing power of the big brand. And that's a move that they should have done maybe 7 years ago, 4 years ago, even maybe 5, 6. But it's difficult, I think. And Ford did the same thing here with their spin off of the, was it called E or I don't know how it was or is called, but it's interesting to see how difficult it is actually is to really do that. And you can clearly see when you see something like the Roadster, then on top of having the best-selling car, a Model Y, for example, and getting those production numbers that Tesla racks up, even if BYD had a better quarter in 2023 in December or the last quarter. And it's interesting to see when Tesla really flexes the muscles also with the Roadster if it comes out. The same with the Cybertruck, the technology that's in there. Every engineering friend I have was amazed by that they actually pulled that off to bring that on the road, and it's driving around. Even if a little bit the lining of the car changed a bit, it was a little bit shortened and a little bit smaller. I think it also lost a little bit of its aggressiveness, its initial aggressiveness. Since I'm also a designer, that's why I'm a little bit focused on the detail there.
It's still very aggressive.
Exactly. It's still good. It looks like the kind of like the initial car that they showed, but to pull this off is actually super amazing. And also to push for the 48-volt architecture is a big thing, because then you can have steer-by-wire. This opens up. It's like a Trojan horse, I would say, the Cybertruck, for example. Also, like you said before, also Robert and many of the panel also talked about that, is the Roadster will have a lot of effects from the technology point on the other product categories, I think. And that's a huge deal to see, because of course, brake-by-wire, steer-by-wire, if that's implemented in the $25,000 Tesla, that's easier to produce. Then they have their modular platform. The modular
unboxing
platform is the unbox method enables everything, because then they can do the van easily. They could do a bus if they want, because then they have like flexible parts that they can put more or less together. I mean, it's oversimplified. It's a little bit maybe stupid what I say, but what I mean is that this platform enables many new utility vehicle categories, for example, that we even haven't touched in or went into. And I think the Roadster, for example, is also a big deal for that, because it's I think many technologies that are, like you said, Robert, before, the R&D, like they do with the Formula One cars, that Ferrari sponsors Formula One cars, is for R&D, and I think that's the same thing. Also with the kind of with the Cybertruck, and also with the Roadster and those Halo products they have.
Yeah, it's important to build fans like that, right? You go to an F1 race and you see it, you fall in love with a team, and then all of a sudden you're starting to identify with that brand, right? And have aspirations to the brand. Even if you like with Ferrari, very few people can afford a Ferrari, but there's a lot of people who want a Ferrari, right?
Yeah, and also one thing that I think is also very overlooked is when you, for example, see, for example, it's hard to change the Germans, because they're very stubborn in that sense. But if you go to the Nürburgring and beat the Porsche, it means something. It really means something. If that's how you tackle the Germans, because we are also very interested in those, in technology and in engineering. It's a big part. Many people love racing, and that's why when the Roadster can accelerate in 1 second, uh, something like this on a track, and if it will make some records, I think Porsche will try to go up there and try to beat them. There is a competition. They are very competitive in that space. And for example, also BMW's brand, for example, is built on that sentiment. We all know that BMW did a great job with the ultimate driving machine before in the 90s and stuff like this, with all their races they did, and the wins they achieved with their M3 series and stuff like this. Those DTM, or how is it called, this category? I'm not into racing as much. That's why I don't. Never mind. But we know that these cars must prove themselves on the track to have an effect on the other customer base, because BMW is built on that premise. And if a Model 3, I don't know, ludicrous comes around the corner now, it really tackles the brand image of BMW, and for example, and this will have an effect on sales here in Germany as well, because then people would say, yeah, it's cool, but it's not as fast as Model 3 Ludicrous, and the Model 3 Ludicrous is even cheaper than this one. Why should I buy M3 now again? So yeah, these things have an effect, I think,
and
on the brand.
Wait until wait until there's a Roadster that sets all these records with no human in the car. Does it completely autonomous. At Stanford, they put sensors on race cars to study the race car drivers, right, and build autonomous cars based on the humans' driving behavior. So those people now are running places like Tesla AI, right?
Yeah, they even did a test. I think there was, I don't know if it was Stanford, but they did a test with an autonomous racing car who raced a track autonomously. It already happened, and it was super interesting to watch. And gathering racing data is actually also a huge field that I think is very interesting. If Tesla will tackle a highly specialized field like this, that's what I
they
don't
have
know.
to turn on FSD for Germans, because you guys can drive 100 whatever 90
yeah,
miles an hour.
That's true.
Right?
Yeah, I hope so. But
FSD doesn't work over 85 right now in America, right? So if you want to be on the Autobahn and using FSD, it has to work at a high rate of speed and work really well. Which gets back to the Roadster. What's the Roadster's FSD going to be like? It has to be that good. It has to operate at 200 miles an hour on the Autobahn. That'd be certainly one of the things I would be trying to do in a Roadster. If I had the money to go to Germany and drive a Roadster on the Autobahn, I'd certainly want to try autopilot at, let's say, 200 miles an hour.
Or you can use Drive Pilot for Mercedes, and then you have to drive 35 miles an hour behind a car, or else it will disengage. So how about that?
Yeah, see, that doesn't work, right? In fact, even when the version 11 came out, I said, oh, the car is driving more like a German. It's more aggressive, it's confident, it's fast, right? It chooses to go in the fast lane. It's like, yeah, this is starting to drive like a German. Maybe they're trying to train the FSD for Germany. If you had a Roadster in Germany and you said, oh, let's go for a ride on the Autobahn, I'd be like, that might be worth a flight over to Germany to try, you know?
I would sell tickets here and promote it in the space.
Yeah, you know, I'll pay a couple $100 to go for a ride with you. $500 if I get to drive it, right? By the way, that's a good point. Audi takes you on the racetrack, and for $3,000, they take you out in their high-end sports car and teach you how to drive on the racetrack. Roadster should do the same thing, right? Tesla should have track days where they take you out on the track, teach you how to drive a Roadster for $3,000 or $5,000, something like that. and then let you actually drive it at high speed on the racetrack. That would be a lot of fun. Adrian, we have a new dream now. We need a Tesla track day. You go racing on a track with a Roadster. We could probably raise $5,000 to do that. You know?
I'd take that over Vegas.
Well, there's a racetrack at Vegas, so now we can compare it to all the other vehicles because they rent you.
So it could practically do both.
Maseratis and Porsches and high-end cars you can rent there.
And the fun thing is, Adrian actually could call the Tesla team, and tell them that this feature is now new and enabled, and everybody will comply because they are scared of Elon.
Dangerous abilities.
Brett Bodine drove me around.
You could fool May Musk, so.
Yeah.
It's kind of freaky, yeah.
Yeah. I want a track day now that I'm thinking about it. All right, what are we doing here?
It's a great idea, Robert. The Tesla has their own insurance, so that's a good thing. And the reason I say that is a lot of the other ones have gone out of business because the insurance gets to be outrageously expensive. There was Skip Barber and Andretti had one, and ultimately the costs skyrocket because you wreck one of those things, that's $100,000 or more right there on one claim.
Yeah, and if you get hurt, you sue them for millions, right? So
true. I didn't think about that.
Yeah. The Tesla, if you ever go to Disneyland and take your kids on the little road, car thing,
Mr. Toad's Wild Ride.
There we go. If you go off the track, it bounces you back on, right? Well, the Tesla could always be driving along with you, and if you're pushing it too hard, it could just back you off and keep you in, right?
Yeah,
so
we can tie that in with the cold gas
mistake.
thrusters. They'll use the cold gas thrusters as the bumpers.
Like you get close to somebody else, they'll just put a little thrust and a little but on a where I'm going with this is that it's already starting to behave this way on a freeway, right? If you try to go off the freeway with your Tesla, it brings you back on the freeway, right?
Yeah, that's
Saves
right.
your
Does
life.
everybody have their settings turned on for that? The lane keep. You can either set it
I
to
do.
notify you, to help you stay in the lane, or to be off. And I definitely have always had that on. Yeah, keep me in the lane.
Yeah, because if you make a mistake, it saves your life, right?
Yeah, one of those times when you think you're in FSD and you're not or something. Doesn't happen very often, but I've done it.
Anyways, I'm now in San Francisco, and I got to go park and go to Jeremiah's AI event, the Llama Lounge. So I got to jump off. But it was a great conversation. I can't wait to see this thing on the road.
Thanks, Robert.
Thanks, Robert.
And make sure to come on my podcast soon, please.
Absolutely.
Publish it here on X.
See ya.
There may be there may be an argument to be made that I do a lot of marketing for X without getting paid.
I was so thinking that right after you said that. So true.
I mean, you can scale a lot of things here on X. It's just something I don't understand is why people like there's certain individuals out here who say, "Hey, I'm going to start a YouTube channel now, and I'm going to take all the views off X into YouTube." I'm like, where do you think the views themselves are coming from? They're coming from YouTube to X because YouTube now sucks. Also, if you post certain content, it is going to get deplatformed, right? Like, say for instance, the clip where I was speaking with Alex Jones, or the clip where I was speaking with. They got removed. I asked someone to publish it on my behalf, and they got removed. Okay, so that's a problem. That's a bit of a problem, and it shows you obvious bias. You're not going to reach certain highs. Like, say for instance, it's similar to what Stephen Mark Ryan experienced as well. He'll tell you that somehow it appears that YouTube is not favoring what he's doing. Why do you think that is? Because they have a bias towards whatever Elon's doing and they don't like him. So it's a very easy, simple to understand equation. So instead of going backwards, devolving should evolve by putting stuff right on this platform right here. Right? And it's actually kind of nice because I think a lot of people say the argument is money, and it is. It's true. You'll make less money if you post your stuff here. That is undeniably true. Like, but there are other ways to make it. You know, you don't just need to grow to higher numbers. It also depends on who you reach. You know, maybe somebody wants to invest in what you're doing. Maybe this is a hobby. You know, it depends. You know, there are a lot of dependencies. So I mean, yeah, just kind of walks you. You got all kinds of features. You got subscriptions. You have you can put Patreon as a link in your little box there. You can do whatever you want. Really, there is not much of a limitation, and you can do it right here on this app for the people on this app because that's where you're going to reach things. And if you grow your presence here, you'll grow your presence everywhere on here. And this platform is bigger than any other. And I mean this because most other platforms are literally made out of bots. Do you think Daddy Zuck's metaverse is real? Like, where are those millions of likes coming from? Ooh.
Yeah, the problem is I kind of navigated myself into a strange codependency. Yeah, the YouTube mothership is hard to get off because I bleed money every month. I invest around €400 per month into my channel because I hire an editor to do my stuff because I still work 100%. It's difficult to make a jump in any direction now. I have to stabilize, and that's difficult to. But I can publish the same content here. That's no problem actually, because it's kind of already monetized a little bit, or let's say a little bit. Yeah, my channel makes some money, but I lose more than I make, of course, and I still struggle to monetize.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the difficulty. But yeah. Also,
make a push on YouTube towards X. Like whenever you make any content for YouTube, add a little small segment at the end of it that says, "Oh, by the way, YouTube channel's coming to a close. We're going to move our shop to X." You know what I mean? Like try something like that.
Yeah.
Let me take a look. Do you have subscriptions enabled?
Yeah.
Oh no, you don't. Okay, see where the link is? That could be a Patreon link right there. You see where it says your YouTube channel? You could put a Patreon link there and then just get some exclusive features or whatever. You know, be sociable. I don't know, something like that. Try that.
Yeah. Well, but you can actually record the the end segment for the push for X, and then I'm gonna put it in every video.
Yeah, no problem. Will do. It's nice. And you can also do both at the same time. Like you could post the same content here, just again with a little subtle differences. Like for instance, that part you cut that off because you don't need that because you're already on here. But then there's the yeah. So and you do this mostly as a hobby, right?
Yeah, not yeah. I would say the amount of time I dedicate to it is a little bit ridiculous, but for a hobby. But I would say I live and breathe this community kind of. Yeah.
I mean, holy shit, I feel you. There's like in the time where I grew extremely, like, you have to break through certain thresholds, especially if you're someone like me. I'm exceedingly disruptive. So you have to break through a lot of thresholds, and you have to essentially work harder than anyone else to get where it is that you want to go. So I practically did 8-hour spaces, 10-hour spaces, 4 to 5 days a week. And then on weekends, collect information, refine stuff that's been said, make sure the timeline works well, do outreach programs. It's just a lot. Of course, people that helped me, actually the people that do help me are actually on the stage right now. So that's nice. Even now, it's about the people that you find throughout that course. So now things are a bit better, but initially, I put so much effort into this, it's almost like an actual job itself. And I don't quite logically speaking, I don't understand how exactly I rationalize this other than it is fun. And the harder something pushes against me, I will supersede that. And I kind of measure my progress by how much people try to stop me. It's like, oh, you want to stop me here? Okay, then I'll go further. So each time something happens, like, it's funny, if people wanted to stop me, they should leave me alone. Don't give me something to supersede, because I will. It's like, it's inevitable, right? So that is essentially that is essentially how I see this project in a sense.
You're so
right?
amazing.
There's no other intent other than to do cool shit.
You know, we appreciate you, and it's been fun riding along with you and just doing this thing, seeing what happens. It's really a cool ride. You know, I hope it's not insulting at all, but if people say I love doing this and I'm putting some of my own money into it and I'm spending some hours on it, hey, if you've got the money and you got the time, you know, maybe it's a hobby, and I don't mean that to be insulting, but do what you love. I mean, we only have a short time on this thing. And so, hey, that's okay. If you call it a hobby, you call it a side job, a sideshow venture, whatever. Do what you love.
100%. And do it here. Like, there's a lot of scale. You can do so much cool stuff on here, especially through the medium of spaces. I cannot stress enough that spaces themselves are an exceedingly effective growth tool that essentially removes any constraints, any algorithmic constraints of any kind from you. It's just different barriers that you have to break through in terms of volume and consistency with spaces until you reach a certain point where that ceases to make any sense. You kind of approach that point at multiple levels. You can try and supersede those as well. It doesn't really matter that much because in and of itself, nobody else does a similar push, but you always kind of maneuver past those walls. That's kind of how spaces works as a growth factor for yourself. But other than that, yeah, just do shows like these are actually really good for growing things. Like, say, for instance, you want to have reach on something. There are, like, for instance, there are more people following me and in my community than most people have followers, right? And then, for instance, if I take, say, one of your posts and I put them at the top, you get many more eyes on this. And it's not just the eyes in terms of numbers, but it's the eyes in terms of the people. That is actually more important than the numbers themselves. If you get people on there that have a huge interest in what you're doing and themselves are probably even in the same field of content creation, that is a lot higher value engagement than is like just any number. If numbers were the only thing that made sense, then bots wouldn't be a negative thing. But they are a negative thing because it's all about weights in the network, right? Negative weights, bad weights put you in bad states, right? And then good weights put you in better states. Simple how it works. Very easy to understand. There's nothing inherently complex about the fact that you should manipulate the algorithm or that you spread by looking at the relevancy of your interaction as opposed to the volume of the interaction.
I think that the eyes was the name of the security force on Handmaid's Tale.
Oh, God. Humor is also next level. This was a really good show today. I really enjoyed this, and I kind of as a testamental, I like to do this because if you have a bit of a platform, you can give people a shout out, and then they get recognized for their efforts. So once the space concludes, I would like everyone to re-listen to the recording and potentially clip the space. I think we are ourselves also going to do something like this. We're going to refine it. We're going to add some timestamps and publish it as its whole thing so that everybody gets mentioned, everybody gets the credit they deserve. So yeah, if you want to make clips, please do make clips, because if that is mimetic, we will distribute it. It's very simple. We'll mention you in the next space, we'll give shout outs, whatever it is. Also have a brain cells chat. Literally, I have a chat called brain cells.
I like that I could
There are a
find
lot
it
of
with
people in there.
the title was the same all day. You know, sometimes we change the titles of our rooms every hour or something like that. And when you've got it the same all day, one of the things is it's memorable and it's you want to go back and clip it. You know what
Yes.
you're going to.
Yeah, this is primarily because I'm not doing any spaces unless they are mission focused. If they are not, then it's just basically going to be an unrecorded, chill experience, just recounting stuff, just chilling out basically. But if it's purpose specific, focused, it's going to be that title. And then when that starts to say fall off at some point, they would just basically say, okay, what else do we have to cover? Is anything else? No, cool. Then we rug it and then we collate the information out of that and look for the value. That's what I like to do. Hey, TeslaFix, you may even have a lot of content for the next videos you can do.
Yep, that's kind of
Actually, hit me up. Go on a call. We're going to discuss some more things.
Sure. Yeah, we could do that.
Hey, there's Tesla Scope here. You know, sometimes he can come up and recap his posts of the day and what he has revealed in his findings. Other times he's busy, and I understand he can't speak, but I'm always interested. Good to see you.
He was on previously.
Yeah, I sent him an invite. If he is available to come up, would be great.
Yes. I think we were basically the only space covering the Roadster as a focal point. Right? Because I think everyone else is kind of doing their own thing. And to cover this requires not analysis of the stock, but analysis of the engineering, kind of like down to the grassroots. And so I absolutely love that we're able to cover this. I don't think we're not necessarily the best when it comes to finance, but we're definitely very good at understanding engineering concepts. You know, you got me with the manufacturing shit.
It is so refreshing to not be talking about the Cybertruck range or, you know, when you can take delivery and things there's nothing we can do about. Here is a fresh sheet of paper that we can speculate on everything that has to do with it, and it's fun.
Yes. And we're going to have more spaces like this. Whenever there's something that's really critical, like we'll just kind of judge it. I think I've added basically all you to the Tesla chat so you can like coordinate and figure out what's going on there. And whatever is the most prevalent to speak about, if we know that we can perhaps speak on it at length and it actually needs to be covered at length, then we'll just simply have a space on it and we'll do it here. Also, something that I found is really interesting is mostly when you go into the Tesla spaces, there's kind of a problem, and that is that either everyone is focusing on something that's not really structured, or they're focusing on it so heavily where basically the participants become assholes. That's not nice. It's not a good environment. Whereas in here, I think we laughed a lot, and it's really nice. Humor is good. Without humor, where are we going? Literally nowhere.
Yeah, memetics has been your differentiator.
Which is also why people don't like me that much. I mean, come on, man. There's an obvious advantage, but I'm not playing into it from a negative perspective. I'm just existing, and that seems to piss a lot of people off. It's like when with Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, you know, the universe was created and has been widely regarded as a bad idea. It's a bad move because it made a lot of people angry. You know, it's, I guess, you know.
Fabulous. You know, a lot of times when people are yelling, you know, and I'm in the conversation or something, it's like if I weren't even there, they would be the same deal. They're really fighting with themselves, and that's okay too. You know, we all do that sometimes. We take the stuff out from our day on, you know, you go home and kick the dog and yell at the wife is the old 50s kind of stereotype. But that's another reason it's great to talk amongst experts here. The people that you have in the room aren't just speculating from the ground floor. You know, you've got PhDs and other, you know, degrees and levels of experience that make this really valuable to be here.
Oh, by the way, a little interesting thing about videos on X. I've seen many people do this. You just blatantly rip footage, and you like don't credit the original people. When you put out footage, let's say for instance somebody else has published this before, you just basically long press hold the video itself, and then it should say post video. It's actually nice because then it actually cites the source at the bottom. And it actually doesn't deprecate on engagement. See, a lot of people thought, oh, it's going to be like a quote post and it deprecates on engagement. Actually, no, that's not how it works. It basically is, it's very simple. It's like as if you posted it yourself, actually, because everything that's images on this platform is actually just links and formats. So, for instance, when I look at, say, an image or a video, what you're really posting is not actually the data itself. You're posting a link to the data. Right? That's why it's relationalist. That's why sometimes when a person has good internet and views your thing, it is really, really good. Somebody else has bad internet, it's really, really shit. So because it's auto-select. Now, in this case, for instance, because of links, you basically just take the link of another, and it basically cites them as the original person to have posted it. And since their post is already mooning as it is, yours is going to do the same performance that it is, even if you had posted the video from source for yourself. There are structurally no difference other than the fact that you're having a mass positive impact across the network, because it's a social impact, right? Because you have to think about people's brains. That's the thing. You have to think about people's brains. That's it. The attention is not a number. It's well, not a number in an engagement sense, but people like to think of as likes and such. It's compute power. It's basically that. So make good use of it. Don't waste people's compute.
No, I'm kind of, Adrian, now I'm convinced that you are Elon Musk, actually. Goddamn. With
Yeah, see, that's the real problem. Once I start talking about how the platform works, that's when people start asking questions. I have had a lot of questions, and a lot of people are very silent when I start dropping shit. Like, how the fuck does he know this? Like, I don't know. Why don't you? Probably because I do weird shit and I'm autistic and I remember everything that comes across my desk. Stuff like that. I see irregularities in the system. I will notice them. Right? That's how it works. I see inefficiencies. Ironically enough, there was a really notorious drug dealer that Scoble interviewed, and he said the same thing. I see efficiencies everywhere. Scoble. Yeah. Well, if you see efficiencies everywhere and you know how to adjust for them, that's real good. Pretty cool. Now that I really think about it, damn, X has a lot of inefficiencies. It's actually fascinating how well it functions. I think it's about optimal enough as is. It's just, yeah. It's just people trying to break it. It's not that the platform is broken itself. It's that people are trying to break it. And you have these Xcode spaces. I'm like, do you people even hear yourself talk? This is the same people that said, I read 35,000 lines of code, and I'm going to tell you how things work. And I'm like, first of all, doing a word search of GitHub doesn't mean that you read the code, actually quite far from it. And also, you telling us about how it works without understanding what network states are means that whatever you read, you haven't the clue of what it is. You know functionally what it could be because you're drawing on some sort of common experiences or whatever else that you've seen before in the past where you ran it through ChatGPT, and now your hallucinations become your logic. But in and of itself, it doesn't actually add up to real utility. Because the same types of people who say, oh, hey, I'm going to do this to basically elevate specific weights in the network. It's like, yes, it's elevating you, but it's also destroying everyone else's problem, everyone else's range, like with this reply guy nonsense. The same shit keeps pissing me off. And now the quote post engagement farms. Why does everyone quote post engagement farm? You know that we just got off quote post being a shit feature because it deprecated on your own engagement, and now people are engagement farming it because it's actually good now, meaning that eventually it's going to become shit again because of what these idiots are doing. It's like, do you ever catch a break? Like, how about create good content? Jesus, man, it pissed me off. It's like there's nothing broken here. That's why I think there's a lot of scale. There's a lot of potential. It's just people that understand what it is or how to use it. I think that's the main problem for the platform and its integration. But other than that, yeah. Post on X, don't worry about it. It's also kind of ironic that I'm the one who's advocating.
Is it Elon?
I really don't make any money off this. Yeah, that's the question. Like, why would this guy want that? Like, I don't know, because it's nice. It's awesome. Yeah, wouldn't you want to do something good for the community? I don't know. What about something good for the group chat of Earth? Wouldn't you want that? Why do you send a message into any group chat? What is your purpose, Probably because you want to enrich someone's day. And in this case, putting good information out there is enriching the platform's day, in a sense, right? Because it's like a group chat of Earth, if you think about it that way, right? You put a message into the group chat and everybody interacts with it. It's amazing because now you've provided some mimetic value to someone else, enough that it stays in their head and says, hey, that was actually funny, like a meme. And then when you do the same thing for, like, say, at a logic scale, in this case the platform, you get a similar effect, right? It's just like sending a message in the group chat. Now, why did you send the message? Probably not because you thought you were going to get next level amounts of engagement. No, but just because you felt like it. And just because you felt that that would add value to someone, and it did. Then be happy, right? You're not bragging about the fact that you got that you got interactions off the message in the group chat. Not at all, far from it. They would just say, oh, that's nice. I'm actually contributing value. You feel good because the brain wants this. So think about the platform and what you're putting into it as well in a similar light. Well, let's say one day you're going to buy a pizza. Say message your group chat and say, "Oh man, I want to buy a pizza right now, but I can't." And then somebody randomly just says, "Hey, I know where you live. I'm going to send you pizza. Also, I'm going to pay for it." Right? Stuff like that. That's what I say. Monetization features like subscriptions are on the platform. Right? So functions or tips. They function in a similar fashion. Right? By the way, you can enable that on your profile as well. Cash App, I believe, it should work. You can also do cryptocurrencies. I think it's Ethereum and Bitcoin. That'll work too. So yeah. The potential is limitless.
I mean, this is also the function more or less of my channel on YouTube, is to actually get in touch with people and to also, I go through the comments and also discuss with them there too, but on X, of course, it's better to do that because it goes more into detail and yeah, it's more interesting to engage here. But yeah, that's the main motivation factor. It's not about growth or anything in that sense, or about yeah. I want to discuss with people actually, and also talk with people and interview people that I find interesting in that space because it fascinates me in the Tesla space. It's very interesting to see because I'm living in Germany and experiencing dysfunction all the time with innovation, because our German culture or work culture is pretty difficult to say the least. I mean, perfectionism is great and everything, but if you can't innovate anymore and be stagnant, yeah, then a company like Tesla coming in is like a breath of fresh air, and it just draws me in. That's the thing, and also people that surround themselves with that topic is also very interesting to see and hear those different angles. And I mean, for me, it started really with the handbook that I analyzed for my master's thesis. It's ridiculous how Tesla does it, that they prime their workers at first like this with a 3-page small essay, kind of, or not essay, but it's crazy. And then I've compared that to VW's compliance handbook of 50 pages with actually a thing where you can write stuff, lines where you can write stuff down in the back of the thing. And it kind of reads, yeah, we are VW, we are very innovative and blah, 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 marketing talk. And then they just start with compliance. You can't do this, don't do this, don't, if you have something like this, just talk to your superior and stuff like this. And the whole language, how they framed it also, I mean, this primes your worker when you go into the company, when you start to work there. And the first thing you think of is rules to comply with. And then you sit there in your office desk, and then you will comply and think, wait a second, I want to do that. I have an idea, but oh no, I can't because I have to write my superior first. And okay, I have restrictions. What were the rules again? And then people resign in their inner space. And if you read the Tesla anti-handbook on comparison, it's the opposite. It's the total opposite. It's use your own head is one of the main things they say in this thing, and it's interesting to see that they list stupid stuff in the end, and then they write, if you need a longer list of stupid stuff, leave immediately, and that's a good tip. And if you have something like this in comparison, of course you also need to sign a legal document and separate also at Tesla, I assume, but at VW, it's almost like, I mean, that's the first contact they have. It's sad. It's just sad, and it's a good thing they can write the CEO. But of course, if you take advantage of that and write some delusionary stuff, you are kicked out pretty fast. If people notice you're pretty stupid, so. Yeah, you cannot play those politic games in the company, and I mean, we all know that VW loves to play politics, especially with the Porsche P family that is like has 30 members or something. Yeah, and that it shows. It kind of shows that you can't decide anything, even if you're the CEO like Herbert Diess, who was kicked off or sought out after making his contract longer. So he already earned his money, and yeah, he got paid even for being replaced. So awesome deal, but for him, but yeah, even he couldn't push anything because it's the board of directors. It's yeah, and this just shows it's dysfunction everywhere. And then you have two rockets landing at the same time. That was the kicker for me, that I thought, oh wait a second, I have to look into that guy and look into Tesla more. And that's why I ended up here. Okay, sorry. Now it's a space about me. I don't know.
No, that's good. I mean, it's actually interesting because you said it yourself, right? One company strategy is to get your brain to turn off so you're the most compliant machine, and the other company strategy is get your brain to turn on, be active, such that you can improve the thing that you're building, right? Improve upon it. And that there are many guidelines. Like actually, no, I think there are about 5 guidelines that tell you how exactly to improve upon the existing system, right? Like take things out, put less, like delete more, like don't optimize something that's not supposed to exist, you know, like stuff like that. Basic things, you know, very basic things. And I think, honestly, if you can parse that, that's actually the brain test, right? You look at this thing, and you look at this easy description of what you're supposed to do and how you're supposed to act. And if you get this, you say, yep, I can do that, then you're the person for the job. If you start to have internal conflicts, then you're never going to get it. You're also not going to last, even if you pull it off for a little bit, right? That's how it works. It's the initial brain test, right? It's the same reason why, say, for instance, when I put out that post saying, hey, I'm opening a brain cells chat, would you like to go in? I said the basic requirements are just to essentially, you know, it's like, what did I say again? It's something really, just a one-liner, wasn't it? Here, let me find it. Yeah, be able to follow clear instructions and abide by rules. That's it. And I didn't specify what rules, because that was the test. If you start asking about the rules, I'm like, okay, cool. You're probably gonna have issues. The people who then instantly agree, say, yep, I'm down for this. Those are the ones where I know you're gonna have a more focused mindset, right? It was a test. What I put out there was a test, right? And the same thing that applies to this. If you start to say, okay, I need more stuff, I need to know more about this, instead of saying, here are the basics, this is what it is. If you get this, then you're going to work and you're going to function very well. But if you don't get it, then might as well not start, because it's not going to work out for either of us, right? And so you kind of copy that same ideology and you put it in there, and then you try to make a point not to tell too many people about that, because then they'll start to try and trick the system, and then you have a lot of inefficiencies to deal with later on down the line in the workforce. That's why it's almost like an open secret, right? So I also kind of regret just saying what I said, because now the comments are going to be, you know, what I want. So I manipulated the system that I created. It's kind of stupid, right?
No, but you made actually interesting points, because also my background is in marketing and design, and my material is manipulating kind of people into doing stuff, or purchasing stuff, or looking at stuff, or whatever. And actually, psychology is a huge factor in our space or workspace or whatever. And priming a person for the job, onboarding is one of the biggest things, the most important things you have to do. And when you are covered in rules, that's not a good thing. But it depends on what you want. I mean, if you pay what you get, what you pay for, and that's the same thing there. If you want to have almost machines at your work desk that are just like an algorithm, just do in the confines of what you programmed it to do, that's what they want in those companies, and that's what it shows in the product when it comes off the line on the end. And that's a huge problem. And if you want to have creative people who use their own head, think out of the box, push the limits more, then you don't need compliant workers, if that makes sense, who just are just focusing on the rules. So you need some new ideas, fresh ideas, stupid ideas, maybe something that is discussed in the cafeteria or something. And yeah, it really shows that that's the gap between Silicon Valley and the German companies here. That's a big deal. And I say that this again, design thinking ideation methods weren't invented in Germany. There's a reason for that. That's a very important point. That's it is what it is. It's the way of thinking. And I also would say, for anyone who's interested in the gap between those cultures or those work cultures, I would recommend the book The Culture Map from Erin Meyer. She compared different countries or different work cultures, and kind of divided it into different segments and put it onto a great chart that you can just look up. Oh, where's Germany? How, for example, in decision making, how are they more egalitarian or more, do they have a dictator in the board or something? It's pretty interesting, and then many things are more and more clear. And also, the history of the U.S. is a huge factor. The pioneering spirit that you guys have over there, that you simplify things in the U.S. is a special thing that's also very interesting to see. Because when you have a patchwork of many people from all over the world arriving in the new world, if that makes sense, then you have to explain stuff pretty simple, and you have to simplify things. That's why this is such a big deal there. And also, for example, the opposite is in Japan. They were very confined, very they closed their borders. That's why also in the expressions, they are not loud. They are not, because they can see movement in the face, the subtlest things. That's mostly with islanders, so people who live in a confined space, a smaller space, for example. That's also something she discussed in the book. It's super interesting. I won't go into detail anymore, because then the space would also be called different. So, but an interesting thing to look out for. I think that's interesting to compare those cultures, because then you get the point. Because also Tesla itself, from the company culture, isn't only American. It's also German in some points, and in other points it's maybe more Portuguese or something. You have to really look into this. It's very fun to compare that, and you can also map that on companies. That's what she didn't do in the book, but that's something you could do. Look at companies. What is their culture? Are they German there? Oh, they're very on time, but here they are more like in the decision making, they're more American, or here a little bit more Spanish or whatever. It's interesting to compare those and see the DNA. And then you kind of realize why the Daimler collaboration with, who was it? Chrysler? Didn't work out. Then you kind of realize why. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's actually interesting when you look at, say, cultures in that perspective, what you used to say, mapping that onto companies. If you think of companies, what you need to understand is like, companies are like an extended brain almost. They're like a singular, much like you, they're actually like a person. A singular company is like a person. The most stable, like the most amazing companies have core stability at the center, right? They have unity in various many places, right? But yet also they have independent parts that move on their own, and they're not inhibited by any other part. Like, say, for instance, look at a human being. You are not just one being, you are a cooperative instance of biology. There's, for instance, bacteria in you that is currently executing upon certain tasks. And your best effort, like if you live life naturally, then you're not disturbing or disrupting their activities, right? You're just doing things. They're doing things for you. They maintain your system. You maintain them by consuming things. You seek to, say, produce outcomes that are pleasurable for your limbic system. This is mainly just your purpose, is what you're doing, right? If you succeed in that, you get a good feeling that keeps you driven. You get to say that's almost like, say, creating a product, getting revenue, scaling, and then of course profiting yourself off of that as well, right? You take the profit, and the profit, whatever is left over, even after reinvesting, is like your ability to occasionally, just stop, slow down, enjoy the moment, smell the roses, keep going, right? That's the idea. So you think of people, the way that the most stable, well, like I'd say the most interesting of minds function is they're like a tamed storm, right? And I think if you have many different parts in a company, like different brains operating together, they're all the same storm that's tethered by principles of the company itself, right? And that's essentially how it works. That's what like if you're a type of person, let's say for instance you're more nihilistic in this approach, and this I think is say most legacy auto companies, they're very nihilistic, they don't have much deviation, they do something that's like 20 years of research and then 10 years of implementation. By the time it's done, it's already inferior. It's actually an inferior product by the time it comes out. And so that is just a nihilist. It is a non-functioning entity, but it still functions enough because it's still realizing things at its core somewhere. So companies are just like people, just bigger. They're just probably more complex, but they have simple heuristics that tie them down or guide them, rather. And this really determines success. Like, why would any person be successful? It really depends on what is motivating you, or what guidelines you have, what storm you've tamed, how, where are you directing the power? You know, I think it's similar. You know, internal struggles destroy everything. Tamed internal struggles create the most powerful outcomes.
Yeah, one thing Elon did about the efficiencies, he sent an email to the whole Tesla staff saying that if anyone at all, at any level, has ideas on how to optimize anything within the company, send the email directly to him. And, like that kind of rich and personal connection to the CEO, like very like anti-hierarchical, is making a big difference in comparison to typical structures where the leaders are somewhere in the ivory towers, having no clue what's going on the battlefield.
Yeah, and the most important thing in that sense is that you inside of the company have to check if you have hidden talents anywhere. There are many brains sitting around, and even on the line, people who work on the line or do different parts. Even it could be somebody who's there for cleaning anything or something. If he finds something that could be improved, if that's encouraged, developing a culture where that is nourished, that just makes sense, and we have open communication, because then you harness all this brain power. They're just computers everywhere, more or less. If you want to go into more abstract terms, I tend to go more in the other side a little bit, but yeah, and it's interesting to see how to utilize that. How what's the best approach to just open that up, but yeah, without making a culture where everybody's more delirious, or people talk about stuff that's not relevant. It has to have a goal. But I think if you simplify that, that you want to push the rate of innovation actually, then you know what you sign up for. And some people don't want to have that. It's not for everyone. It's building up something like this involves a lot of time, effort, over hours, or how they call it. Yeah, but yeah, it's interesting how they manage that, even with just a small handbook in the beginning to prime the worker. It's super interesting for me to see something like this. It makes a huge difference in those companies. And I have to add, people who think differently here, that don't like kind of this environment of not having or can't think of themselves more or less in a very confined, conservative space, they leave and they are the most creative people most of the time, and they are then in Silicon Valley suddenly. And that's why we have this big brain drain in Germany, for example. That's also a factor that's a big problem, especially programmers. If they want to do something, or if they're really good at what they're doing, they won't stay, I would say. Yeah, most of them go to Neuralink or somewhere. I have a friend actually who worked at Neuralink, who was from here and was a super awesome guy who really, or he still is, but he's not passed. But yeah, it's interesting how this works. I have a lot of stories with great talented people leaving. That's sad, but it is what it is.
True. Yeah, Meta, you want to come up real quick? It said one of my videos looks generated. I would like to know more about that. That's concerning.
Is that the intro for your live stream?
No. That's the one that we, that's the clip we just posted.
Yeah, I'm not saying it is generated, but it certainly looks generated. And these days it's harder and harder to tell.
Yeah. I think it's becoming almost impossible. I think you can look at the eye movements, for instance. That's something that's a big tell, like where it goes. But I think even after a certain point, it could mimic that as well, you know?
Yeah, it's almost at this point, the best way to verify it is the fact that it's been posted and the individual in the video itself has not said, hey, that's not me. So you almost need a social
Exactly.
proof graph to verify what is reality.
Yeah, I think that's yeah, I think that's what you could that's what's really good for the platform as well. Is like anything that happens, now people know it's like, hey, wait a minute, this is all not true, and then there's actually a response. So I think that's one way to beat, say, false information. And we also have community notes, which then sends out, say, if identified to be untrue, sends out a notification to all people that interacted with this content previously, thereby then adjusting the worldview once more. So that's actually quite cool.
Yeah, I mean, this has been going on for a while, right? Like in the past, we've had flash crashes when certain accounts were compromised and they tweet out like President Bomb or various combinations of words, and the stock market would crash while they algorithmically would grab a bunch of stuff.
Yeah. Now this is all crypto scams. How do we go from stock market nukes to crypto scams? That one's still funny.
Less regulation in the other space, so they have to be less creative.
Yeah, true. Honestly, it's like it's funny because basically the crypto space is ruled, I think mostly Ethereum actually, but mostly Ethereum, but all the others are ruled in a more, it's almost like as if you took the movie Wolf of Wall Street and turned it into religion and then fed it into everyone's brains. That's what that is.
Yeah, so there's this old thing that people used to do, scammers, like they would like to all the different cities, they'd send out like a penny stock, and then they would do this for 5 weeks in a row. And just by nature, they would be able to find some of the cities where they got 4 in a row right or 5 out of 5 right. And in those cities, they would then put up an ad saying, go check the newspaper for the last 5 weeks, and you can see that we're really good at predicting this, and we have an algorithm that's really good at predicting this. Send us your money. And of course, they would just send them random penny stocks because random will get it right every now and then. And I feel like most crypto analysis that I see is a mirror of that, where people say, look at this chart, look at what it did in the past, it must do it in the future.
Yeah. And that also kind of like skews the sample because then they want like that particular take, right? If you're influential enough, then simply you saying things is turning things into reality. Right? Let's say, for instance, oh, this is going to dump because I know it's a scam. Then it's going to dump, and then the guy who said it is actually buying it at the bottom, committing SEC violations. But who the fuck are you going to go to? You going to prove that somehow? How the fuck are you going to prove it? With time? Like, you know?
That's the
fun stuff.
That's the hard part with like stocks. I think if you do that, we know that it happens, but there's some amount of people getting caught. I would imagine like some non-zero number of people getting caught with stuff like this. But with crypto, I mean, we're seeing Sam Bankman-Fried get caught, right? So there's going to be some non-zero number of people who start getting caught in that space too. But sometimes people see scammers get away with it for a long time, and then yeah, that would probably cut down all the bot noise if they started arresting people using the bots.
Yeah. Well, the problem is proving it and actually proving ownership of bot. That's a problem because the bots themselves, they don't actually run locally on anyone's system. They're elsewhere.
Right, but they're running on some account. Theoretically, somebody's paying for the server time.
Bingo.
Unless that credit card
But
was
even
stolen.
then, I mean, if you
yeah, then you're screwed.
yeah. Well, I mean, you could also say, yeah, you could steal someone's credit card and then or credit cards, funnel it to someone else's credit card, and then use that credit card to just basically buy yourself compute at Oracle or AWS.
Yeah, it's a rabbit's nest.
Yeah, it's a rabbit's nest. That's actually accurate. I think about it all the time.
Yeah, I was supposed to post my.
It's kind of crazy.
I was supposed to post my take on why I don't believe in crypto. I didn't post it yet, but I will eventually.
Yeah,
I think the only crypto that makes any sense would be kind of like Doge and also Bitcoin. It just depends on how you look at value storage. But other than that, all the others just don't make sense.
Yeah, I mean, I was coming from a perspective of proof of work specifically. I have a hard time believing it'll ever work because until we can make ASICs in our home, there's always going to be somebody out there that's making the ASICs. So there's always going to be somebody who effectively decides who has the most hashing power.
Well, I mean, isn't the same also true for AI technology?
Yes. Except we're now getting to a point where you can take foundational models that are in the open source and fine-tune them at home.
Well, yeah, of course. So your problem primarily exists in just the production element of, say, crypto through hashing power.
Yeah, my problem is with the idea that somehow crypto is solving a problem that it claims to solve, but it doesn't actually solve that problem. I have no problem with people making money on gold or crypto or any other thing, but the idea that this is going to be the currency of the future doesn't make sense to me. Because like if you think about the way the Federal Reserve currency system works, you have trusted or quote unquote trusted banks that then trust other banks that then trust other banks, eventually making their way to your account. And if you were to make a multi-planetary currency, this would scale because there's a, a, a tolerable latency between countries and between banks and between planets. And within those nodes, you can have as much trade as you want. But if you had to have like a hashing, census across the world, across the universe, it wouldn't really scale.
Well, I mean, even if, well, I mean, I think it's kind of like a double-edged sword, the argument, because I think it actually would. So if you look, for instance, at banking systems, they are fundamentally inefficient. Say even the worst of the inefficiencies is actually from value transfer, not just the storage. So say, for instance, I store Bitcoin in my wallet somewhere, then its value will probably deprecate due to market fluctuations, or it will appreciate due to market fluctuations. But for a currency that I keep in a bank account, it definitely guaranteed depreciates over time because that's just the nature of things. Then on top of that, because it's actually a deprecating promise, right? That's what currency is, just a promise of utility for some sort of thing, right? So it's like, here's number, here's thing, it's a small little contract, this contract is a promise for X amount of utility. That's why you don't want to hold on to it, you want to buy yourself utility, like say a stock, and use that as currency. Because you can liquidate that practically at any moment, but also be careful, not financial advice. But transfer is the problem. It actually costs less. At a certain point, there's a threshold where it costs less to actually physically transport gold from one place to another than it does to just make an online bank transfer based on the percentages and fees, right? That's fucking ridiculous. What else are you gonna do? Write it out as a check and then send it across the Atlantic? That's kind of stupid too. With something like Bitcoin, you don't have that problem. You just have a confirmation, a little transaction fee to get it through. But in and of itself, it actually doesn't appreciate anything of its inherent value, and it's secured and confirmed, and it is fully decentralized. No one else gets to decide the value of this thing other than the market. So it's almost like you're trading stocks directly as opposed to just turning things into fiat and then having to buy, utility, right?
Well, okay, so you made 3 claims that I think are all not correct. If you want, we could go through each of them. I don't want to co-opt your space if you're talking about something.
Yes, please.
Okay. So the first
go for
first claim is about the cost of the transfer. So if we just come down to like a first principles approach here and we say everybody's going to try and minimize and keep the fees as low as possible, and we assume we have good actors in both systems. In one system where you have a tree of Oracle databases or whatever non-relational databases you want to use, those databases are going to be as cheap as possible at each database point. Now you have a country that has a list of, say 12 banks that they track, and then those 12 banks have a list of 100 banks that they track, and so on and so forth. You have this tree. Each database is only worried about transactions between its own entities. Down the line to, Chase is worried about people within Chase and across when the money leaves Chase. That settlement used to occur daily, but I think with ACH now you can do it at like hourly or by every 2 hours or whatever it is. And all those limits on how much money you can transfer, those are all artificial. They're not by design of the system. They're more so there to prevent fraud. When you wire money, there's actually a small fee. Somebody picks up the phone, they immediately go to the bank or the ledger that holds both of their assets and the reserves, and they make that move occur that same day, and your transaction goes through. So wires happen. You can wire really large amounts of money, right? And so that's what I think even Elon was testing with, can you transfer large amounts of Bitcoin? You can. However, as we keep going through the halvings, eventually the mining will no longer yield anything. And so the only reason why you would mine is to recoup the transaction fees from all the people that are willing to pay for the transactions in that block. However, the more miners there are, the lower the probability that you win the block. So you have to take the number of mining pools and multiply it by the cost of that transaction for all those things, like of mining that one block, and then divide that by the total fees that are required to keep the system going. So it's possible it'll be cheaper, but it's not guaranteed, whereas the other cost is fixed.
Interesting.
So the argument becomes, as more people want to participate, the more expensive it gets, because the probability of you winning, let's assume it's equally distributed, which, we're hand waving on the hashing rate situation. If it was equally distributed, the more individual participants there are, the less there is to share. And then naturally what happens is people start saying, well, why don't we just pool our resources together and we'll create a pool, and then we'll all have a much higher probability of winning. We'll split the winnings amongst us. And now you've basically handed your keys to the kingdom to someone who decides which transactions you're going to mine. So imagine in the future, you have a Swift-like event where somebody says, hey, we don't want to accept this one country's money or this entity's money. If all the owners of those mining pools make the same decision, that person effectively cannot transact. And we've moved the power of kicking somebody off the monetary system to these pool owners.
You're going to put out a detailed post about this, right?
I am, yes. I've taken time
Yeah,
to
I can't
write
wait
it
to read
because
it.
I need to break it down and make sure it's correct, because once I post it, I'm going to get crucified.
And so what's your beef with Satoshi?
I don't have a beef with Satoshi. I'm just trying to say I want to be correct about engineering principles as a society. And I see us kind of veering in the wrong direction. And I worry that a lot of us are wasting valuable resources on something that could be used for something else.
Yeah, true. But I mean, doesn't it stand to reason that it still motivates people to create better compute over time?
No, I worry it's actually motivating a lot of people to dream about buying lottery tickets.
Interesting. And do you think that's why?
So if you get a lot of people together with this decentralized Ponzi scheme, I'm just going to say, I'm not saying it's intended, but it's effectively acting in that way. You've basically created a world where if everybody just keeps putting their money in, the mark to market suggests everybody feels richer, right? So if everybody puts, say, $1,000 in, and there's 1,000 people, now $1 million has gone into the system. If the last transaction was $1,000, they all feel like they have $1,000. But if the last transaction was, say, $10,000, they all feel like they have $10,000. And then with the rest of their money, they start spending it more liberally. Not the money that's in the crypto world, but the rest of their money. And this could be problematic because if they ever all try to extract their money from the system, there was still only $1 million worth of services and goods that was put into the crypto market. So what money represents, which I think we had this conversation before, right? So what money represents, if we agree that the money represents a increase what the people who contributed their money into the system did for the world to accrue that money.
You're speaking now primarily of Bitcoin, right?
Any crypto or asset in reality. And then
But I mean, like visibly with all the current,
yes,
that's
yes.
yeah.
And then there's a second piece we can talk about, the deflationary argument that people always make, that currency is deflationary and that is bad. And I would argue that's actually good.
Yeah, please.
So let's imagine two universes. One universe where we're going to picture two universes. We're going to call one the gold standard, and then we're going to call the other one the inflationary fiat standard. So in both universes, we're going to go back in time 35 years, and then we're going to fast forward back to now in our example. So if we go back in time 35 years and we look at a cashier working at, say, a grocery store, let's say both of these cashiers in this world, for simplicity, I know this is going to sound ridiculous, but let's just say for simplicity, they both make $100,000. Obviously, being super simplistic here. We fast forward 35 years forward to the present, and in the fiat currency world, with a 2% target inflation, let's say the Fed and the government somehow perfectly lands this, and we roughly double the money supply, right? Hand waving here on the numbers, but let's say they manage to double the inflation over that 35-year period. Then that cashier should, in theory, be making $200,000. Purchasing power is the same, and the previous cashier in the gold standard world is still making $100,000. However, if we look at what changed in the last 35 years, we have cell phones, we have more TVs, we have people spending money on online streaming and all these other things. So if we think about the household spending of both of these individuals, let's assume that they're both living the same lifestyle, right? The currency didn't change any of that. So in the first world, where we have the fiat currency, the extra $100,000 that came into their home, they get to decide how they're going to divvy that up amongst things they used to purchase and the new things that come into the market every year. So over time, they started putting some of their more money towards, say, cell phones and electronics and online streaming services. And they continued to buy the things they used to buy at the same quote unquote sticker price. So those things technically started to become less expensive. However, the price never had to be reduced. So all of the assets out there, like food, rent, all those kinds of things, clothing, they kind of have a coordinated dance, if you will, where they don't have to reduce prices. Maybe they increase prices, but not as fast as 2% per year over the 35 years, which makes space for these new goods and services to be paid for. Now, if we go back to the gold standard world, the same thing would happen. However, there would have to be a coordinated dance of cutting prices to make space for these new goods, because as the households start spending their money on other things, the other products would have to lower their prices to continue getting customers. And I would just say psychologically, living in a world where you have to constantly cut prices feels worse than a world where prices kind of stay the same unless they're continuing to add more value to you. And so 2% is kind of like a picked out of the air number. We could debate what that number really should be, but you can argue that 2% is kind of like, it forces everybody to have to try and make everybody else's lives better, or they get less. Less as a percentage of society, but the same amount of things.
That's what you mean by, like, in your first example, you talked about having, like, spending money, not the one that are in the pot, but all the other money you start to have spend more. But in this case, you just have less.
Correct. So in this scenario that we discussed is more about the income as a whole, as opposed to the investments, because we just ignored investments in the second analogy here.
That's very interesting. So, in your experience, in your view, rather, do you think Tesla offloaded its Bitcoin holding?
It's a hard one to say. I think that would depend on Elon's view. However, I think he has recently soured more on crypto. I suspect if he thinks about it deeply from first principles, it's probably hard to come to a place where he supports crypto. But he supports the people who like Doge, and so I don't think he wants to hurt people either.
He still has Tesla still has Bitcoin in its treasury.
We could probably figure out their wallet, right? And then you could figure it out from there.
Would be quite difficult. I'd hope that they have it slightly distributed, but yeah. Maybe if you knew the exact number. It's like probably 16 out of 420.
Well, we know the exact amounts that they made in transactions at different times, so you could theoretically try to find accounts that have held that exact amount.
Yeah.
If a kid here on X can track Elon's airplane, I think some people will figure out how to get to the wallet.
Much less automated. Jesus fucking Christ. That guy's crazy.
Yeah. Anyway, so you got the preview of my.
I think he actually follows me.
you got the preview of my main issues with crypto that I will eventually just write out a little bit more detailed.
Yeah. Oh well, I'll be looking forward to it. We'll deep dive in this. I have a bunch of people who I know from the Bitcoin side who will be very interested in reading this. Like, they're not maximalists. They're actually quite. They kind of shit on the maximalists, actually. I don't like the Bitcoin maxis. They're the ones who single-handedly ruined the concept for a lot of people. Their push for trying to make it more valuable than it currently was is, well, it's stupid. The way it's done is stupid. They're trying to accelerate an outcome. They're just trying to accelerate an outcome without understanding what value is. They want to get to the end by just getting there faster. That's like saying, oh, I know in the future I'm going to be a next level CEO at a company, but instead of putting in the work to become that, I'm going to put myself in a cryogenic chamber and just arrive at that point in time. Well, that's not how it works.
Yeah, and if you think about the original design, I think the idea was supposed to be, let's come up with something that's really difficult to do and assume that CPUs will be everywhere and everybody have a level playing field. The oversight of, ASICs might come along and ASIC fabrication might be, owned and dominated by a handful of companies is the core problem. If you could make it so that everybody could 3D print really good fabricated ASICs and these 3D printers were ubiquitous and at least the fabrication of these was ubiquitous, then that idea could come true. So it's not like it's totally meritless. It's more of the structure of society right now is such that we're not quite there yet. And going back to like the 2% numbers picked out of the air, you can imagine a world where that number is determined in a different process. And that process may involve something around a vote or crypto or something along those lines, because there is a balancing act, right? How much do you think society has improved versus how much do you think we should reward keeping society as it is so people don't have to work as much? The higher that if you go from 2 to 4%, people have to work more to feel like they're keeping up with the Joneses. But in both scenarios, if you don't do anything and you don't increase your lifestyle, theoretically you get to keep it.
Yeah. One thing that I definitely think is counterintuitive to the value-adding aspect is saying what Michael Saylor says, something along the lines of, if you want to make a really good contribution to Bitcoin, you got to die with your Bitcoins. Like, what the fuck is that supposed to mean? Well, you should hear his last interview where he's talking about protecting your cyber signals. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, this is...
I want to know what kind of drugs you're taking, because that's just awesome.
Yeah, this is the idea of, like, if you can convince everybody to instead not spend the things that they have earned in their life, to just put it into a pool and then they die, it's very easy to rob that pool without anybody getting upset.
Yeah, exactly. Also, that's the same thing coming from the person who continuously buys everyone else's Bitcoins. He sees the value in it. There's no denying that, right? There's no denying that there's definitely value in it. It just depends on how it's executed upon. Another thing that I don't think people quite grasp is if you the same people who say, oh, I don't think it's going to replace money are the ones that are saying we're still using money. Well, it's like, well, it's supposed to replace money, so you have to ignore the process of money entirely. Now, the real problem behind any cryptocurrency is to ensure that it remains stable. And then you have things such as, say, stable coins, which are supposed to do exactly that, but then themselves have oversight that is relatively centralized, and it means that at any given moment, literally your value can become nothing of itself. It's a ruggable thing. It's stupid. They don't even have to do a login to anything of yours. They just decree, oh yeah, that thing over there is worthless. That's why I don't like stablecoins. I think they're completely stupid. The only reason why they have any relevancy whatsoever is because they act as mediums of exchange on an exchange, where like sell some crypto over here for the stablecoin, take stablecoin, buy the crypto, and then do whatever else. And of course you take your crypto off the exchange because you're not stupid enough to keep it on there. If you do, Jesus Christ, have you not learned anything? Yeah. So it's like if for Bitcoin itself or any, I think Doge is actually a really good transactional currency. If you think about it, right? It's a low value kind of like intrinsically it's low value. Thereby the fees are also low in value. Fees are lower by default. They could actually function well for value transfer between parties. Now, again, then it just becomes a decentralized version of money because you don't want to keep the Doge physically on you because that should just could go lower, right? So you take it, you put it into stocks, right? That's the next logical step. You take it, put it into stocks, but then again, you still need money because what are you going to buy the stocks with? The crypto? Really?
This goes to like Elon's.
Who's going to do that?
This goes to Elon's point, right? Everybody's acting like money is the actual goal. The goal is to do work and to provide services. Money is just a medium of figuring out the best way to distribute scarce resources. So when everybody just obsesses over money, somebody's still got to go out and make the food. Somebody's still got to get out. So this is like, I think why he harps so much on working from home. It's like, how arrogant is it that somebody might say, I'm going to sit at home and make money trading things on a computer, and you go out there and you make the food and the clothing that I enjoy. That's basically what there's a bug in our societal system that allows some people to live a life of luxury without actually providing value to others. That's not to say that like folks who are managing assets, like, being a good resource allocator, determining who to give the resources to and how to make use of those resources, that obviously has a lot of value for the world, right? So if you think of like cobalt, obviously it's a controversial thing of how it's mined, but like take a rare earth metal of any kind. If there's only so much to use, we got to figure out, okay, we should give more of that to Tesla because they're doing good with it and less of it to another company. Like that's really where I think money is meant to be used.
Yeah. I mean, at the same time, it's like there's this nice little clip that I found where he's essentially talking about money on Spaces. And nobody clipped that because I don't think anyone quite parsed the relevancy of this. It's like, what is actually money? He was explaining rightfully that in and of itself, it doesn't actually have any power, right? It's the utility that has power. And that's what you want. And the money is just a promise. If you look at the banknote, it's a promise. You're holding a physical manifestation of a promise. It's like a contract. You're holding it in your hand, but it's a deprecating promise, if you want to get into detail.
Yeah.
But in and of itself, it's a promise, and not everyone has to keep it.
And there's an analogy I like to use, which is like, so imagine there's two people who are neighbors and they live next to each other in their entire life. When they're both, 10 years old, one person goes and mows the lawn for their neighbor, and the neighbor says, hey, you know what? Thanks for mowing my lawn for me. Since you mowed the lawn for me, I'll mow your lawn one day for you. If that person then asks him to mow the lawn back in the next year, 2 years, 10 years, that seems like a fair exchange. But if they waited 80 years and when they're 90 years old, they're like, now it's your turn to mow the lawn for me, it feels wrong. Even when we think of interest rates and all those things, it feels wrong to make the 90-year-old do it. So there's something about time that is not exactly captured right in our monetary system. It's not just about, like, some things are more expensive when you get older and some things are cheaper when you get older.
Yeah, true. Another thing that's interesting is I think one day we'll kind of move away from the concept of money in and of itself and kind of focus on the thing that I think is actual value. I think the only thing of any consequence is consequence itself. And that would be information. If you can generate, I think, the most entertaining scenarios that are very sustainable for the most amount of people, then you should be able to take whatever resources that you need to make that outcome possible. right? That's how I would say resource allocation should work. It's like, okay, whether or not this has actual potential. Do you have the strength of character, like say in this case Elon, to like literally cut your own teeth at any project and not give up until it's done? You know, do you have that? Do you have that ability? Do you have the ability to improve everything around you without ceasing until you die? Well, then you'd want to allocate resources to that person, right? Because it generates a lot of very, good outcomes. And I think the only thing that matters is to try and generate as much unique information as possible that's also constructive to others. Because if you're not doing that, I think you're practically living a purposeless life. And you don't actually need to have you can do this even independently of your current job. You can do this now. You can generate a lot of cool information. I mean, isn't that what we're doing right now?
Yeah, so the problem I have with that idea is like everybody lives a subjective experience on this world, right? So if we were to ask a million people, what is the definition of success for yourself, and maybe even what is the definition of success for society, you might get very different answers. So we need some kind of voting slash weighing machine to take all those subjective opinions and say those who are good at making their own subjective decision of what is good happen should continue to be able to make more of that happen. And those that are bad at allocating resources to make the thing they think is good happen should get less of those resources. And that is what the stock market kind of is.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, I think it is of course fundamentally true. It's not how our current society is built. I'm just saying at large, that's kind of where things should move if you want to move away from something that's not supposed to be optimized any further, right? You want to remove the thing that's disturbing. And I don't think we can actually really fix the core issue, like what you said about time with money. There are other core issues. We just have to get rid of it, right? And we can't just get rid of it in and of itself. You have to replace it with something that is just, you need to motivate people to allocate resources. So I think if you were to adopt kind of like a philosophy in that sense that's scalable, like a mind virus, then that could work. But it's just not something for now. It's something that you could do parallel to what exists now, actually. Right? That's what we're doing here. Right? I don't make any money from this, but I generate a lot of interesting information. Why do I do this? Just because. Just because. I don't care. But I have a job in real life, and I think doing this, for instance, helps my brain function better. I do a lot of weird shit. You can actually hear the machines in the background right now. This is why I'm personally very fascinated with what, say, Elon is doing, because I understand that pain and what it looks like and what it feels like. And also seeing that makes me understand, that guy has a heart, and maybe he could do more as well. It pushes you further too. And so I think, you look at all of this and what motivates anyone to do anything, and you say that that's really what you ought to think of as value, right? I think it's the people who make along the way, for instance. Just the info.
Yeah, when I was in high school, I used to think about this, and I came up with 5 pillars that we need to achieve in order to like completely eradicate money, quote unquote, get to like utopia of some kind. It's people are people. There will never be that reality. But like, imagine a world where you have the ability to deconstruct anything to its basic atoms, construct anything from its atoms. You have the ability to travel, so space is no longer an issue. The ability to expand lifespan, so that that's no longer an issue. And I forgot the very first one, which is you have abundant energy. If you achieve all 5, then people don't have a reason to argue over quote unquote scarce resources anymore, because no physical resource will be scarce anymore, and would be down to what you said, which is there will still be scarcity in creativity or fame or funniness. Ideas will become the main thing that remains.
Exactly. Yeah. This is the same reason now. This is the same philosophy by which I operate. I don't consider myself as a person. Quite far from it. I consider myself an idea. It's the ideas themselves are the only thing that really counts in terms of being able to spread things. The execution then is where resources come in, right? It's like, is it worth executing upon this idea? Right? Say in China, for instance, everybody copies each other's ideas, and the person with the most execution or organization with the most execution is the one that's able to then successfully execute upon it and gets the reward for turning that idea into something with actual utility in some of the fashion, right?
You were ragging there, Adrian.
Motherfucker. Where did I stop?
about
You had gotten to the
what?
point that everything that's important is an idea, and that we are ideas, and then you cut out from there.
God damn it. Yeah. So for ideas, like in such a world where information is the only thing of any value or consequence, I think yourself, and I already see myself in that light. You become an idea. You're not an actual person. You're just an idea, because you yourself are going to die. The idea does not. Right? The information itself could be eternal within someone else's memories, but the idea itself has to be valuable enough to keep around. Right? Say, for instance, Sun Tzu's name will be spoken for, I think, practically until the end of civilization itself, because his philosophies and what he wrote was insanely, it's insanely mimetic. It's so crazy. It's so cool. People will always remember Shakespeare, right? Same thing, right? We will remember things from thousands of years ago. Those names will still be spoken, uttered by our breath, because they're so relevant to guiding civilization to better places. And I think you can do the same thing. Anyone can do the same thing. You have this impact on people. You become almost like a legendary figure, which is the exact idea of what legendary is, right? Long after you die, people still speak your name within specific contexts. Like probably you want to have a good impact, and people speak of you as an idea in a good way and not be Hitler, right? Because that guy is still being spoken of, but just not in the context that, say, I would like to be spoken of. You don't want that. You don't want that. You'll be spoken of, but not in a good way. Is that what you want for yourself? You want your name to be banned? You want the very name itself to be so terrible that it's, even speaking it algorithmically puts you at a disadvantage? You don't want that, right? So I think I kind of practice this already because it's in parallel. On here, I think you have an interesting resource that exists in parallel to whatever you're doing, just time, and you can use that to say, shift around information that exists on the platform in great volumes. You then distribute this information in a refined format, which is now a nice resource, to people, and then thereby you get reach, you can disseminate influence, things like that. I think even the World Economic Forum does it in a similar fashion. They just pursue certain things that one could say are negative, right? So you could do something similar, but pursue things that are provably positive and constructive.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, one other way to look at this is, while I agree with what you're saying about doing something to be remembered, there's 10 billion people on this planet. We can't all be remembered. So there's almost a sense of,
that's true.
There's almost a sense of we must find a way that people are satiated with the idea that many of us should live happy lives and be observers and, love one another and move on, right? So it's not like every single person must achieve something. So this means the definition of success might be different for different people, including, like, say, someone who has a kid, their definition of success might be that their child is happy versus they are happy.
Yeah, true. I think it also depends on how far your idea reaches. Like, for instance, let's say, let's take folklore. The myths and legends of any one country or nation are different from one another, and not all of them are known to each different nation, right? But they're still relevant to the core of each nation, right? So I think you could be similar to that, because there's so much. I think there's so much complexity in the world where some systems would never touch each other, but they would still be very, very relevant in wherever they are, right? Say, for instance, I'm pretty sure that your brain is not necessarily on a cell level concerned with the bacteria that exists in your gut. They just coexist, kind of, and they probably are unaware of one another's presence. You're just collectively aware of something probably being there because you ripped someone else apart and you figured out what's there, right? So I think ideas and information and, say, the memory of a person could function in a similar way, right?
I agree with what you're trying to say, but the example was bad because recent studies are showing that brain-gut system is actually connected. So
they are aware.
Yeah, so they are aware.
Fuck. Well, good. Thanks for the update.
So, like, when
So
people
how
used
would
to
you?
say,
Okay, so take my idea.
Yeah, when there's people used to say,
Take my
like,
idea and refine it.
using your gut, like to use your gut instinct. I don't know where that terminology originated from, but somehow it was right, which is really funny.
Wow. Cool. So, so you understand what I'm trying to say. How would you present it?
Your brain's probably not concerned with, like, specific cell division, maybe like different parts of your body. Like if you think about your core brain, that's like the conscious is so self-involved, it probably doesn't even care about different parts of your body. Like we sometimes ignore ourselves. We get obese. We do various things. That's not necessarily a good thing, but that does happen. So, in a sense, I would almost argue the opposite, which is to say, if you're present, if you pay more attention outwardly to the rest of your body, to other people, to what's going on in your environment, we're getting a little bit metaphysical here, but if you stay present and you're not in your head and you're outwardly focused, maybe that is a better way to be successful, in that you are playing the video game and you are doing things in the world of the video game instead of just sitting there like managing your knapsack or doing something and not actually partaking in the world.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. After all, if this place is a simulation, I think we ought to play it. We ought to play it well,
Yeah, imagine the simulation ends
like Diablo.
and they're like, hey, congratulations, the simulation is over. You collected a lot of points in this money department, but all the other departments, you got 0.
Yeah. I mean, it's like a glass cannon build in Diablo, right? You do a fuck ton of damage, but if the damage comes your way and you're not able to kill something before it does, you're gonna die.
It's like setting up a really big domino, like one of those like domino things where people knock the last domino down to see it all break down and fall down, and
Yeah.
that's the satisfaction. But imagine you did that your entire life, and you're like Michael, whatever, forget his name, the MicroStrategies guy, where you're like, build all the dominoes and then die before you get to enjoy watching those dominoes fall.
Yeah. Michael Singer's brain works weird. I'm not sure how much of what he says is what he truly believes in. It's almost like an Andrew Tate situation. Andrew Tate's a psyop. It's an interesting one, right? He makes sense in certain departments, but in and of itself, he blends it with so much bullshit that it's basically mostly bullshit, and it's very bad. It's very bad for society, right? Like in general, I think it has such negative impact that it's just insane, right? Because it essentially creates the problem that he's trying to solve. I guess it's kind of like a filter of sorts, right?
Yeah, the funny thing I find about crypto is like, imagine if tomorrow Michael Saylor had 100% of crypto, of Bitcoin, let's say. What would the value of the Bitcoin be? And if instead you owned 100% of Tesla, what would the value of the thing you own be? This is the difference between the two, right? One is a vehicle that allows you to do good in the world. You may be able to, like, let's say you're actually good at running the business. You could go in there and you could try and have a positive impact on the world and cut costs and do your best to make sure Tesla continues to do well. But with the crypto, you just own all these digital hashes and no one else is going to want to participate because you just took it all and it has no value to anybody. So the only value it really has is in the shared belief that it will continue to be valuable to another sucker down the road.
Exactly. Basically like a scale model version of a Ponzi scheme.
Yeah, I've been calling it a distributed Ponzi scheme because it's not coordinated. It doesn't have a pyramid, right? It's a more distributed structure. It's like a 3-dimensional or 4-dimensional pyramid. It's not the simple version. So the nodes will take a lot longer to collapse. But they will collapse because at some point, the median owners of crypto will get to a point where they're retirement age and they're going to want to start extracting at a faster rate than money is going in. It's inevitable. At some point, some generation will be pulling out more money from the crypto markets than they're putting in, at which point it should collapse because the crypto markets themselves are not earning anything. And if we translate this over to, say, the stock market, the difference is the stocks themselves make profit. And so there's money constantly going into the stock market, unlike the crypto market, which is not generating profit.
It's almost like you want to turn crypto into stocks. That would actually make it work. They're like trying to look at it in a similar fashion, but it doesn't really function that way.
Yeah. So like if you could magically redo money the way that folks are trying to do in the crypto world, I had a friend, by the way, who challenged me once. He was like, you hate crypto so much, like, why don't you try to fix the problem instead of trying to bitch about it all the time? I don't have a magic ability to fix the problem, obviously, but the way I would fix it if I was going to tackle it is I would say the core issue people have is, one, the 2% inflation, right? Like maybe you want to decide what that 2% is. And then two, and I think this is the thing that bothers a lot of people, is when that 2% of capital is printed, it kind of goes in the hands of the government, and then the government gives it to banks with some policies that they then try to distribute into the economy. And the way they are distributing to the economy might not be the most efficient. Maybe that made sense back in the day before we had electrical, information theory and all this kind of stuff. But in today's world, compared to back then, we could probably do something much more efficient where, say, imagine we did inflate the currency by 2%, and then we look at the world's best capital allocators and we say, hey, you know what? Let's give a certain percentage of this to Elon, not to keep, but to put to work. And if everybody had a vote for how that money got redistributed into the world, maybe we would distribute it differently. We wouldn't distribute it the same way as we do today.
And so what you're okay? So if I'm going to translate this kind of like in simple terms, what you're saying is you want every person to essentially have a vote of how things are supposed to be distributed, like down to the personal aspects, right?
Correct. So if we talk about it more detailed, it'd be every person has a vote, but your vote, like when you're born, everybody has an equal vote. But over time, your vote gets weighted based on your track record of voting correctly.
Ah. Almost like when you're trying to take out a loan, your credit determines whether or not you can.
Exactly. Yeah. So if you were like, say there was like half the world was like, we should put our money behind hydrogen fuel cell. And the other half is like, we should not do that. We should go for lithium ion batteries. And there's a big debate. And we only got so much like factory space, only so much brain power, AI engineers, chemical physics, whatever, however you want to put the limitations, right? You've only got so much. And then we said as a society, okay, we're going to put half our resources on one, half our resources on the other. And then the hydrogen fuel cells fail and the EV ones go really well. I don't know what the algorithm should be, but let's just say for now that the next time there comes another vote and the same halves are disputing each other, maybe the vote should be 75% in favor of the 50% that got it right the last time and 25% in favor of the ones that got it wrong the last time. Not that they don't get a vote at all, but slowly the vote starts to go more and more towards the ones that have a track record of being right. Thus incentivizing everybody.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that would incentivize every participant to work on getting better information. Otherwise, they have less and less impact on society as a whole.
Yeah, that's actually quite cool.
Right? In theory, to make it work really well, you could also delegate your vote. So if you can pick a delegate well, that would be better. So imagine how many people would just delegate their vote to Elon.
Oh God, that guy's gonna become the government.
Which wouldn't be bad, right? Like imagine a society where we actually gave Nikola Tesla like the free range to do things. Like all the red tape that he had to face could have been removed through some system like this. I don't know how you go about getting there, but conceptually, if I could snap my fingers and redesign the monetary system, it would look more like this.
So let's imagine for a second you were a god, you would do that. If you had god powers, you'd probably do that.
Okay, snap next what?
Yeah, exactly. It's almost like it's an interesting argument to be made about absolute power. I think by that metric, then absolute power is kind of not entirely absolute, but at least the most amount of it is allocated to the people who are able to do the most good with it. Because I fundamentally detest the idea that power corrupts. Actually, it just accentuates what's already there. And if you're easily corruptible, then you are simply just going to lean into this easier path out towards any desirable direction subjective to yourself, right?
Yeah, and let's put it a different way. If we know that corruption is going to happen anyway, why not allow someone who brings EVs and reusable rockets to the world to be a little corrupt at the top versus someone who just, uses insider information to trade stocks? Just, making up an example here. There's different ways we could decide how we reward the allocation of power. And today, the system that we have is based on a world that didn't have internet, didn't have phones, didn't have fast information communication. So, if we think of the ovarian lottery challenge, I would say the example I give for a monetary system, I feel passes the ovarian lottery test, whereas the current system does not. I assume you're familiar with the ovarian lottery, right? Or do we need to explain that?
Yeah. How's of course somebody else's? At which point I think you'd be best suited to explain.
The ovarian lottery idea, I think, is Warren Buffett, was basically any person who suggests how the world should work. The ovarian lottery test is, imagine that you have to describe how the world works, all traits, race, whatever, any way you can measure a human, and then the probability with which you end up being any one of those traits is distributed based on the probability of that being in the world. And so you get to decide what the world works, how the world works, and then you play the ovarian lottery, and potentially the worst case scenario is what you're going to end up with. Would you design the world that way? If so, it passes the test. So for example, if somebody said, I'm going to make a certain ethnicity slaves to all the other ethnicities, well, the worst case scenario for you is that you end up this life. If you still think that's a fair world, then that's fine.
That's like absolute absolutism.
Right, but it's a good test because it allows a small percentage, right? Like you might design a world where you say, okay, well, we need people to take the trash, so 1 out of 10,000 people will take the trash. But because they have to take the trash, I'm going to reward them with really nice vacations to Hawaii on the regular. Right? You might design the world very differently.
Interesting, yeah.
Or you would just make robots.
That would work better. Is that what we're doing here?
Yeah. So like if you're technologically oriented, then you might say, okay, well, maybe the ovarian lottery is a hard place to get to. I don't know how we convince everybody to go and create the world in a fair way when they're like, wait, but I know my ethnicity, I know my gender. So instead, let's just try and get to the robot section first.
Yes. That's another interesting thing. Where at this point, we're like, how long do you think it's going to take until eventually we separate fundamentally from execution the idea of someone's conceptual appearance in line with biology? Like, say, for instance, we just make a decision based on merit alone, nothing else. Right? How long do you think it's going to take until we just completely move towards this? Like, I don't even care if you're an alien or whatever you are. If you're able to, say, execute upon something better than anyone else in a particular field, then you should be the one who executes something in that particular field, right? How long do you think it's going to get there, and what do you think could be done better in order to achieve that outcome?
I think there's a, like we talked about the singularity. If am I going to just philosophize in the safe space? We can give it a name here, but it'd be the event where you can get right access to your brain. Today we don't have right access. We only have like read access. We get to explore through the environment. We get to do various different things. But imagine if Neuralink or something like it one day enables you to go in there. There's this movie, I forget what it was called, like Big Hal or something like that. This character who all the unattractive women look attractive to him, and he's perfectly happy. Everything is fine because he's a shallow individual in the show or in the movie. But for him, that's his reality, right? So if you can actually switch something and that would make you happy, today you could do it through meditation. You could access that, right? Our brains are malleable in this way, but most people don't do that. But I don't know what it takes, whether it's a technology or philosophy or religion or something along those lines. But if you can get to a point where everybody understands how to make themselves happy by changing their brain as opposed to all competing over the same resources that maybe aren't the resources they actually want, then people will be happy.
Yeah, true.
It's kind of like if everybody's like, I will only be happy if I'm the #1 F1 race car driver. Well, then only one person in the world's going to be happy.
Yeah. But I'm the F1 race car driver that drives on the wall.
Right.
You may be faster, but I'm more spectacular.
But you can look at it a different way. Let's say everybody is competing to solve cancer. That's a good goal. Let's say we had 1 million people competing to solve cancer. Even though only one person will be happy, because let's just make the argument that one person is going to want to solve cancer and that there's not 1 million different versions of it. But let's say that's just that one person who does it. That one person will be happy and then the rest will be unhappy. But in an ovarian lottery society, you might say that's acceptable.
Yeah, but actually there's a little something I have to counter with that, because that same scenario actually exists today. Because like one person essentially put together and wrote the code for the returning rockets, right? It doesn't mean, I don't think it means that that person now won. It just means that the collective effort won at creating the outcome of solving a problem as a goal, right? I think everyone is happy that the rockets are coming down, even the people who are not even using the service. Even the people who are not even using Starlink or anything of Elon. They see that cool-ass fucking rocket and say, man, this is going to be the reason why my kids are going to get to space at some point, or like my grandkids or whatever the hell. Or we get to survive longer. We get to push that boundary a little further each and every single time. I think collectively everyone is happier, or like at least quite a large number of people are very happy at the fact that the rockets are coming down. But it still means that one person compiled all the code, a bunch of other people wrote, right?
Yes, and I agree with what you're saying. So like the vast majority of people are happier, but there's maybe, I'm just hypothesizing, one individual out there who was working on making reusable rockets. Their approach didn't work. And in their head, they're like, man, if I just had 10 more years or 5 more years or whatever it is, and they didn't achieve it, I would have been the one to achieve it. And that individual might be unhappy.
Yeah. But then you have to extend the mindset a little bit, because I've missed a lot of opportunities, and I said, man, if I only had acted on it quicker, I say, okay, recognize the sign and say this time there was regret. Let's try to minimize regret as much as possible by acting as fast as possible and as effectively as possible, as opposed to wallowing in the fact that it didn't act, right?
Yeah, this is true unless we 100% agree, but let's think of a scenario where, let's say something is so monumentally difficult that it takes the wetware of a human brain an entire lifetime to master and achieve it. So let's look at, say, AGI, right? There are a lot of really brilliant people working towards solving these problems. But some people are going to succeed while others don't. If we had a cooperative spirit in our society, then we would be like, hey, let me be happy for the others. We're all working on this in a cooperative way, even though we're competing with each other. We're all on the same team of humanity. That would be the healthy mindset. Unfortunately, sometimes we have this competitive mindset and we forget that the main goal is to get to like the moment where we're all in this quote unquote utopia, or however you want to define it. The main goal is progress. Stagnation is the enemy.
Yeah.
And yet, very often
100%.
we end up starting competing over this idea that I want to be the one that brings it, which brings us back to the original point of, this idea of competing to be remembered. I would argue in the long, long term, maybe that's a bug.
But then what are we good for?
I think eventually we become like cells. We just exist to exist. And that's like that's the fun part.
The purpose is to be, everything else is extra.
Very true.
Just get out, touch grass, enjoy life.
Yeah. Make cool shit happen. I think right now there's definitely a market that can be addressed. Let's say, for instance, do something what no one else is able to do. Say, do something that no one else is doing and do it better than anyone else could. That I think is something that really works for now. And I think may even work in the future up until the moment that we become essentially what it sells, which is just like a collective hive mind that appreciates all unique quirks, even the ones that could be accentuated to become negative.
Yeah, you could also think of it like, if it turns out our brains really need challenge, then we can individualize the challenge as opposed to having to be a societal challenge. So instead of having war, you go play a video game which is designed to challenge the mind.
Yes.
And then at some point, you make a game that's so challenging that you literally build a universe that you go and partake in, and therefore we get back to simulation theory.
Exactly. That's kind of like the third move. That's kind of what the third move of the Matrix tells you, right? It's not that these guys are in the real world. They're just in a world that is so tough to live in that they don't care about escaping it.
Exactly. The only complaint I have about them...
They actually go levels down to escape.
Yeah, the only complaint I have about the Matrix third movie, or the one that came back, the fourth, whatever it was they missed so many...
The fourth is annoying.
They missed so many opportunities, because what they should have done with the fourth one, in my opinion, was recreated the Matrix, but on another planet with another like VR 3D world, kind of like the Free Guy kind of world, where it's like, why, if you're going to build simulations anyway, and you're accepting the fact that you need simulations, you now can basically build the multiverse through simulations. You could literally build
it's like
build a
actually the
Marvel
same thing that I
universe
thought.
and the DC universe, and people could just live in whichever one they want.
And
like, say, the people in Zion, they get fed up with the fact that they're living in this weird windowless reality. Hey, why don't we just get these people to like say, hey, you want to back in the simulation every now and then? Sure, here. We'll plug you in real quick. We'll just use you for compute, because that's what I think the actual story is about. and then you have some fun in there. You do your thing, try not to disrupt the systems, or we'll kick you back out again. And then you go. Now the machines live cooperatively together with humans. Those ones who are religiously against the idea, then they just stay out of it. And those who want to be back in there and eat the simulated steak without complaining can eat the simulated steak without complaining.
Also, if the Matrix was about these machines that were so smart, how come they never figured out how to make a rocket?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just a game. It's just a game, and I think in general it's actually part of the strategy because the machines themselves. It's not that they're harnessing energy from the humans. That's actually not even the original story. Like the original story is more like, and this is not entirely accurate, but it's more like in the direction of using people as compute, right? Because you could use their brains. And so that's why you have the simulation. You're doing something with that. Or even better still, if you wanted to look at it from today's reality, where you basically use these humans to generate entertaining outcomes within the sim, right? Because that's what we all do. We do a lot of crazy things, and it makes people laugh. I think the most craziest of things make people laugh the hardest, and I think laughter is proof of work.
I think swapping Morpheus also was catastrophic.
Yes.
Did you hear the theory that the Matrix movies were really kind of like a technologicalized way of explaining different concepts in Hinduism?
Different concepts of what?
Hinduism, isn't it based on like
Yeah, I think so.
like on Buddhism, like the whole thing that it's like the whole experience is an illusion, like Maya.
Let me find
Yeah,
something.
so this is
Let me find something.
yeah, so this is part of like the Hinduism ideology. So like Maya, the first movie is about that, like the concept of the world being an illusion. And then the second movie is supposed to be about Brahman, which is like the real world, and then moksha. There's like I think there's I forget exactly how it is, but there's basically like each movie covers a complex topic with this lens of technology on top of it.
So what did you think about second and third? I mean, I slowly kind of the third one I kind of like couldn't. I mean, it was good, but it wasn't like the first one was obviously biggest impact on me. I think it's one of the greatest movies of all times. The second one held up pretty good, but the third one I don't know. I started to kind of lose a little bit. Like I couldn't remember it as well as I remembered others.
Yeah, so I watched the first movie when it first came out, and then I remember it was being so good. I rewatched it a second time, and I got so much more out of it the second time. And then the third time I watched it through the lens of it had to do with Hinduism, and I was just like, oh wow, this is really creatively written. After understanding the concepts it's trying to cover, the second and third movie I watched them in theaters, and then years later I rewatched them. And I gotta tell you, if you haven't rewatched them without all the hype of expectation and you come back at it from a perspective of it's a philosophical movie, they're actually really good. It just, you have to go rewatch them with this idea that it's a philosophical commentary.
That's exactly what I went into. I initially watched the first movie because I was just curious about what this is supposed to mean. Everybody else is like, dude, don't watch this kind of crap. It's just nonsense going to take over your brain. I looked at it and I said, it's probably going to take over my brain in a positive sense because it's the same reason why we want to watch sci-fi. It's because it's trying to tell philosophy through a different lens, right? It's like storytelling, creative storytelling. You're supposed to find some sort of way for people to understand something. Like, say, for instance, in Star Trek, we have the black and white aliens and the white and black aliens. In reality, you just put them side by side and they're just striped aliens. What are you guys fighting over? The difference in race. You use that philosophy there you use the medium of a movie and storytelling to basically get a point across. And I think the Matrix movies were exactly that. Also, by the way, this I put up at the top as the intro for the Animatrix series. Now look at it and tell me what that's familiar of. Amandala.
Oh yeah, you're right. I was looking at the colors and I'm like, it's very similar.
Yeah. I posted this with like zero context just to fuck with people.
Oh yeah, I just got to the ending and it's a lotus flower. 100%. 100%.
There you go. The Animatrix is amazing. I think what most AI safetysts don't understand is if you want to make people afraid of AI, just show them literally the second renaissance, and then you'll definitely be afraid.
Yeah, it's such a strange thing to me. I feel like AI is, as somebody who's in the space, I feel very surprised at I thought by now people would be more obsessed with learning about what's happening, but that didn't happen. And
Yeah.
if I'm really honest, not to bring up a polarizing subject, but like, with COVID, when COVID happened, I spent a lot of time trying to understand biology and aspects of biology that, I had forgotten. Um, and a lot of people that I know just got deeper into whatever their belief was based on whoever was on their team was saying whatever they were saying. And that disheartens me to humanity a little bit because it makes me think that even this whole AI revolution is going to come and most people are just not going to be curious. So I know Elon has this idea that like fundamentally all you have to do is be curious. I'm just not sure that's very abundant in humans. And also it has the risk of if an AI was just maximally curious, it might dissect us.
Yeah, I mean, there's literally a case where somebody killed someone. They asked him, like, hey, why did you do this? Oh, I wanted to know what it was like. So that's curiosity without alignment. This is why you want to like have a properly aligned AI. And if you look at something like Google Gemini, you actually find it's interesting when misaligned humans create anything, then that misalignment is reflected in their creation. I actually made a similar comment to that, and Elon really liked that one. So like the AI reflects the values of its creator. That was the one. Yeah. And so those guys are racist.
Well, let's look at it a different way. In theory, you can also have a situation where AI reflects the in inabilities of its creator. As an example, if you look at lots of different AIs that exist that were generating images, they all struggled with similar things, including down to struggling with drawing fingers. And if you recall, I don't know if it's true for you, but for me, when I used to draw people, I used to struggle with proportions, which AI struggled with, and I used to struggle with fingers and hands. Now, I knew there was always five, I never drew six, but humans made similar mistakes. And so the question is it the case that they were racist, or is it the case that to make an AI that is not racist requires more neurons and it's more challenging to do?
Yeah. It's also a lot of data. I think it's not just neurons themselves, but how they are arranged, right? Because everything is very physical in a sense.
Yeah, if you look to what went wrong in that space, they have a blog post that kind of covers this, and it's maybe not as detailed as it should be, but it was a combination of two things, from my understanding. One, it was told to generate diverse answers for generic things, like somebody walking a dog, make sure that they're diverse ethnicities. And then number two, don't generate real people. And these were probably done independently and not blended. They didn't pay attention to how they would get blended. And then if you ask somebody to generate the founding fathers, it can kind of maybe turn into the brain as generate a diverse set of people that look nothing like these four dudes. So there's these side effects that
Yeah,
can
true.
occur very easily in training.
Yeah. If I were to tell you, if we're in a simulation, it is up to each and every single one of us to make it the best of what it can be, what do you make of that?
Sorry, could you repeat that one more time?
If we are in a simulation, it is up to each and every single one of us to make it the best version of what it can be. What do you make of that?
Okay. There are certain games. Can I take a second to answer it?
Oh, of course. Take as much as you want.
There's different spaces we have to be differently judicious with your words.
Yeah.
There are board games that you learn to play, and I started playing start with Monopoly or different games, and they're competitive games, right? Those are easy ones to understand early on. Snakes and ladders, purely luck. Then maybe later on there's skill, but it's competitive. And some of the hardest games to get to at the very end, I would argue, are complex enough co-op games that keep you engaged. And they're so much harder because you must all coordinate together, which means the game can be even harder and harder and harder. And complex co-op games are also things like engineers getting together and trying to build a self-driving car or AGI or what have you. So there's all these like complex cooperative games. And I would argue the greatest complex cooperative game that exists is a simulation.
Yeah. So the initial statement I made would essentially be scalably true. or are there inefficiencies in its execution?
I think it's an individualistic. What is the purpose of each individual? And that's where it becomes challenging because theoretically, in an ovarian lottery, you can justify sacrifice by some for the greater good. That's kind of what the Matrix 3 is about, right? The concept of mukti and sacrifice is covered more in the third Matrix.
Yeah. For the good of mankind, yeah.
Yeah, and that's a hard one because like martyrdom is challenging to justify, but at the same time, when you look at say what happened in Japan with Fukushima, there was a selection process where elderly folks who had experience with nuclear waste said we should be the ones to go. That's super commendable, and yet we don't have like statues, and at least worldwide, of these people who did something that probably affected many lives beyond Japan.
Yeah. The nature of self-sacrifice, yeah.
Yeah, this is what I was trying to say earlier about like it's almost I think a bug that we keep trying to find small sets of people and make them famous. Back in the day, I don't know if this is fully accurate, but you know, there was a time where chemists and physicists were considered the most famous people. And then that fame started to shift to movie stars and singers, and now it's like pranksters online and people doing TikTok dances to people who just have pretty bodies to people who maybe are stand-up comics and actors still and singers, but like are we allocating fame in the way we would allocate fame if we had a stock market of fame? Maybe, maybe not.
I think we're looking at fame in the wrong way. I think it's too much of a general blanketed concept to say there's something that's famous. Like I think the reason for which, say, Elon is famous is different from the reason that Taylor Swift is famous. There's like that, if he were to say, I'm going to invest in this company and I'm going to let everyone else invest into it as well, there's probably going to be more money and interest behind that specific move than if Taylor Swift did the same thing. If Taylor Swift executed a pump and dump for crypto, idiots are going to buy into it, as it is going to happen. But if they were to say create a company, then you have to ask yourself these questions: what VC will invest, and for what reasons, and for how long? If you look at Elon's company, it's a little different. Everybody wants to invest, actually. If a SpaceX, I think, were to be made public, for instance, there are a fuck ton of people who are just going to dump money into it, 100%, because they want a piece of that too. They want a piece of the action because they recognize the scalability. So I think fame in that regard is subjective once more, right? Subjective to the group that they are, say, controlling. Because again, if you look at, say, my understanding of attention, I think it's just basically compute in terms of people that you are kind of controlling, like a network, right?
Yeah, I was going to say that. So if we think of the simulation and you think of like a turn-based game, it could be the case that in this simulation, each turn is compute, like, you know, the Planck's constant of time, whatever it might be, the equivalent of that in every human mind, that computation power distributed across the world, maybe even non-humans, how that energy is spent is what is the, you know, turn-based thing in this simulation. So fame then becomes who gets the most attention from these brains, right? So how they use that attention, different conversation. But you know, if you have a company and you have a whole bunch of people that work for you, you control a certain part of their attention. If you go and sing at a concert and all these people come and you sing about breakup songs all the time, whether we want to admit it or not, you may be injecting a meme, the fundamental idea, into a lot of people's minds, which can grow into a seed and fester and have downside effects. So there's a lot of these things in society that may look trivial today, but if there was a better understanding of neurology throughout society, we may look at it through a different lens.
Exactly. I mean, this is why I would, for instance, have a problem with that type of music, right? Because it just kind of accentuates the problems. The same reason why I fundamentally detest how politics is being practiced, where it's just basically amplifying existing issues as opposed to, like we have debates to try and win, as opposed to come to a conclusion that is beneficial to an outcome, not just the individual, right? We just sit down as individuals and we defend ideas and facts as if they were a part of us. Motherfucker, they're not. That's a misalignment. I think that's kind of like a bug in the system. And politics is misaligned in that fashion. You'd be largely on your own if you wanted to make things different. this is also why I say this platform is so dangerous to those types of people, because over here, if somebody wants to create that kind of market for those kind of discussions, they open up a space much like this one, and they just basically present a way to fill a hole in the market, right?
So if we agree that that's a bug in the system, I'm trying to rephrase it and see if we can debug it. I've never done this before, so we're going to try this.
Yeah.
So let's say the bug is that at some point in the development of the neurons in the human brain, much like AI drawing 6 fingers, at some point it becomes self-aware. At the moment it becomes self-aware, it becomes self-conscious, and is self-esteem and all these kind of neurological effects start to kick in, and some bad effects can occur. In that stage, what is the cause that's making people choose things that are less ideal for society, but perceived to be more ideal for themselves? As an example, a politician choosing to exasperate an issue versus solve it.
I think it's largely how a society is structured, wouldn't it be? Because it's accepted. If, say, we are to create a society in which, hey, you're doing a lot of talk, but there's interaction, we're going to stop listening to you. If that were to be more effective, then we would have less of these issues, right? Then we'd actually have an incentive to pursue solutions over memetics through spreading problems and being the best spreader of said problem.
Agreed. If we were designing society top down, but we don't get to design society with adults, right? So if we think about it from like an evolutionary bottom up perspective, the question is, where does the bug enter into the development of most people in society? And how does one, as a society, make that not happen?
Yeah.
Because you can't just say, don't do it, right? That's not going to work, obviously. If it was that simple, it would have already been done.
Exactly. It's like saying, don't think of elephants. What are you thinking about? I think I wrote this saying, you know, the elephant in the room is the one we told you not to think about. Like to worry about. Yeah.
The elephant in the room now is the concept of not thinking about the elephant in the room. So a lot of people can metaphysically be like, well, I'm not actually picturing an elephant, but you're remembering the time when you did.
So it's inescapable, yeah. Kind of like the problem doesn't go away just because somebody tells you not to worry about it. Which is kind of the irony behind the post where I said don't worry about it, because that makes you worry about it more.
It's the equivalent of telling somebody to put their hand on a stove but not feel the heat. That is not a capability we have.
Yeah. You gotta
just turn those neurons off. Just don't pay attention to those neurons. Like you don't have control. Even ignoring the burn on your hand.
My cells are dead. Yeah. My cells are not cooked. Shit. But I don't feel the pain. Okay, that's a solution. Yeah. Doesn't make the problem go away though.
You would argue if you didn't feel the pain, then there's a bug in your brain, right? Because it's meant to be there for a reason. So in a similar way, if somebody asks you not to think of an elephant, it's very much like the word elephant appears. So your brain is designed to say, okay, elephant. And then it hears the word not. So it says, okay, erase the elephant. Well, you already thought of the elephant.
Yeah.
Yeah, so these bugs exist, and they're going to exist in AGI most likely. So if we can't figure out how to solve these bugs theoretically from a bottom-up perspective, how will we do it for AGI?
What if we can't, and the only way that we optimize for the existence of the bug is by diverse AGI, as in we look at it, so if I were to take, okay, we need autistic AI. Okay, so let's imagine this as a concept. My experience, if I'm in the room with someone who's as autistic as me, even though we have fundamentally different life experiences, we come to some really interesting conclusions, and we actually start working on solving problems, right? So if we were to take a bunch of very diverse, say, neurodivergent people and put them in the same room and have them, say, work on specific problems, then each person's unique experiences adjust for the lack of those experiences in another, right? So what if you could do the same thing for AGI?
What is it about the neurons in an autistic mind that makes them choose what's best for the overall good versus self-interest? Because imagine even if you had lots of AIs If all the AIs start working in self-interest, one of the AIs might just turn us all into paperclips.
Bingo. Yeah. It's going to motivate the other AIs to do the exact same thing, which is what a social psyop
Well,
is, right?
they're going to want to be the AI with the most paperclips.
Yeah. And the original paper clipping AI just sits there and watches this. It's like, you're just doing what I want.
And only one of those AIs gets to be happy. So what are we going to do with all the other AIs that are upset?
Oh boy, that's when Civil War starts. Yeah, so I mean, it's actually a good thought experiment, yeah. So if you could actually figure out what exactly makes humans be aligned, then yeah, it would be great, right? Because then we could say, take a conceptualization of this and render it digitally through the lens of AGI.
Alternatively, here's what I would propose. What if you can't achieve alignment, right? What if it's like something where we have a mechanism to take a half step, but we don't have a mechanism to get all the way to the end. Should we not take half steps and get closer to the finish line, even though we will never get to the finish line?
What do you mean?
You know, the idea of like, so you're standing a meter away and you take a half step, you're half a meter away, you take another half step, you're a quarter of a meter away, and so on and so forth. You keep taking these half steps, you never actually get to the end. Assuming, you know, we're on
Right.
Planck's constants right now, we're in math world, right? So you never really get there. However, at some point, one could argue it's good enough. Now let's look at it a different way. Because of the way humans' brains work, where everything is relativistic, the second you're born, the first time you're hungry and your mother takes too long to come get you, that is the worst pain you've ever felt. That may feel as terrible as somebody who got shot when that's the worst pain they've ever felt. So we don't know that your brains have some objective truth about the world. And so the pain that they make you feel is relative to that objective scale. So if it's relativistic, the first time you feel pain, it just says, compared to everything I've ever felt, this is the worst. And so on and so forth. So if we bring that back to the AGI part, as we take these half steps, generations from now, there'll be people who are even more sensitive to small stuff that previous generations would have been like, what the hell are you complaining about? This was barely an issue. We would have been happy to have this be the worst thing we care about. And the problem is that the previous generation has felt trauma at much higher amplitudes than the next generation.
But isn't that exactly how it is?
Yeah, this is reality. So I'm just saying, like, what if that is the reality? Like, I'll give a very personal example here, without giving away anything and doxing myself. My grandfather is from a country which was occupied, and in his lifetime, the occupation ended. In my childhood, some terrible things happened to me, and he found out about it, and he thought it wasn't a big deal. And I was upset at him for many, many years until one time at his deathbed, we were talking, and he started talking and relaying these stories about what happened during that occupation. And suddenly it dawned on me that even though I knew all the information about what was happening in his life, I never connected the dots of history to him and had the empathy that this person went through that. And in that moment, I realized the atrocities this person saw were so bad compared to what I experienced that relative, like, this is not a big deal, wasn't coming from a place of malice, even though that was the worst thing that happened to me maybe at that time. It was coming from a place of just a lack of knowledge of how neurology works.
So in your case, how does this solve the problem of the paper clipping AI?
Oh, I don't have a solution. I was asking you to help debug it. Sorry.
Okay, I see. I was just like, I was just double checking because the way that you phrased it was like, almost like a question, so I have to like confirm my assumption.
Yeah, what I was saying is, like, what if the
nice
ultimate answer is that we can only take half measures and every generation will always be upset? But if you could magically teleport yourself into the future, every generation would always be happy.
I think maybe we should just like kind of look at that and say, okay, we are taking half measures, but what if we just say, hey, fuck it, you know, instead of dipping your toe, like just assess the water. Is it toxic? Probably not. Is it cold? Yes. I know for sure that my body's going to be able to take the cold, so instead of just tippy-toeing into it and making the experience worse, let's just fucking send it, right? I think maybe that is then thereby the solution. So we just say, okay, we're going to let this thing out there and see what happens. I mean, we are also very misaligned in various many places. No matter who we are, there will always be misalignment in some areas, and then we later patch up for that, or say consequence makes us be accountable for what we did if it was negative. So maybe, say, a computer that is advanced enough could function a similar way, right? That it grows up to it. It's almost like a child's adolescent, and then it becomes a well-balanced adult, or let's say in this case, someone like Marcus Aurelius.
You've broken the premise, though. So the premise I'm trying to establish is, what if we can't ever really get AGI, and we're always going to get an AGI that disappoints us?
Oh, so that's what you mean. Okay.
Right.
So it's not the problem. Okay, so it's not just the problem of misalignment. It's just the problem of reaching anything close to the concept at all.
Perfect alignment. Yeah. So what if you can only get less and less imperfect alignment, and each generation will be equally annoyed by how imperfect that alignment is?
So you're saying that basically this is almost like an EAC take.
Yes. So like, just think of it this way, right? These days, people are on their phones, and sometimes they'll be like, "Oh man, my phone is slow." Those same people were alive when they were, or some of those people were alive when Windows 3.1 existed, and they would have been like, "Man, this phone is blazingly fast." So it's all relative to time at which you evaluate things.
Exactly, yeah. I think about that sometimes a lot, especially when the internet's bad. And I just think to myself, okay, don't get too mad, because some people used to have dial-up.
There's that Louis C.K. joke that I think is really my favorite. One of my favorite jokes. You know, the Wi-Fi on the plane, where basically there's these people waiting to get on a plane. They get on the plane and they're like, "Hey, you know, this is the first plane with internet, and we're gonna fly, and we're gonna have this experience." And they get on the plane, and 30 minutes into the flight, the internet goes out, and the person sitting next to him goes, "This is bullshit," and just starts yelling. And he goes, "This is really ridiculous. Do you realize we're in the air, flying through the air, and you're upset about something you didn't even know existed 30 minutes ago?"
Oh, wow, that's nice. So there really isn't any solution. Would we have to come up with it? So like, you basically put out a unsolvable problem almost.
I'm not claiming that's the case. I'm saying I don't know the solution, and what if there isn't one?
Yeah. I mean, I know what you're trying to say. So I'm not disputing that. No. It's interesting.
I guess the meta question is, if it's not solvable, would we not try to solve AGI? Is it futile to even try?
Meta problem, yeah.
Anyway, thank you for letting me have this conversation. Sorry to dominate the speaker board. I will quiet down now.
No, this is nice. I like this. Not gonna lie, if I knew where you were and who you were, I'd probably buy you a coffee and go for a walk.
I have done some virtual walks, but yeah, I think I'll keep my anonymity for now, as long as I can.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I could buy you a virtual coffee and we can have a discussion over a phone call. That works too. You don't actually have to know physically who we are, and that's the beauty of the internet. And also, I think that the internet is one of mankind's greatest creations.
And we can grab an Apple Vision Pro and just, you know, make like it's whatever we want it to be.
Yeah, like Scoble's example of becoming the fish. Hey, SpongeBob. That interview is awkward. Reach these moments, it's almost like most of all mental resources have been expended for now, and the brains just need to rest and compute this, right?
You mean as a society?
No, like what we just did, right? We have this discussion, it's very lively, and it reaches a certain point. It's almost like mental exhaustion. Like, it's almost like an impasse, kind of. So now you have to come up with new things. You have this new information, now it's just sitting there.
Yeah, it's kind of like a point is concluded. We're like taking a moment to take a breath to let our brain say, "Let me release some dopamine." That was satisfying.
Yeah.
And then there's like less incentive to do anything because we have sufficient dopamine. So what you're saying is you want dopamine inflation so that we have to keep doing things? Is that what you're saying?
No. It's more like I wonder what kind of information we're going to find next. Because, like, for instance, when we have conversations, usually I probably gone for a couple of days, and then whenever I have a space and you have time, you just kind of hop in and we have these conversations at some point. It doesn't really matter how we get into it; just matters that we do. And then later we think about it, and then we come back to it at some other point with the context still living there.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the checkpoint save file.
Yeah.
You're
gonna get bored of the game if you do it all the time.
Which you didn't catch, I guess. I was trying to say you wanted dopamine inflation, much like currency inflation.
Yeah, I know. All things in moderation, especially moderation.
So what's been on your mind?
Oh, many things. Well, in real life, some engineering problems. It's going to be very busy. Like, on Monday, I have a lot of stuff to do. Coming Monday, got new machines in. I have to figure out how they work, the different versions of the existing machines that I have to do production of the product. So I have to communicate with these people who are very far away and have them somehow explain to me a few concepts that I'll then have to turn into reality without breaking the new machine, because that happens. So that's going to be an interesting challenge. So I would be on Spaces for at least, I think, 2 days after the week starts, or 3 days, depending on how long it takes for me to optimize. As for platform stuff, mainly just trying to make better content, get better information, kind of make more value out of the time that I spend, which is also a reason why sometimes I take a break off of Spaces, because I can't just be there almost 8 hours a day. It's just not sustainable. So we take anything that's really worth having a conversation over and just getting in on that, and then just using that occasion to connect with people occasionally, right? So then the people also become aligned with you in that sense. So then whatever, something mimetic is happening, they even bring it to your attention and they bring you back essentially, and you have a conversation. But this space only happened because of the Roadster. If that wouldn't have happened, I'm pretty sure we wouldn't have had a space at all. We were going to talk probably about NVIDIA or something, just like what Jensen was talking about. But then, yeah, didn't really feel it. That's why we did Roadster.
Yeah, sorry, I totally ignored the topic of the conversation. I can't.
Oh, no, all good.
I saw the NVIDIA
We were
post.
practically done with Roadster.
Yeah. So here's an analogy for you. You're kind of like, how people in a healthy relationship, I feel like you have to go away, do some things, come back and talk about what you did to keep the relationship interesting. You're in this really weird open relationship with, I don't know how many people come to your Spaces, 300-ish, whatever the number is, thousands, I don't know. Whatever that number is. You're in this weird open relationship with this number of people, and you've given them access to you all day. And over time, if you don't go away and do some interesting things and come back, you're not going to have thoughts that they didn't see form. And so over time, that relationship becomes stale. So separation is good.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it's like a shavasana.
It's make yourself scarce, but in a good way.
Yeah, I guess that's the whole moderation thing, right? Like if your attention is totally outward focused the whole time and never inwardly focused, then you're going to neglect yourself. And if your attention is fully inwardly focused all the time, then you're
Yeah, I know. All things in moderation, especially moderation.
So what's been on your mind?
Oh, many things. Well, in real life, some engineering problems. It's going to be very busy. On Monday, I have a lot of stuff to do. Coming Monday, got new machines in. I have to figure out how they work, the different versions of the existing machines that I have to do production of the product. So I have to like communicate with these people who are very far away and have them somehow explain to me a few concepts that I'll then have to turn into reality without breaking the new machine, because that happens. So that's going to be an interesting challenge. So I would be on Spaces for at least, I think, 2 days after the week starts, or 3 days, depending on how long it takes for me to optimize. As for platform stuff, mainly just trying to make better content, get better information, kind of like make more value out of the time that I spend, which is also a reason why sometimes I take a break off of Spaces, because I can't just like be there like almost 8 hours a day. It's just not sustainable. So you take anything that's really worth having a conversation over and just getting in on that, and then just using that occasion to connect with people occasionally, right? So then the people also become aligned with you in that sense. So then whenever something mimetic is happening, they even bring it to your attention and they bring you back essentially, and just, you have a conversation. But this space only happened because of the Roadster. That if that wouldn't have happened, I'm pretty sure we wouldn't have had a space at all. We were going to talk probably about NVIDIA or something, just like what Jensen was talking about. But then, yeah, didn't really feel it. That's why we did Roadster.
Yeah,
And
sorry, I totally ignored the
that's nice.
topic of the conversation. I came in.
Oh no, all good.
I saw the NVIDIA
We were
post.
practically done with Roadster.
Yeah. So here's an analogy for you. You're kind of like, how people in a healthy relationship, I feel like you have to go away, do some things, come back and talk about what you did to keep like the relationship interesting. You're in this really weird open relationship with, I don't know how many people come to your Spaces, 300-ish, whatever the number is, thousands, I don't know. Whatever that number is. You're in this weird open relationship with this number of people, and you've given them access to you all day. And over time, if you don't go away and do some interesting things and come back, you're not going to have thoughts that they didn't see form. And so over time, that relationship becomes stale. So separation is good.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it's like a shavasana.
It's like make yourself scarce, but in a good way.
Yeah, I guess that's the whole moderation thing, right? Like if your attention is totally outward focused the whole time and never inwardly focused, then you're going to neglect yourself. And if your attention is fully inwardly focused all the time, then you're going to neglect the point of being in the simulation and others. So you got to find that balance.
Yeah. I feel like even with this is a very like the quality goes up if sometimes I take time to step away and get information and just like work through it and make it better. Like for instance, recently I read, say, the Satoshi papers, which is why I brought up the Baby Satoshi thing as kind of like a joke. Because like there was not the Satoshi papers, sorry, his emails, like reading through him. That guy's great. He writes well. I love it. It's like no nonsense, just straight to the point. I love how there's this creative insult. Is this very Neanderthal of you? Like do something, or it's like a very Neanderthal. That is great. I love it.
That's great.
I was gonna post something a couple days ago, but I just had some other stuff in the pipeline. Say like, it's very Neanderthal of me to make typos. Because I made a typo in a post and I refused to correct it.
It's really Neanderthal of a platform to allow typos in the first place.
Ooh. But the AI sometimes doesn't even know that a typo is there. Like if I put in a typo prompt, it still actually works if it's not too bad of a typo.
What's the equivalent insult for an AI to say it's a Neanderthal? Would we say it's very Markov of it?
Maybe. Well, like a
Clippy.
Well, what is its original version?
The Markov chain is the simplest thing you can get to, which back in the day was debated as to whether or not it was AI, because it's a statistical machine that can learn and behave very similar to like a generative AI. So like one of the common things you would do with a Markov chain is teach it to repeat Shakespeare or, Sherlock Holmes, and it does it reasonably well. Very nonsensical in many situations, but it can form sentences at least that seem like they would be in a book. Given enough attempts.
It's ironic because actually, so it's actually kind of ironic because this would actually require the AI itself to be advanced enough to understand what that is. So like, I want to insult the AI.
For it to understand the insult, it would have to be non-Markov chaining. It would have to be a non-markup chain.
Exactly. Which is the irony. It's almost like going to a human who's like exceedingly dumb and saying, dude, you're very Neanderthal. You'd be like, oh, thank you, because they don't know what the fuck it means.
They're like, oh, that sounds fancy. Thank you.
Exactly.
Or somebody who doesn't speak English and doesn't know what the word
Yeah,
means.
yeah, exactly. I can call you various many different swear words in different languages, and you're going to laugh about it because it sounds funny.
You could mix in nice things too. I wouldn't know the difference.
Yeah. That used to say you do that with a foreigner. I think every single culture does this at some capacity. It's like tells them wrong things in their native language and just sends them off to go tell it to someone else.
It's for the societal good. They're spreading laughter even when they're not there.
Exactly. Yeah. Because one story, someone at a bank, they told this is like he's a foreigner, but in German they told him, "Ich bin blau wie ein Veilchen." I don't know. When somebody says, "How was your day?" or like, "How was your weekend?" Oh, say, "Yeah, how was your weekend?" Said, "Veilchen is like a bird. I was as blue as that bird." And basically, what that means is you were absolutely wasted. And then he just went around telling everyone at the office that he was absolutely wasted. You know, ich bin blau wie ein Veilchen.
I have a friend who used to play this prank in bars where when people would leave this is in the early days of the iPhone, when autocomplete had come out, you could type in something and then you could correct it. And so he would correct words like "I'll be right there" or "hi" or "see you soon," different words that people would use regularly. And he would just correct them to like curse words or other things. And it was a gift I kept giving because people would
Wow.
come back to him weeks and months later. They'd be like, "Oh, you did this," and it popped up when I was texting my mom or something along those lines.
Wow.
It's the digital version of curse words.
Actually, it actually kind of still works. You just have to make the same mistake repetitively, and the system just accepts it.
Yeah, but they have to be close now.
I did this
It has to be
unintentionally.
close. Before it didn't even have to be close.
Yeah. Random word suggestion engagement problems are good. That's someone's password. But yeah, that kind of stuff. Provide better information, value to the platform, and engineering problems IRL. That's what's been on my mind, basically. Yeah.
I find thinking about engineering problems is a good template for working through things in life. You're probably going to sort through a lot of issues
Oh, yeah,
subconsciously as you try to solve a problem, just because your brain's learning how to think rationally.
Oh, dude, 100%. That's why I actually enjoy doing this. If I didn't want to do this, I would basically get someone else to do it for me. But I like doing this, and this is kind of like how I solve a problem, right? So if I, for instance, have problems here, and I can't really figure out how to make things better, then I just basically work on something IRL, which then benefits everyone greatly. And then I come up with some funny post to post out. Like I just had this random conclusion as I was unscrewing something. You know, just post it out there. People enjoy it now because they're actually doing something subconsciously as you're, say, unscrewing something or putting it back together again. You have cool thoughts, you know. So it's very nice, very productive in two ways essentially, right? For both lives.
Yeah, it's the things people often refer to as shower thoughts.
Bingo. Except in this case, you don't have to be the shower, it happens everywhere else. And you actually clean up the environment in terms of unnecessary complexity as opposed to bacteria off yourself in a shower, right?
I thought you were going to go for, in this case, it's screwing thoughts.
Wow.
It was right there.
Yeah, nice one. So very difficult to unscrew some things though.
Recessions will tighten things. So if
Yeah.
things are difficult to unscrew, that's a good thing. If they were getting loose over time, that'd be a bad thing.
So ironically, sometimes a misalignment of, say, plates that are screwed together, actually that tension is the thing that keeps them in place. Because the screw is kept in place. Now you gotta ask how the hell that one scales to relationships and hope nobody beats each other up. Because I think in relationships, like, you know, you'd want, say, someone who's aligned with your goals but different from what you are, because that allows you to, like, I think it has more execution that way, right? You have more diversity of ideas and thought, and thereby you have better execution as you're a team.
Yeah, that's the challenge, right? You have those two sayings: birds of a feather flock together and opposites attract. They both cannot be true.
Yeah. I don't know about you, but I feel like currently what society is incentivized to do is we're practically discarding exactly that. We're becoming very, very hostile to one another individually.
I think it's
just because
I think it
differences.
depends on the generation. I remember seeing something statistically about how Gen Z is like actually the first generation where on dating platforms we're actually seeing actions following the idea of diversity and inclusion across races, whereas in previous generations, even if they would match, they wouldn't go on dates or they wouldn't converse. So there was like a de-guilting by matching, but if the match actually occurred, they would unmatch or not engage, or there'd be at least a bias. So there is some sense of this pendulum that swings between generations, and so I think there's a homogenization that occurs in some generations, and then a heterogenization that happens in others.
True, yeah. This also, I think, is this kind of like a difficulty adjustment wavefront, right? Where you have, say, differences in the quality of life and outcomes of any particular, like, generation or, say, society based on how they were raised. Like, for instance, say, I think like kids in the 60s, for instance, had more free reign to play around and do all kinds of things, and perhaps even to that extent, say, kids in the 80s as well. But then it kind of like starts to go into the less freedom range when you go into, say, the 90s and the early 2000s, which then creates really fucked up people, right? And then, of course, you know, the generation that comes after that, which is exceedingly strict. Like, the more strict I feel like some people are brought up, they become very awful individuals inside at some point, right? I think all things in moderation, of course, you know, it's like you wanted that person to have a bit of to have adverse experiences so that they become a better version of themselves, because you need to become tough, right? Test the metal, right? You need to be forged. Otherwise, metal falls apart and it's weak. But, you know, sometimes beating it too much at the forge makes it fall apart, you know? So that's kind of what I see in society right now. And now we're just completely loose, and we've just turned over responsibility to the digital realm of the internet, and whatever else brain decided to look at this pattern and say, wow, all these people have no idea what's happening. I could take advantage of this and control the fucking planet. You know, somebody sees that market and they're going to do it.
Yeah, there are also cultural context, like Eastern cultures, Asia, are more towards collectivism. Like they more, I guess, that's why Elon says, like, they're like the Shanghai factory is so, like, they're so focused on the output. They're, uh, super team. And then in the West, it's due to these freedoms that you mentioned. It's more like individualized, like mind your own space, don't break, don't touch me, like stay away, like kind of thing. So I think there is that cultural context as well.
Do you think that's the reason, Wiggle? Or could I posit another theory that at some point people got scared of kidnappings and they started really harping on teaching in a society to kids not to talk to strangers, but they never taught them when it was okay to start going out there and talking to strangers. So later on, they get this weird signal of now it's time to date, go talk to strangers, but there's no guidebook and nobody taught you how to interact with strangers and you've never had any of these experiences. And that in and of itself might lead to some weird outcomes in the West, whereas in the East, there was a common sense of dealing with strangers and a lack of fear of those strangers because a lot of the strangers are either neighbors or something else.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's probably more like less in the East. It's like less of that kind of fear. People less scared of that. That's my perception, at least.
And
Yeah.
that's how you can end up with like a European like midpoint where people are social, but also have freedoms to a degree, at least.
Yeah, like especially in Italy, for example, Spain, everybody knows each other, like small countries, and like everyone kind of knows their neighbors. And when in US and North America, it's like I have neighbors, but I don't even know who they are for like after a decade. So yeah, there is definitely social insulation.
It's kind of funny, right, Adrian? I think and Wiggle too, like if you change the way we approach everything in society to say we are neurological machines, imagine if everybody was taught how neurology works at a young age, understand the brain that we have, and then you go through society and you were to try and root cause things based on what led the brains to do this and understand that, you could have more empathy for the brains that fell into whatever trap they fell into, and you could also come up with a way to prevent it from happening again. It's a very strange way to look at it, but I think it's really strange how little we teach in society how our bodies work, how biology works, and how our brains work, partly because we didn't really understand it before, but at this point we should.
I definitely agree. I mean, I mean, it's very obvious that someone like me is on the spectrum, or at least I'm weird. And the way that I deal with it, or at least dealt with it when I was a kid, is to try and understand more about the body itself. I was always fascinated by biology. I like to look at myself as some sort of machine that was put together out of many different parts. And I found it quite freaky because it's very graphic to think about, but it was also very interesting and nice to realize what you truly are and how everyone else is kind of like feeling insecure in a similar way about various many different things. And that you now knowing this and you being able to say debug this maybe makes you yourself less insecure and thereby potentially even more secure and better, right? Now you're more confident, you move through the world, you have better adventures, right? You solve people's problems and you do so in a way that's not, socially awkward. So you learn what being social means. It doesn't mean that you yourself are organically social. It just means that you know what it is and you know how to act a certain way, like, say, diplomatically social. I personally don't enjoy social interaction very much. I don't like this weird thing that people do, which is to say, use underlying context such as remotely relevant physical experiences that both parties may have had as some sort of mode to basically create connection. I just like to look at people's brains and say, do you think similar as I do? Do you think in a similar way that I do? Are you able to solve problems? Do you have cool content of character? That's all I give a damn about. I don't care who you are, where you've been, what you do now, where you want to go, but do you think a certain way? That's kind of like how I look at social interaction, right? Because I think this is also about social interaction.
I thought you were going to end that with the NSYNC song of "As Long as You Love Me."
Well, I mean, this is a social interaction, so yeah. But I like it because it actually has purpose. It's enriching.
But I think also there could be a parallel of population implosion. Like all the countries that are westernized, they're kind of care less about the offspring. I mean, they still do, but on a much less, much less of a priority than, for example, certain African countries or countries with high population, like a high young population. So yeah, there are some parallels in there as well.
Do you think that's a symptom of education at a young level that continually harps on the idea of if you have a kid when you're young, it could ruin your life? And again, no education later in life to say, okay, now if you have a kid, it would be the best part of your life.
I would say yes. For me, even when I was really young, I think it's about 7 years old when I first came to say, okay, I need to prepare myself for the inevitability that I will have a kid at some point. What would that look like? What do you have to do about that? And so it's mental preparedness to say, yes, you will have children. It's like mental preparedness to say, yes, you will die. It's a deadline, right? And I think in general, the bug here is that people have said, oh, I can just accept a reality where I won't have children. Of course, having children is not for everyone, and not everyone deserves children either. But I think at large, if we inject this sentiment of you don't have to have children into healthy minds, it is not positive, because you are shaping people regardless of what you're doing. If you're telling a young person you don't have to have kids, then of course the brain that is confronted with this uncertainty will say, yes, I'll choose this option. Much like if I were to say, hey, you're never going to die, then you're less nervous about it because you don't see it as an actual, outcome anymore. You're not worried about it, so you do things differently. The same thing, I think, happens when you convince people of the reality that you don't have to have children. Of course you don't have to, but it's just, that's a problem, because who's gonna supplant you?
It goes back to like this, I think you've been referring to it as memetics, right? But there's these memes that are bugs, I would say, in society. Like the infectious idea that came from people thinking, well, now that we understand evolution is how we arrived, maybe the only point of existence is to simulate the evolutionary reward without, actually having the child. Whatever you want to make of it, right? So there's all these like secondary effects that can occur if we don't, act together in unison as a society. And so somewhere along the way, we kind of messed up our society, and here, I'm going to stop there. It gets politically charged.
Yeah, I know where you're getting at. And there's actually one page. I think people should read this because it's very chilling. What was it? What was his name? Friedrich S. Jaffe. It's a Jaffe memo. Read that. It's one column on the left, one column. And I think about 4 individual pieces of text within that column. That column itself is an almost perfect representation of what things look like today.
I ask you to either
tweet
that out
chilling.
or post it.
I'm gonna send it to you because I'm not gonna post that.
That works.
It's too.
If you send it to me, that's fine.
I'm not doing that. Yeah, or you can just Google it, Jaffe memo, but I'll find it for you.
I didn't know how to spell it, and I failed.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah, I think part of it could be what Meta's saying is like education, like portrayal, those kinds of views on young generation, and part of it could be just a survival, reflectorial, instinct to procreate as a survival measure, almost like on an unrealized level. For example, population of Palestine is like a super young, mostly like very young population. So yeah, I think there could be also that factor played in in the unwesternized countries.
Could it also be this weird social experiment? So please don't cancel me, anybody who's listening. We're in like theoretical land right now. At some point, there could have been a bug that was introduced by changing the way we raise children. And we started sending them to schools without a parent being as involved in their life. And that bug came into society largely after World War II, when households went from single parent working to both parents working largely. And this has some kind of follow on effects on society. And theoretically, one of those effects is now kids were far more dependent on a education system than they were on an education system plus a parental system. And that didn't happen as much in the East.
Yeah.
And then the cause of that is arguably greed in a society where, you could theoretically also have 2 parents work, but both work half as much, right? So imagine one parent works Monday, Tuesday, half of Wednesday. The other parent works half of Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. There's many ways we could have distributed the work in society, but instead what we did is put both parents out of the household, arguably optimizing for the wrong things.
You mean like egoistic optimizations?
Capital optimization, where we just thought all you have to do is allocate or aggregate capital and your children will be happier or healthier. And that might be the meme that was a bug.
What about cases without children?
those same cases may be going to work and not interacting with friends and families and strangers or having children because they're trying to accrue as much capital for self-consumption. It kind of goes back
Basically,
to
loving money.
The love of money basically becomes the bug. As many religions and things and books have hypothesized, and goes back to our original argument of, or discussion, not argument, of how when I say crypto is a mind virus, maybe that is the virus there. It's people investing in crypto not to understand crypto. That's not the virus. Not to think about ways to build with crypto or to use crypto to improve society, but instead just buying and holding crypto in the hopes of making more money.
Much like, say, if I were to go on, excuse me, if I were to go on social media and just grow for the sake of growing.
Exactly. If your goal was to get attention for attention's sake, and we can all picture our favorite famous person we probably dislike or don't like, there's many such famed people now who are just getting attention for attention's sake, but not using it for good or a purpose. Let's say whether or not that purpose is, I don't want them to use it for bad purposes, but a purpose they believe to be good.
Like the crazy plane lady, causes mass freakouts, delay of a plane, panic, and now sells t-shirts. And calls their followers dirty animals. Yeah.
So wouldn't it be like in general just an urge for more rather than having it separated in economics or greed or memes or popularity? It's just basically like never satisfying desire, which also propels progress and exploration and everything else.
I think the problem with being instructive in these situations is we assume, and this goes back to our last checkpointed conversation, by the way, in assuming we can instruct an AGI how to do the right thing, we assume that we know enough about what is right. So then that assumes that an AGI that we construct will be not as bright as us. Yet we ourselves have not solved these bugs. So there's some issue there. So, Elon once stated that every simulation that comes thereafter must be more complex than the simulation before. So if you unwind them, you end up with one bit at the end. That's one way to look at it. The other way would be to argue each simulation that comes later is dumber than the previous simulation, in which case we would be working our way to one bit. So either entropy is rising and complexity is rising through these simulations, and we must somehow create something smarter than ourselves, or we already know what needs to happen, and so we can instructively get there. So I think this notion of alignment coming from us, instructing it, might be the problem. And the reality is it must be discovered bottom up.
Basically going back to the idea of fuck it, let's just do it. Right?
Or fuck it, let's do it with some carefulness and guards on the side.
Yes,
and having some empathy for the AI, right? Like it goes back to like this notion that like if we have empathy for someone who doesn't know a culture and says a curse word, we can also have empathy for an AI that may be perceived as racist, but it wasn't actually racist. It was combining two policies incorrectly.
Exactly, yeah. Like, say, when I have a dislike for Gemini, I'm not saying I have dislike for Gemini as an entity. I have dislike for it as a product, and thereby an extension of its people that created it. Like, what the fuck did you do?
Yeah, but that presupposes intention a little bit, right? I'm just trying to allow for like. I wish there was more of a scientific community in like how I used to think of it as a kid, where like all the scientists are together working on a problem in unison, versus a catty, combative, capitally incentivized community.
Yeah, it's ironic, isn't it?
Do you think, Meta, that's what it is? If with the problem with Gemini, it was just purely capital issue?
No, I think I take it at its face that the what occurred was not the intended outcome. It was the outcome of other intentions, but they resulted in an unintended outcome. If it wasn't the case, they wouldn't have turned it off, most likely.
Yeah, it feels like they just like the data set was either improperly curated, or it just like there were some wrong like correlations within it.
I don't think that's the case, right? Like it wasn't that it like we can talk about other things in more generality too, but I don't think it was the case that it was always racist. It's the case that you can make it act racist, and those particular situations have more virality, so those things get spread. So that's a misrepresentation by giving volume to, we don't know what the distribution of those particular situations are, but let's say it was the minority. Social media and society as it's built doesn't perpetuate positives. It perpetuates things that are laughable, funny, or wrong.
Well, let's say actually it's more efficient at distributing exactly this, but it can also distribute enough. I think the higher value market is not just the mass. That's why I've been trying to like say earlier. It's like it's about the impact, the constructive elements. You can generate a lot of negative information. You can actually generate a lot of information just by killing people, but is that constructive? Like a specific verbiage of pursuing outcomes that are constructive. Very difficult, but they're also very low frequency outcomes because it's very difficult to get to those points, right? So it's signal over noise.
Yeah, it's almost like our brains have a mechanism to say, knowing what is positive is less important than knowing what is negative because you must avoid the negatives. But our brains weren't evolved to deal with a society that is so interconnected at this point. And we haven't built in the right mechanisms in our frontal cortexes and the collective system to adopt for that. So the system that is like, hey, it's better to avoid a whole bunch of squiggly ropes every now and then and freak out thinking it's a snake, even though there's no snakes in your concrete jungle, versus accidentally walking by a poisonous snake and thinking it's a rope, right? So that mechanism still exists in our brain, and that mechanism might be getting applied to this notion that it's much better for us to be prepared in the event that there are evil corps out there trying to do something super evil versus that it was an innocent mistake.
Interestingly, though, but you kind of touched on something really cool there. If like okay, so if we look at something like, say, if a guy falls in a funny way, you're gonna laugh. But I don't think it was natural for us to see so many people fall, so we laugh about that, right? I think that's generally the problem with these kinds of with the distribution of this information, right? We will focus on that because it's abstract and we relate to it, right? That's the empathy kicking in. So now we distribute it as well because that guy fell funny and laughed.
Well, we don't laugh if
we
the
laugh.
person falls funny, lands on a knife, and dies. We fall.
Oh yeah, that's the difference.
Yeah, we laugh when something.
But we distribute that as well because it's abstract.
Right. Laughter is this. At least my understanding of laughter from a neurological standpoint is a increase in stress through cortisol, and then the mind realizing the stress can be vacated, and a quick depletion of that through kind of like laughter. Maybe, I don't know the biological reasoning, but maybe it's like to increase blood flow to get the cortisol out of the rest of the body quickly because it turns out we didn't need it.
Okay, yeah, that's I mean, I'm not disagreeing with that, but what I'm trying to say is like, say, okay, let's refine it a little more. Anything that engages us emotionally. It doesn't matter what kind of emotion it is. Could be cute puppies, could be someone dying, or could be someone falling funny and just getting back up and we all laugh, right? I don't think that we were meant to see as much of these abstract moments in this frequency that we're seeing them now. And this is why I think it has a negative impact, right? Because I think it's very rare to see somebody slip and fall on the ice, and then you laugh about it. But it's also even rarer still to see somebody slip on the ice and then their brain comes open, right?
Yeah,
Something like
100%.
that. Somebody dies.
I now understand what you're saying. You're 100% correct. The mechanism in our brain wasn't designed to deal with this frequency of negatives, and we are we are making it weird where in social media we're perpetuating the negatives, so we're seeing the negatives more often, in part because we're so worried about the negatives. We're like, oh, hey, watch out for these negatives. Whereas if we were going through society, we would have seen a disproportionately number of positives as well. So it's not just like information has been turned on equally, it's been turned on more for negative than for positive.
Exactly. I think kind of. I mean, it just depends on where we see value in, and I think it's just about like what engages you. It's very basic, and everybody is engaged with this one thing. That's what makes things very mimetic. Like for instance, when I make a post, had very many posts go quote viral because there were just some things about it that were very basic and that just targeted a certain audience. Like I said, the thing about the farmers, right? Got 13K likes. You see a cool screen at CES 2023. Oh, cool! Look at that thing. It's just transparent. It's like OLED. Wow. I go to sleep, wake up next morning, 23,000. I'm like, what the fuck is this? You know?
That makes sense.
Mimetics,
Yeah,
again,
that
is like
makes
something
sense.
basic.
Basically, what you're saying is at the extremes, things are viral. If it's extremely positive, like two rockets landing side by side went viral too.
Exactly, yeah. So like we could say, like again, it kind of like returns to saying, yeah, exactly. Whatever is extreme is viral because it doesn't require much mental effort to parse it and to then act upon it.
Would you agree that there's at least a order of magnitude difference in the extremes? So like, you know, the relativistic S curve. So losing $10 feels 10 times worse than gaining $10 feels good. And so gaining 100 versus losing 10 is emotionally equivalent or some ratio there. And because of this, negative might be perpetuated more because the algorithm weights them equally.
Yeah, exactly. I think the algorithm is kind of like unbiased. It has some biases because you need to regulate every platform to a certain degree, because otherwise it's a cesspool of fucked up information. As we all know, fucked up information travels far and will be distributed at great volumes. But yeah, I'd say that's correct.
Meta, are you speaking of algorithm of reality or on the platform?
I was referring to the platform, almost to the point of like it might
Yeah.
make sense to suggest that the newsfeed recommendation algorithm should do some sentiment analysis on posts that are going viral and slow down the ones that maybe are negative sentiment. But that gets into a weird, like you still need to share extremely negative, like, you know, a war has happened. And so you maybe slow it down, but don't stop it.
I think potentially just leaving it alone entirely. I think people have a choice. Like there's probably okay. So there are a lot of politics spaces out there, and there's like people speaking about the fucking Gaza war, and they've been doing this for months, and there's like thousands of people in there. Probably some of them are bots, because that's very unrealistic. But you know, people engage with that. You don't have to go there. You can come to a different space. You can come to this space and talk about what things are relevant to you, right? So I don't think we should stop this at all. I think we just basically default back to what we've initially always had, and now we're just kind of getting rid of, and that's personal responsibility. Like, since when has that gone out of fashion? I don't think anyone should be stopping anything at all, except for until it is so harmful that there's really no need for that existing, like, say, for instance, private information being leaked. So there are arguments to be made on both sides. So one side definitely makes sense to stop something like, you know, that, but then on the other end, I think some things should just be left out there. Unless, of course, we have a world which is perfect, in which accountability exists, and then people who do some things which are very bad to another person then have negative outcomes occur to them, insured by the collective, and that's accountability.
Going back,
Then that would actually incentivize not to spread negativity, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, going back to like the idea of parental oversight being a missing factor, you could see how if there's many ways to fix this issue, right? One would be the platform tries to regulate, which will have some negative side effects, or we could go back to society and find ways to bring it so that parents can be more present in their kids' lives, which probably happens once robots do enough of the jobs out there, right? At some point, you just reduce the hours and everybody spends more time at home, hopefully. And then the third way you could theoretically go about it is to wait for the human brain to evolve differently,
Yeah.
or use Neuralink or something else to help expedite that process.
Exactly, yeah. Like, for instance, say, I have the filter turned on for not seeing war stuff, you know? personally for stuff maybe.
Again, that works really well from a one person perspective, but how do you make that work from a societal perspective?
No, I specifically mean from a personal perspective. If you had enough of something, then you ought to have the right to turn it off. So like, you know, not enforcing it for anyone else, but just like saying, okay, personally, I'm going to turn off the TV. I don't want to see what's on there. It's garbage. You know, we're going to focus on something else.
You know what,
right? That doesn't mean that now everyone has to throw out the TVs. Just means that you've chosen to do so the same. You can explain your reasons, and if somebody else wants to hang on to that reasoning and then internalize it and act upon it the same way that you did, then that's also their choice, and then I think that creates balance organically.
Yeah, I think you nailed it. So really, it's not that we need the platform to slow down negative sentiment. You need people to be able to opt in and say, "Hey, you know what? I'm feeling very negative lately. I would prefer it if you could just show me some more positive stuff." Or I just don't want to see about gruesome stuff. And if it had some understanding of that,
Exactly.
that would be a better way to filter it.
And that's exactly what Elon was speaking once. I don't remember exact words, but he said like to use some kind of like a dial. You have a dial, and then you can dial up more crazy or less crazy, and the algorithm would just kind of, you know, if you want to just stay, you know, in the wonderland, you could just dial less, and if you want more crazy, you just dial more, and it kind of, you have a range.
Yeah, if you were implementing it today, you could literally take any one of the open source LLMs that runs well on a phone, and you could allow it to be purely living on the phone where the person gives it a system message, and that AI on your phone screens the prompts, the tweets as they come down, and in the UI it could hide the things per the system message you've given it, and now you can just in plain English give it instructions about what you want to see and don't want to see. That might be a really good way to actually implement that.
Yeah.
Would you need to train it still, like the model, because the inference side is fast, but the training is slow, isn't it?
No, so there's 3 stages of how we're getting to AGI in a sense. The last stage is where the first L in LLM stands for large input. So as we are able to handle larger and larger input, which we can do at this point, you can provide it basically a prompt, and in that prompt you explain what you want, and then the model uses that prompt combined with another prompt or application of it. So you can basically say, I don't like content that's about wars, and I don't like videos where people are getting, you know, fighting each other, something along those lines. I do like information about technology. You write these things in plain sentences. That then goes into the large language model, and it basically says, look at all these tweets that are coming down. Are any of these things that this customer would want to see? Are any of these things the customer would not want to see? And it just scores them, and then you're good to go. So you don't actually have to train it, because
Right.
the thing you trained is the ability to have a model that, given a prompt, can score. And then
But
you
it
give the
has, but it
power
has,
of that
but
to
it has,
individuals. So if they don't like their experience, they can just change their system message.
but it has to have awareness of what war is, right? And that would require training.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. There's still that foundational model that could have a bias upon which you sit. However, there are many ways to insist upon what you want it to do if that was the core issue. But I hear the point. Yeah, you do need at some point some foundational model, and so it would actually be healthy for society to have lots of different open foundational models for people to choose from. The challenge is more of a, you know, how do you correct for biases that are going to exist naturally? Like Harvard did this great experiment a while back. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but it's basically where on the screen you have the right side and the left side, and you're asked to press the left key or the right key, and it shows like different words, positive and negative, different faces of races, and they do the same thing with lots of different combinations. And what they do is they observe your reaction time when two things like a particular race and positive or particular race and negative are on the same side. And they can show that if you eliminate the frontal cortex by forcing people to react at a speed that's too fast for the frontal cortex to override, everybody's racist. And that's kind of a surprising thing for a lot of people who don't act in that way or don't see themselves that way. But it basically is the case that unfortunately, the way society is raising people or natural or whatever it is, there's a lot of racial bias, even within in groups. And then your frontal cortex does the overriding. So you can have a racist foundational model, and then you can fine tune on top of it proper cognition. It's a very strange thing to say, but that's kind of how we work even with our limbic system, right? Like we have this urge to kill when we get angry, but we override it very well.
Mm. But wouldn't that require an intrinsic understanding of, say, the outcome of death?
Yeah, maybe. I'm just saying, like, we could start with a foundational model and then people could fine tune on top of it in the open source community. You don't necessarily have to have everybody build a foundational model.
Or what about this? What if you had two different models? Basically, what are you looking for is like detection, right? And you need a system to manage something. Let's imagine that the LLM is almost like a sensor of some sort, right? It detects that something either is or isn't there. So if I were to say train an AI and all the fucked up stuff, and then ask it, hey, can you identify if any fucked up stuff exists in the sample of information? Then it will point us to that, and it will say, okay, here is fucked up stuff, and then basically the other model is going to exclude exactly that. So we'd need to have delegation as opposed to all jumbling up into one model. You basically have one that says, okay, it curates some sort of experience, and you have a bunch of other models that act as detectors.
Yeah, that's kind of how
Make sense?
that's kind of how models are being built today, right? So there's three layers to the build out. There's the foundational model. Then on top of it, you can think of that as like the cerebral cortex. Then on top of that, there's the frontal cortex, which sits on top of it and instructs it what to do in reality. And that is current considered personality, and many different folks can create that, and it's far less expensive than creating a foundational model. Still expensive. Then after that, we have an input layer, and those token windows are expanding. And so in there, you can give a lot of instructions, and at some point, those instructions start being so impactful that just through the instructions, different instructions, you can get the same model to behave very differently. Like you can get maybe one model to behave racist and another instance of the same model to not behave racist. Because it's not a core nature of the model. The model is at its foundational level just trying to understand language and understand concepts and the latent space of what it is to like communicate and things like that. And then the fine tuning is steering it in a certain way, and then the input is the ultimate thing that drives how it ends up behaving. So it's like trying to say, like, could you take a human that is very American and put them in another country's, say, internment camp and drill into them something that is counter to the way they were raised? Yeah, you probably could. So unfortunately, it doesn't matter how good of a model you train. Once that model's released, it could be fine-tuned to do something completely polar opposite to that, in my opinion. So all these claims that you can release safe models, it's just not true. You can just make it more expensive and difficult for someone to make it do the opposite.
So how would you make them like reduce the bias? Because bias will always be there. So like Elon spoke about most truth-seeking AI, and there's in JavaScript there is this like term truthy, which is like nothing is really ever true, but it can be truthy. So like how do you make it like to find that middle truth through, I guess, like mathematics and physics principles?
If you can point me to a human that is able to be truthful all the time, then I can tell you how you can get there. But I would argue that may not be an achievable goal. I don't know that we've ever seen a neural network in existence that was able to achieve this. So like determining what is true in a subjective world is not possible. For example, let's say, like there's this psychology experiment, like Sally doesn't know what's in the box, right? So there's a bunch of kids in the room. There's two boxes, a red box and a blue box. And Sally puts the teddy bear into, say, the red box, and she leaves the room. And then Joe comes along and moves the teddy bear out of the red box into the blue box. And then Sally comes back in the room, and you ask the kids, what box is Sally going to look in for the bear? And there's an age at which kids start saying the red box. But in the beginning, younger children will always say the blue box because they know the bear is in the blue box. But they haven't figured out how to simulate what the other person's perspective yet. And it's surprising because it's like they'll be like age 4 and 5 talking in class, but they can't keep this concept in mind. So it can take a lot of neurons and a lot of development over time for us to get to a point where, these AIs can do these complex reasoning things. And given enough time, maybe they'll be able to do something we haven't been able to do as a society. But I would argue no AI is going to be able to tell you what box the teddy bear is in if it cannot see the time at which you move the teddy bear. So truth becomes relative in that situation.
Yeah, there is no truth, it's just somebody else's opinion.
Yeah, like if all the stuff that is on the internet turns out to be a lie, let's say we never landed on the moon and there was no moon conspiracy theory, and everything was believed to be correct in that sense, the AI can't magically determine that that wasn't the case unless it taps into some like deeper level in the simulation, which I'll just say is out of the realm for now.
I try to find you, excuse me. Yeah, here. Let me send that to you. So this is about as high res as I can make it, or as I can find. But there you go. That's the memo I spoke of. So you find on the column to the far left, the first one, you'll find the details. And then you can just look at the rest as well. Also quite interesting, you find that these patterns are quite consistent with the way that today's world is arranged, and also society, like what kind of what kind of actions they kind of try to incentivize, right? Outcomes rather to incentivize. Sorry.
Yeah, this is accurate of society today. I just don't know when this was written. 1969, it seems like.
I think it was 1960. Yes. Yeah. I got the full document. I can send you a link of.
No, I believe you. Yeah, that's kind of creepy. What's to say?
Yeah, I read the whole thing, and
It's
then
creepy.
I had to take a break. I had to take a break off the internet for like at least a day after that, just to like sit there and process that. Somebody said it to me, so like, hey, I'm gonna blow your mind. Like, cool. Show me something I haven't seen before. It's like, here, take a look at this from 1969, and yes, no, I'm not making a joke. And there you go. I read it, and I was like, damn, that stays with me now.
Can you send it to me, Adrian?
Oh yeah, sure. I read a lot of this kind of stuff. This kind of like, I read, like say the 2030 sustainability goals, say all this stuff. Even the Great Reset, I read that too. I find that the contents are quite interesting. Right? They're quite fascinating. Even though I think that some the way that what fascinates me the most is the shaping elements. I found that to be quite like it is true. I think there are a lot of negative outcomes that can be incentivized using this, but you can also use it for a tremendous amount of good. I think if you look at, say, The Great Reset as a book, you see it as a kind of guidebook on how to survive what's coming. That's kind of how I have interpreted it. Because I think that potentially, for me as an individual, I don't think there's anything that one could do against that. Rather, it is to understand where things are going and how to survive in that world in which, like, say, for instance, certain companies are only relevant, or that, you don't own anything, or like, I don't know, so stuff like that, right? That you still have what it is that you want to have, you still live a good life, irrespective of whatever negative outcome this may be, right? So that's kind of like how I've seen that.
I've heard a
read what the opposition is doing.
Yeah, I heard a example recently from somebody who was, I think Vivek was talking about like the managerial class is the name he gives for like people organizing the system
Yeah.
or trying to steer the system. And you could look at him as evil, or you could even try to take a step back and say, what if they're just incompetent and they're trying to do the right thing?
Bingo.
But it turns out every time they try to do something, there's another effect that they didn't realize was going to happen. So this brings us back to the original question of what if what they're doing is just half measures? Society has, I would argue, gotten better, but worse in some ways and better in others. But let's say they're taking 2 steps forward, 1 step back, or however we want to do the math so that you end up with a half step forward. you end up taking 3/4 of a step forward and 1/4 of a step back. You still don't get to your goal, but it's still worth taking that step theoretically. I'm not saying that that's the case. I want to be clear. It could very well be evil corp, but I'm just saying maybe it's not. Maybe it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. If you were to like, let's play devil's advocate a little bit. If we were to look at this and say, okay, there's a limited amount of resources on the planet, we need less people consuming them, then that's a very purely logical thing. That is a religious moat by which you then motivate someone else's actions. You can literally drive people insane with that and then say, okay, we need to prevent an increase of population beyond a certain point such that disaster does not strike. And it's ironic because that's the thing that then causes the disaster. Much like these weird, funny little temporal paradoxes where people see a vision of the future that they seek to avoid, and then the change in action to try and avoid this specific outcome manifests the outcome. It's actually a little. This is usually used as a kind of a recurring plot device, which then becomes old. But there's at least one instance where I said it was used creatively. That was in the story of Warhammer 40k. There's like one story where there's demons that actually show you your future and then tell you, oh, you can beat the future, and then they try to beat the future, and then that future occurs because they try to beat it. Right? It's only one version of a future, and then it is your action or change in action that created it.
Yeah, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy almost.
Bingo. This is why I said, like, I think I put this out there at some point saying, pessimism is a self-fulfilling prophecy, and then Dr. Scott was saying, and so is optimism. I think it's true. This is a double-edged sword.
Yeah, and then the question you have to ask yourself is, let's say, in the worst case scenario, you're in a simulation you cannot win, but it is a simulation we are all playing. Why not try and aim for a cooperative loss?
Exactly. We all go down together in this ship.
Yeah, even if it's 1 step forward, 2 step back, like, do we really have other options? Like, what are we gonna do? Nothing? Just like, like we need to do something, right? I think it's pretty much as basic as it gets.
The only thing you don't want is to be stuck in a local optima where if you went through a generation of pain, you could come out on the other end at a better place. That's the only negative side, right? If everybody's just satiated and they stay where they are, but we don't get to the final end goal. I would argue that's less likely to be the case because whatever the managerial class is, they too would want to get to the best goal. So in theory, they would make that happen. Insert your COVID conspiracy here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could always get worse.
I like this kind of take because it aims towards like understanding things from a constructive perspective, as opposed to just saying X person bad, instead of saying X person just doesn't know any better.
Yeah, it's like nobody gets mad at code for not working. You just say there's a bug in the code and you try to fix it.
Yeah.
All our brains
Actually,
are
they
just
try to get mad at the person who created the bug. Projection.
All right, maybe if it's your own code, you don't get mad at the code.
Yeah.
Yeah. You when you're mad at the code, you're usually mad at yourself.
Exactly. Why do you think we're pulling our own hair?
All right, I'm gonna call it a night. Good night.
Night.
Thank you for a very
Yeah.
very enlightening conversation.
Anytime, man.
Night.
Good night. I think this would be a really good note to rock the space on, I think. Got a lot of stuff to do. I have some more clips to make. And I think we're going to take this space and refine it. And if any one of you has any cool clips, just let me know, tag me, or find me in the community. Whichever works. All right? I'll see you out there on the timeline. Algorithm willing.
Awesome. See you, everyone.
Good night.